The story begins not with discovery in a dusty tomb or an inscription etched into stone, but with a question that has haunted humanity for thousands of years. What if the gods who descended from the heavens were not divine spirits at all, but visitors, flesh and blood beings who came from the stars? Throughout history, cultures separated by oceans and continents, who never had contact with each other, all told stories of luminous beings descending from the sky. They came with wisdom, with power, and often with terrible warnings. Yet modern archaeology insists these are only myths, allegories, or exaggerated imaginations of primitive people gazing at the stars. But is that explanation enough, or are we staring at the greatest cover-up in human history? Imagine standing beneath a night sky as it appeared thousands of years ago, untouched by the glow of cities, every star a blazing jewel. For ancient people, the heavens were alive. From those stars descended figures who altered the course of human history. The Sumerians called them the Anunnaki. The Egyptians spoke of gods who arrived in shining boats. The people of the Americas told of feathered serpents who fell from the sky, bringing knowledge. Even in the most remote Pacific islands, elders told stories of ancestors who came down in beams of light. Were these merely coincidences? Or do they point to a shared memory of encounters with beings not of this earth? Mainstream historians tell us that myths are nothing more than symbolic tales, meant to explain natural phenomena or to encode morality lessons. Yet when you look closer, the stories carry details too specific, too consistent, to dismiss so easily. Ancient texts describe flying machines, beams of fire, thunderous roars that split the skies, and beings clad in shining garments. These are not vague metaphors. They are descriptions that resonate eerily with modern technology. Why, then, are these accounts treated as mere fables? Perhaps because to admit their reality would mean rewriting everything we think we know about our origins. And then there are the warnings. Again and again, myths across the world repeat a chilling pattern. The gods ascend, they gift knowledge, they instruct humanity to build, to cultivate, to record. But alongside these gifts, they leave prophecies of great floods of fire from the sky, of cycles of destruction that come like clockwork. Why would so many cultures share not only the story of descent, but also of impending doom? Could these be warnings encoded for survival of future generations? Warnings that we, in our modern arrogance, have chosen to ignore? Imagine discovering that the stories you were told in childhood, the tales of gods, angels, and demons, were not the inventions of imagination, but fragmented memories of real encounters. Imagine realizing that humanity may not be the pinnacle of creation, but rather a project, a link in a chain far older and more complex than our textbooks admit. This is not simply a matter of faith or folklore. It is a matter of evidence. Cuneiform tablets, temple carvings, megalithic monuments, and sacred texts all whisper the same message. The gods descended from the sky. Skeptics will argue, if such visitors truly existed, where is the physical proof? But perhaps the better question is, what if the proof has been here all along, hidden in plain sight? Out-of-place artifacts that defy explanation. Star maps carved in stone thousands of years before telescopes existed. Legends of flying craft that mirror modern descriptions of unidentified aerial phenomena. And the most haunting clue of all, the sudden leap in human civilization as if triggered by an outside force. Agriculture, architecture, astronomy. These did not develop gradually, but exploded into existence in pockets across the ancient world. Did humans simply evolve genius overnight, or did someone light the spark for us? Throughout this journey, we will dive into these mysteries with an open mind, piecing together fragments of forgotten history and decoding messages that our ancestors fought to preserve. We will explore the myths of Sumer and Egypt, the Vedas of India, the epics of the Americas, the warnings of Pacific Islanders. We will investigate forbidden artifacts, analyze ancient monuments, and examine the chilling prophecies hidden in plain sight. Step by step, we will uncover how all these puzzle pieces align into a single narrative, a narrative that suggests humanity's story is far stranger and far more dangerous than we have been told. But why does this matter now? Because if the warnings were true, then they were not for the ancients alone. They were for us. Ancient civilizations lived and died by the cycles of the cosmos, floods, comets, solar storms, planetary alignments. Again and again, they told us, Beware, for what has happened before will happen again. If the sky gods came not just to shape humanity, but to warn us of a repeating catastrophe, then their messages are more urgent now than ever. In this film, we will not simply ask if the gods descended from the sky. We will ask what they want us to know. Were they benevolent guardians, trying to preserve humanity through the ages? Or were they architects of control, keeping us bound to a destiny we cannot escape? Did they depart because their mission was complete, or because they knew the next cycle was about to begin? By the end, you will see history with new eyes. You will recognize the codes hidden in myths, the warnings etched into monuments, the voices of civilizations long gone, all crying out to us across millennia. And you will have to confront the most haunting possibility of all, that the gods of the past are watching us still, waiting for the moment when humanity finally deciphers their warnings. This is not just a story about archaeology or mythology. This is a story of who we are, where we came from, and where we're going. The gods descended from the sky, and their message, once decoded, may determine the survival of our species. Across the ancient world, stories of beings descending from the heavens echo like a chorus carried on the wind. From the deserts of Mesopotamia to the jungles of Mesoamerica, from the frozen plains of Siberia to the islands of Polynesia, civilizations who never met, who never traded, who never even knew the other existed, told remarkably similar stories. They spoke of shining ones, star beings, feathered serpents, radiant gods who came down from the sky to walk among mortals. The details may shift, the names may change, but the essence remains hauntingly consistent. If these were merely local legends, why would cultures separated by oceans and thousands of miles share the same cosmic theme? Let us begin with Mesopotamia, the so-called cradle of civilization. The Sumerians recorded on clay tablets that their gods, the Anunnaki, descended from the heavens to establish order on earth. These were not vague spirits or abstract deities. They were described as beings of flesh and power, with knowledge that transformed a primitive people into the architects of cities, astronomy, law, and agriculture. They ruled as kings, they taught as teachers, and they warned of catastrophes that would come from the sky. To the Sumerians, there was no question. Humanity's leap forward came not by accident, but through direct contact with sky-born visitors. Travel east to Egypt, and the echoes continue. The gods of the Nile were not confined to invisible realms. They traversed the heavens in shining boats. Ra, the sun god, sailed across the sky in a radiant vessel. Thoth, the keeper of knowledge, descended to deliver wisdom. Osiris, the resurrected king, was said to have come from beyond the stars to teach humanity about life, death, and rebirth. Carved into temple walls and etched into sacred texts, these beings were depicted as towering figures surrounded by celestial symbols. They did not simply belong to the earth. They descended from the sky, leaving behind messages for future generations. Thousands of miles away in India, the Vedic tradition describes something eerily similar. The Mahabharata and the Ramayana speak of gods and warriors soaring across the heavens in vimanas, flying chariots that glow with light, move with thunderous noise, and unleash weapons of unimaginable power. These texts are not short allegories. They are epic, meticulous descriptions of aerial battles, spacecraft mechanics, and cosmic visitors who shaped human destiny. And again, we find the warnings of cycles of destruction, of the need for humanity to remember, to record, to be vigilant. In the Americas, the pattern repeats. The Maya spoke of Kukulkan, the feathered serpent who descended from the heavens to bring knowledge. The Aztecs told of Quetzalcoatl, a radiant being who came from the stars and promised to return in a future age. The Incas remembered Viracocha, a tall, bearded figure who appeared from the sea and sky, teaching humanity before disappearing once more. Even the Hopi of North America spoke of star brothers who visited and warned them of coming purifications by fire and flood. How could civilizations divided by oceans and centuries all converge on the same narrative? Heavenly beings descending with wisdom and warnings. Further still, across the Pacific Islands, Polynesian traditions describe ancestors arriving from the stars. In Hawaii, legends speak of Akua, luminous gods who came down in canoes of light. In New Zealand, the Maori recall beings who descended in fiery chariots. In the midst of Samoa and Tonga, the gods were sky travelers, descending to teach the people agriculture and navigation. These stories, separated by thousands of miles of ocean, mirror those of the old world. The voices of the ancients rise in harmony. The gods came down from the sky. What makes this convergence so astonishing is not just the similarity of the myths, but the specific details embedded in them. Bright lights, flying craft, thunder's roars, beams of fire, promises of return. These are not vague metaphors that could apply to anything. They are repeated, precise motifs that appear again and again. If we dismiss them as coincidence, then we must accept that dozens of cultures, with no contact, independently invented the same story. Is that truly more reasonable than considering the alternative, that these cultures were describing real encounters with beings from beyond our world? Modern scholars often attempt to explain these parallels as psychological archetypes, universal stories born from humanity's collective imagination. They argue that sky gods reflect our awe of the heavens, our fear of storms, our dependence on the sun and stars. But such explanations collapse under scrutiny. Why? If these were mere symbols of natural forces, do the texts describe machines, battles, and knowledge that echo real-world technology? Why do the stories contain precise astronomical alignments that modern science has only recently confirmed? Why do they consistently warn of future catastrophes tied to cosmic cycles? There is another possibility, that humanity's earliest cultures were not inventing myths, but recording memory, that their stories were not fantasies, but attempts to preserve, in the language of their time, the experiences of their ancestors with beings far more advanced than themselves. Perhaps the gods were not gods at all, but visitors, explorers, watchers, or even manipulators, whose appearances left such a profound impact that memory of them spread across the globe and survived for millennia. The question that arises is simple yet terrifying. If the gods descended once, will they descend again? And if their warnings were true, are we now living in the age they sought to prepare us for? This is not just a story of mythology. It is a puzzle, a thread running through human history that suggests we are not alone, and that our fate has always been tied to forces far beyond our world. The echoes of these civilizations form the first great chorus of humanity's forgotten past. They are the whispers that invite us to listen closer, to decode, to search for truth in places we were told to ignore. And as we follow the trail from one culture to the next, the pattern becomes impossible to deny. Someone or something descended from the sky, and their message may yet determine the destiny of our species. Long before the pyramids rose on the Nile, before Stonehenge was erected on the English plain, before the myths of Greece and Rome were ever imagined, there was Sumer, nestled between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. This was the land scholars call the cradle of civilization. It was here, nearly 6,000 years ago, that humanity's first great cities emerged. Uruk, Lagash, Eridu. And it was here that the oldest written records in human history were carved into clay tablets. These cuneiform inscriptions do not simply tell us about farming or trade. They preserve something far stranger, the story of the Anunnaki, the sky gods who descended from the heavens to shape the destiny of mankind. The name itself, Anunnaki, has been translated in many ways: those who came from the heavens to the earth, or the princely offspring of Anu. Anu, in Sumerian belief, was the great father of the sky, the king of the stars, and the ruler of the heavens. His children, the Anunnaki, were said to have descended to earth to rule over humanity. But what is remarkable about these stories is how tangible and specific the descriptions are. The Anunnaki were not vague spirits or invisible forces. They were portrayed as beings with flesh, with height, with presence. They were rulers, kings, judges, and builders. They established law, gave tools, and demanded worship. According to the Sumerians, humanity's origins were directly tied to these sky beings. In one set of tablets, the Anunnaki are said to have fashioned humankind as workers, shaping clay with the essence of the gods themselves. Other accounts describe the gods intervening directly in human society, teaching agriculture, mathematics, and astronomy. Imagine this. In a world where most humans were still living as hunter-gatherers, the Sumerians suddenly exploded with knowledge. They built irrigation systems, codified laws, studied the stars, and developed writing. This was not a slow progression over tens of thousands of years. It was a sudden leap. How? Was it coincidence or the spark of outside intervention? The tablets describe the Anunnaki as a hierarchy of deities with distinct roles. Enki, the god of wisdom and water, is portrayed as a benefactor who guided humanity. Enlil, his brother, is depicted as harsh, even destructive, bringing floods and punishment. Inanna, the goddess of love and war, appears as a fierce and ambitious figure. These were not abstract archetypes. They were personalities, remembered in vivid detail. They quarreled, fought, loved, and punished, much like mortals. But above all, they were remembered as those who came from the sky. The Enuma Elish, the Babylonian creation epic that has its roots in Sumerian tradition, tells us that the gods battled in the heavens, their wars reshaping both the cosmos and the earth itself. The Epic of Gilgamesh, one of the earliest surviving works of literature, speaks of demigods, half divine, half human, struggling with the boundaries of mortality. These stories, preserved across thousands of years, all stem from the Sumerian vision of sky beings descending to earth. And while modern scholars often categorize these as myths, one cannot help but notice how detailed, how technical, and how consistent the accounts are. One of the most intriguing details concerns the knowledge encoded in these ancient texts. The Sumerians possessed an advanced understanding of astronomy. They knew of planets beyond what the naked eye can see. They charted the movements of stars, and they divided time with astonishing precision. Where did this knowledge come from? Some historians argue that it was observation and coincidence, but others suggest the Sumerians were taught deliberately by the very beings they described. The Anunnaki, the gods in the heavens, were not only rulers but teachers, embedding their knowledge in the fabric of human culture. And yet, alongside the gifts came the warnings. The story of the Great Flood, made famous in the biblical tale of Noah, appears first in Sumerian texts. According to these accounts, it was Enlil, displeased of humanity, who brought a deluge to wipe out mankind. But Enki, sympathetic to humans, instructed one man, Zayusadra or Utnapishtim in later versions, to build a great vessel and preserve life. This story is not isolated. It appears in Mesopotamian tablets centuries before the Bible, and it is mirrored in cultures across the world. Was it simply a shared myth, or was it a memory of a real event, one that the Anunnaki themselves caused or warned about? The idea that humanity was created or shaped by sky beings is one of the most controversial interpretations of the Sumerian record. Modern scholars insist the stories are allegories, expressions of human imagination grappling with existence. But when examined closely, the language often blurs a line between myth and history. The gods are described in human-like terms, with palaces, councils, and weapons. They descend in fiery craft. They roar like thunder. They shine with brilliance. These are details that sound less like metaphysical concepts and more like eyewitness accounts of advanced technology, interpreted through the limited vocabulary of an ancient culture. The forbidden question then emerges: were the Anunnaki not gods at all, but extraterrestrial visitors? Was humanity's first great civilization built under the guidance of beings who came from beyond the stars? Scholars like Zacharias Sitchin have argued that the tablets contain astronomical references to a mysterious 12th planet, Nibiru, home of the Anunnaki. According to this theory, the gods descended to Earth in search of resources and, in the process, genetically altered early humans to serve as workers. Mainstream archaeology dismisses this view as pseudoscience. Yet the presence of unexplained anomalies in human DNA, the sudden leap of Sumerian civilization, and the recurring motif of sky gods across the globe give pause to those willing to question the official story. And there is something more, the promise of return. In many accounts, the gods do not vanish forever. They ascend back to the heavens with the vow that they will come again. For the Sumerians, time was cyclical, and the return of the Anunnaki was not a question of if, but when. Were these myths prophetic in nature, warning future generations to be watchful of the skies? Or were they simply stories meant to comfort a people longing for their divine rulers? The ambiguity leaves a space filled with mystery, fear, and anticipation. The story of the Anunnaki is not just an ancient myth. It is a key to unlocking the wider puzzle of humanity's origins. If the Sumerians were correct, then the gods of the heavens were not divine abstractions, but real beings present at the birth of our civilization. And if their warnings of floods, fire, and cyclical catastrophe were rooted in knowledge beyond Earth, then perhaps they were trying to prepare humanity for something greater, something yet to come. The cradle of civilization may hold the secret of humanity's true past. The clay tablets, once buried and forgotten, whisper of beings who came from the sky to create, to rule, and to warn. The question that lingers is one we cannot escape. Were the Anunnaki simply gods of imagination, or were they the first ambassadors from the stars, architects of human destiny, whose legacy still shadows our world today? Beneath the blazing sun of North Africa rises one of humanity's greatest enigmas, ancient Egypt. For thousands of years, the sands have guarded colossal pyramids, towering temples, and mythology that still fascinates and bewilders us today. To most, Egypt is a land of pharaohs and mummies, of hieroglyphs and golden treasures. But for those who look deeper, Egypt is something more, a civilization obsessed with the stars, a people who believe their gods came down from the heavens, and a culture that may have preserved some of the clearest messages from sky beings ever recorded. At the heart of Egyptian mythology stands Ra, the sun god, who crossed the sky each day in a radiant boat. To the Egyptians, Ra was not simply a symbol of light, but a being who literally traversed the heavens in a vessel that glowed with fire. The imagery is striking, a craft of brilliance sailing across the sky. And Ra was not alone. The pantheon of Egypt included Osiris, Isis, Horus, and Thoth, gods who were depicted as rulers, teachers, and bringers of knowledge. Again and again, inscriptions remind us that these deities descended from the stars to guide humanity. One of the most compelling aspects of Egyptian mythology is its fixation on Sirius, the brightest star in the night sky. To the Egyptians, Sirius was sacred, associated with the goddess Isis. Its annual rising marked the flooding of the Nile, the lifeblood of their civilization. But was Sirius more than just a calendar marker? Some researchers suggest that the Egyptians saw Sirius as a home star, the place for which their gods descended. In temple carvings, in astronomical ceilings, and in sacred texts, Sirius shines as a beacon, tied to rebirth and divine visitation. Was this obsession merely symbolic, or was it a coded remembrance of the god's origins? Then there is Orion. Few patterns in the heavens captured the Egyptian imagination like the three stars of Orion's belt. The great pyramids of Giza, aligned with extraordinary precision, mirror the pattern of those stars. The Sphinx, gazing east, appears to lock into celestial alignments at specific epochs. Was this grand architecture a simple coincidence of design? Or were the pyramids vast markers, messages in stone pointing not only to the stars but to the gods who descended from them? Mainstream Egyptologists argue that the pyramids were tombs, monuments to dead kings. Yet no body has ever been found in the Great Pyramid. No inscriptions declare it to be a mere burial site. Instead, its interior geometry is a complex system of shafts that align with specific stars, including Orion and Sirius. What if the pyramid was not built for death at all, but as a bridge between Earth and the heavens, a cosmic temple preserving the legacy of gods from the sky? The Book of the Dead, a collection of spells and prayers for the afterlife, speaks repeatedly of ascension. The pharaohs believed their souls would rise into the heavens, joining the company of the gods among the stars. But how did they know to map their journey with such precision? The text described gates, guardians, and pathways to the sky, as if they were not simply spiritual allegories but encoded star maps. Could these instructions be remnants of teachings from beings who once traveled those pathways themselves? And what of Thoth, the god of wisdom and writing, often depicted as a man with the head of an ibis? He is said to have delivered the knowledge of writing, mathematics, and astronomy to humanity. The ancient Greeks later identified him with Hermes Trismegistus, a figure who taught that the secrets of the universe were encoded in symbols and numbers. Was Thoth a mythological figure, or a real visitor whose teachings sparked the intellectual foundation of civilization? The text insists he descended, he instructed, and he left warnings for the future. Egyptian myth also contains stories of great catastrophes. The destruction of mankind. Myth speaks of the gods unleashing a flood of fire upon humanity. Other texts describe cycles of order and chaos, times when the gods withdrew, and the world was left vulnerable to disaster. Are these tales symbolic dramas, or encoded memories of real cosmic events, witnessed and recorded by a people who lived in fear of the sky? The The alignment of Egyptian monuments with cosmic cycles raises even more questions. The Temple of Dendera contains a zodiac ceiling that maps the heavens with astonishing accuracy. The Temple of Abu Simbel was engineered so that, on only 2 days of the year, the rising sun would illuminate the inner sanctum, bathing statues of the gods in light. Such precision suggests more than religious devotion. It suggests a civilization that understood the cosmos on a scale difficult to explain without advanced knowledge or advanced teachers. One of the most haunting clues comes from the pyramid texts inscribed inside the pyramids of Saqqara. These are the oldest religious texts in the world, dating back more than 4,000 years. They describe the pharaoh ascending into the sky to join the imperishable stars, never setting, never dying. The language is clear. The pharaohs believed they were returning to their star-born ancestors. If these were mere myths, why embed them in such detail in the very stone of their most sacred monuments? Some researchers argue that Egypt's obsession with life after death, with the soul's journey to the stars, reflects not only spiritual belief but a survival contact with extraterrestrial beings. To a society dazzled by visitors from beyond, the only way to preserve the memory was to deify them, to encode their presence into the religion, the architecture, and the very identity of the culture. Over time, the details blurred, the technology was mythologized, but the core remained. Gods came down from the sky, and one day, humanity would return to them. The skeptics counter that these are simply metaphors, born of a people who gazed at the stars and projected their hopes and fears onto the heavens. Yet the precision of alignments, the consistency of the motifs, and the specific references to stars and cycles stretch beyond mere symbolism. If these were just allegories, why embed them in stone with such engineering perfection? Why construct monuments that endure thousands of years, aligned not to earthly features but to celestial ones? In the end, Egypt leaves us with a haunting duality. Was it a civilization of dreamers, myth-makers who elevated their kings into gods? Or was it the guardian of a deeper truth, the truth that humanity was visited, taught, and warned by beings from the stars? The monuments still stand, the texts still whisper, the alignments still point upward. The gods of Egypt may have walked among mortals once, and the evidence suggests they wanted us to never forget where they came from. As we leave the Nile and its mysteries, one question lingers in the desert air. Were the pyramids and temples not simply testaments to human greatness, but cosmic messages, warnings in stone, left for us to decode when the cycle turns once more? Across the vast expanse of the Indian subcontinent, the whispers of the sky gods take on a form unlike anywhere else on Earth. Here, the stories were not confined to fragmented myths or vague legends. They were recorded in sprawling epics, written in Sanskrit, preserved in chants, and passed from generation to generation for over 3,000 years. These texts, the Vedas, the Mahabharata, the Ramayana, form the backbone of one of the world's oldest continuous civilizations. But hidden within their poetry and philosophy are startling descriptions that sound less like mythology and more like eyewitness accounts of advanced technology. At the heart of these accounts lies one of the most mysterious elements of ancient Indian tradition, the Vimanas, the flying chariots of the gods. The Rig Veda, the oldest of the Vedic texts, dating back more than 3,000 years, speaks of gods riding across the sky in aerial craft powered by light, fire, and sound. These Vimanas were not metaphorical. They were described in vivid mechanical detail. Some were shaped like spheres, others like elongated chariots. They roared like thunder. They shone like fire, and they carried warriors into battle among the clouds. In some passages, they are even described as having multiple levels, weapons, and propulsion systems. Could these descriptions truly be the imagination of poets, or were they the memory of something far more tangible? The Mahabharata, one of the longest epics in human history, provides even more dramatic detail. In its verses, entire battles are fought in the sky. Warriors launch weapons that sound eerily like modern missiles, arrows that shine like lightning, explosions that burn hotter than the sun, blasts that devastate entire armies. Some passages describe cities reduced to ash in the wake of weapons so powerful they leave the land poisoned and barren. To a modern reader, the imagery is unmistakable. Advanced aerial warfare, catastrophic energy, devastation reminiscent of nuclear explosions. Could it be that the Mahabharata is not pure allegory, but a record of ancient wars fought with technologies far beyond what humans of that time should have possessed? Then there is the Ramayana, the story of Prince Rama and his battles against the demon king Ravana. Ravana is said to have commanded a magnificent aerial craft, the Pushpaka Vimana, capable of traveling anywhere in the world, carrying armies across great distances. Descriptions of the Pushpaka Vimana portray it as a palace in the sky, adorned with shining jewels, capable of rising and descending at will. Rama himself, after victory, is said to have used a Vimana to return to his homeland. If this is myth, why describe the vehicle in such technical detail? Why portray it as a real machine rather than a symbolic metaphor? Some researchers argue that these texts are among the clearest ancient records of extraterrestrial encounters. To them, the Vimanas were not inventions of the human imagination, but descriptions of craft operated by advanced beings, the gods who descended from the heavens. To the ancients, lacking modern vocabulary, these beings appeared divine, and their machines became the chariots of the gods. Yet to us, centuries later, they look startlingly like technology. Could it be that India's ancient texts preserve the clearest testimony of sky visitors in all of human history? But the Indian traditions go further than just describing flying craft. The texts also contain chilling warnings. In the Mahabharata, after the use of devastating weapons in aerial battles, survivors describe the sky growing dark, food becoming poison, and people falling sick. The aftermath mirrors the effect of radiation after nuclear blasts, burns, sickness, infertility. How could writers thousands of years ago describe effects identical to what modern science only discovered in the 20th century? Were these truly allegories of moral battles, or were they records of real catastrophes caused by advanced weaponry wielded by beings from the sky? Skeptics argue that the Vimanas are symbolic representations of spiritual power, that the battles of the Mahabharata were allegories of a human soul struggle. And indeed, the texts are layered with philosophy, with spiritual teachings that transcend time. But one must ask, why include such vivid, technical details of machinery, propulsion, and weaponry if the goal was purely spiritual allegory? Why describe aerial craft with multiple levels, mechanisms, and weapon systems, when a simple metaphor of divine light would have sufficed? The specificity of these descriptions suggests more than symbolism. It suggests memory. There is also the question of continuity. The Indian subcontinent is unique in having preserved its oral and written traditions with astonishing fidelity across millennia. Unlike other civilizations where texts were lost or destroyed, India's epic survived. The consistency of descriptions of Vimanas and cosmic wars across texts, separated by centuries, suggests that these were not random inventions but deeply ingrained cultural memories. Could it be that the reason these stories persisted is because they were grounded in real events witnessed by early humanity? And what are the beings who piloted these sky chariots? The Vedas describe Devas, shining ones, radiant beings who live among the stars but descended to earth to interact with humanity. They are portrayed as warriors, teachers, and rulers, locked in battles with Asuras, beings of chaos. To the ancients, these were gods and demons. But to modern interpreters, the Devas and Asuras could be rival factions of extraterrestrial visitors, waging wars in the skies above Earth with humanity caught in the crossfire. If so, the epic wars of the Mahabharata may not have been symbolic struggles at all, but records of real conflicts between advanced beings witnessed by ancient humans. Beyond battles and machines, the Vedic tradition also emphasizes cycles of time. The concept of yugas, vast ages that repeat endlessly, suggests that humanity rises and falls in recurring patterns of creation and destruction. At the end of each cycle, cataclysm strikes, often connected to the heavens. The gods descend, wars are fought, civilizations collapse, and the cycle begins again. Could these cycles reflect not just philosophy, but knowledge passed down from beings who understood the cosmic rhythms of disaster? Were the Devas not only warriors and teachers, but messengers warning humanity of dangers tied to the stars? Modern scientists have even noted parallels between descriptions of Vimanas and UFO sightings of today. Circular craft that glow, move silently or with thunderous noise, rise vertically, and travel great distances in moments. These are hallmarks of unidentified aerial phenomena observed across the modern world. The similarity raises a provocative question. Are the Vimanas of the Vedas and the UFOs of today connected? Could they be evidence of the same visitors, present in ancient times and returning in our own era? India's epics present us with a tantalizing paradox. If we take them as pure mythology, then humanity's imagination thousands of years ago was capable of astonishingly specific visions of advanced technology. If we take them literally, then they may be the clearest historical record of extraterrestrial contact and advanced warfare in human history. Either way, they force us to confront the possibility that our past is not as simple as we've been taught. The sky chariots of the Vedas and epics invite us to question, to look upward, to wonder whether humanity has always been part of a larger cosmic drama. Perhaps the gods of India were not gods at all, but visitors whose presence was immortalized in poetry and song. Perhaps their battles were warnings, their teachings messages, their machines evidence of a truth too overwhelming for ancient humans to fully comprehend. The story of the Vimanas is not just a chapter in India's mythology. It may be a window into the real history of Earth's connection with the stars. Across the vast landscapes of the Americas, from the towering temples of Mesoamerica to the windswept plains of the Andes, echo stories of sky beings and celestial visitors. Long before the arrival of Europeans, civilizations flourished here. Civilizations that built monuments rivaling the pyramids of Egypt and encoded their myths with tales of gods descending from the heavens. But who were these gods? Were they merely symbols of natural forces, or were they memories of real beings who came from the stars? One of the most mysterious and enduring figures in Mesoamerican tradition is Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent. In Aztec mythology, he was a god of wisdom, wind, and creation, a teacher who brought knowledge, agriculture, and law. Yet he is consistently described not simply as a serpent, but as a hybrid, part bird, part snake, a being who could move through the sky with ease. His depictions stretch back to the earlier Maya as Kukulkan and to the Olmecs, where feathered serpent imagery first appeared. Across cultures and centuries, the feathered serpent remained a constant, an otherworldly being associated with descent from above, teaching humanity, and then vanishing with the promise to one day return. Why would such a figure appear in so many distinct civilizations across Mesoamerica? Why would they all revere a god described as descending from the heavens, bringing wisdom and order? Some researchers argue that Quetzalcoatl was no myth at all, but a visitor, an extraterrestrial who descended in a craft, dazzling ancient peoples, and leaving behind the foundation of civilization. His departure is described not as death, but as an ascension back to the heavens, a promise that he would come again. Could the legend of Quetzalcoatl be a cultural memory of an ancient alien teacher? The Maya, known for their extraordinary astronomical knowledge, also preserved detailed accounts of celestial beings. Their codices and carvings show sky bands, star glyphs, and deities descending on beams of light. The Maya calendar, astonishingly precise, was not just a tool for marking agricultural cycles, but for tracking cosmic rhythms, alignments, eclipses, and the return of celestial visitors. They spoke of the lords of the sky, who watched over earth and the heavens. Was this a metaphor for stars, or a literal remembrance of overseers from beyond? Further south, in the highlands of Peru, the Nazca people etched vast geoglyphs into the desert floor, lines and figures so massive they can only be seen properly from the sky. Among these figures are animals, plants, and humanoid shapes, but also straight runways stretching for miles across the desert. Why would a people with no flying technology create designs that only make sense from above? Could the Nazca lines have been signals, messages, or even landing markers for sky visitors? Local legends describe the gods descending on beams of light to interact with humanity. Were these gigantic earthworks their invitations, their markers, or their memorials to encounters with sky beings? The Inca, too, wove their mythology with celestial threads. Their supreme god, Viracocha, was said to have emerged from Lake Titicaca after a great flood, bringing light, knowledge, and order to a world plunged into darkness. He was described as tall, bearded, clothed in white, radiating power. Unlike the sun god Inti, who represented natural cycles, Viracocha was a bringer of wisdom who departed after his teachings, promising to one day return from across the sea or sky. To the Inca, Viracocha was not merely a local deity but a cosmic teacher. Could he, like Quetzalcoatl, represent a memory of an extraterrestrial visitor? Legends across the Americas also speak of beings described as star people. Among the Lakota and Hopi, traditions tell of ancestors who came from the Pleiades. They're described as luminous, powerful, yet benevolent guides who shaped human destiny. The Hopi, in particular, preserve prophecies of cycles, times when the star beings will return to reset humanity's path. Their catching of figures, masked representations of these beings, show striking resemblances to modern depictions of space travelers, large eyes, elaborate headgear, and suits that resemble helmets. Were these artistic metaphors, or attempts to preserve the memory of encounters with beings who descended from the heavens in dazzling craft? What ties these stories together is their consistency. From the Aztecs to the Maya, the Nazca to the Inca, and the indigenous peoples of North America, we find recurring themes. Gods who descend from the sky, teach humanity, depart, and promise to return. These gods are not abstract forces of nature, but beings with form, technology, and purpose. They are teachers, rulers, warriors, and guides. They are remembered not as symbolic archetypes, but as presences who once walked among humans. Skeptics argue that these are simply myths, that Quetzalcoatl, Viracocha, and the star beings were symbolic representations of natural cycles, celestial objects, or human archetypes. But why then describe them in such specific, physical terms? Why build monuments aligned to the stars, create runways visible only from above, and encode calendars with cosmic cycles? The scale, precision, and repetition of these themes across vast distances and culture suggest something more than imagination. They suggest memory. And then there is the matter of return. Quetzalcoatl's promise to come again, Viracocha's prophecy returning after chaos, the Hopi prophecies of star beings reappearing at the end of cycles, all echo the same haunting idea, that the gods who descended from the sky are not gone forever. They will return when humanity reaches a certain threshold, when the cycle demands it. This prophecy has haunted civilizations for centuries, and it continues to fascinate us today. Could these promises be warnings encoded into myth, designed to prepare us for future contact? The Americas leave us with monuments, myths, and mysteries that refuse to fit into conventional history. Were the feathered serpents and shining gods simply the inventions of human imagination, or were they the echoes of encounters with real beings from the stars? The pyramids of Teotihuacan, the Nazca lines, the temples of the Maya, and the legends of the Hopi all whisper the same possibility. The gods once descended from the sky, and their messages still linger, waiting for us to decode them. As we look upon the ruins and listen to stories, one question grows louder. Were these civilizations guided by their own genius alone, or were they shaped by teachers from the stars who left behind warnings, calendars, and monuments for a future generation, our generation, to uncover? In the Fertile Crescent of Mesopotamia, modern-day Iraq, humanity's first great civilization emerged almost overnight. The Sumerians, over 5,000 years ago, transformed swamps and plains into city-states with advanced agriculture, astronomy, law, mathematics, and writing. Scholars still struggle to explain how such a sophisticated culture appeared so suddenly, as if knowledge was given to them fully formed. But the Sumerians themselves never claimed credit for this miracle. They said their wisdom, their power, and even their very kingship came from the gods who descended from the heavens. These gods had a name, the Anunnaki. The word Anunnaki means those who came from the heavens to earth. Unlike the vague deities of later mythologies, the Sumerian gods were described in extraordinary detail. They had names, families, rivalries, and territories. They were portrayed as tall, radiant beings, often with wings or horn helmets, descending from the sky to rule over humanity. To the Sumerians, the Anunnaki were not invisible spirits. They were flesh and blood rulers, present in their cities, overseeing their temples and handing down laws. Central to the Sumerian legacy are the clay tablets inscribed with cuneiform writing, the oldest known written records on Earth. These tablets describe how the Anunnaki created humanity. According to the texts, humans were fashioned by mixing the blood of the gods with clay, designed as workers to serve the divine. At first, humanity was enslaved, but over time, knowledge was passed down. Agriculture, writing, metalwork, all were said to be gifts from the Anunnaki. To modern readers, this sounds less like myth and more like a narrative of genetic engineering, a deliberate act of creation by advanced beings who altered the course of human evolution. Among the Anunnaki, two figures dominate the stories, Enki and Enlil. Enki, the god of wisdom and water, was seen as a benefactor of humanity, teaching humans arts and sciences. Enlil, by contrast, was stern and authoritarian, enforcing the divine order. Their rivalry mirrors not just political conflict, but cosmic struggle. In some tablets, Enlil orders humanity's destruction when humans become too numerous and noisy. Enki, however, warns a chosen man, Atrahasis, of a coming flood, instructing him to build a great vessel to preserve life. Does this sound familiar? It is nearly identical to the biblical story of Noah, but it was written over 1,000 years earlier. Could the flood myths of the world trace back to the memory of a cataclysm witnessed by the Sumerians, one the Anunnaki themselves caused or predicted? Another mystery emerges in the tales of the Tablets of Destiny. These divine objects were said to grant ultimate power to the one who possessed them, control over fates, kingship, and even cosmic order. They were not symbolic scrolls, but physical objects, described as shining, inscribed, and capable of influencing reality itself. Could these tablets have been advanced devices, technologies left by the Anunnaki, misunderstood by ancient scribes? To the Sumerians, the Tablets of Destiny were the ultimate prize, fought over by gods and kings alike, their loss or gain determining the rise and fall of empires. The Epic of Gilgamesh, perhaps the most famous Mesopotamian text, adds yet another layer. Gilgamesh, a king of Uruk, seeks immortality by traveling beyond the known world to find the secrets of the gods. He encounters beings described as guardians, scorpion men who protect the way of the heavens, and journeys across waters of death. Though ultimately unsuccessful, his quest reveals a core belief. Immortality lay in the realm of the gods, the Anunnaki, who possessed knowledge and power beyond mortal reach. Was Gilgamesh's journey mythological, or was it an account of attempts to reach the dwelling place of extraterrestrial beings, perhaps even their spaceports? The Sumerians were also master astronomers. They charted the heavens with astonishing accuracy, identifying planets invisible to the naked eye, including Uranus and Neptune, knowledge supposedly impossible without telescopes. How did they know? One controversial interpretation comes from the scholar Zecharia Sitchin, who argued that the Sumerians knew of a 12th planet, Nibiru, home of the Anunnaki. According to Sitchin, the Anunnaki travel from this distant world in elliptical cycles, arriving on Earth to mine resources, particularly gold, which they use to repair their planet's atmosphere. While mainstream academia rejects Sitchin's theories, the fact remains, the Sumerians recorded astronomical knowledge far ahead of their time, knowledge they claimed was given by the gods. The flood story, the creation myth, the astronomy, and the Tablets of Destiny all share one thread. Humanity's fate was tied to beings who descended from the sky. The Sumerians did not describe their gods as distant abstractions, but as rulers who live among them in ziggurats, towering step temples that may have been more than symbolic mountains. Could these structures have served as platforms for communication with the heavens, or even as primitive attempts to replicate the landing sites of the Anunnaki? Critics argue that the Anunnaki are nothing more than deified ancestors, that the Sumerians projected human qualities onto the forces of nature. But this explanation falters against the detail and consistency of the accounts. These gods had physical forms, technologies, and agendas. They interacted directly with humanity, teaching and punishing. Their stories were not metaphors. They were histories, preserved in clay for future generations. Why invent such complex tales if they were merely symbolic? Why attribute the foundations of civilization to beings from the sky unless there was a memory of something real? And then there is the question of legacy. The myths of Sumer did not vanish with their civilization. They spread, evolving into the stories of Akkad, Babylon, and Assyria, and from there into the Bible and beyond. The tale of the flood became Noah's Ark. The rivalry of gods became the war of angels. The Tablets of Destiny became divine commandments. Even the very concept of kingship, descending from heaven, echoes through later cultures. Could it be that the stories of the Anunnaki were the seed from which all later religious and mythological traditions grew? The Sumerians force us to confront an uncomfortable possibility, that humanity's origins were not entirely natural, that we were shaped, guided, and perhaps even enslaved by beings from the stars. The clay tablets whisper a story of gods who were more than myth, of rulers who came from the heavens, created humanity, and left behind warnings in stone. If true, it means our history is not the story of isolated human genius, but of contact with beings whose influence still shapes us today. The sands of Mesopotamia still conceal secrets. Thousands of tablets remain untranslated, buried in ruins and museum vaults. What else might they reveal? Did the Anunnaki leave behind further warnings, encoded in myths we have yet to decipher? Were the tablets of destiny lost forever, or are they still hidden, waiting to be uncovered, a device that could rewrite not only history but the future of humanity? The Sumerian connection is perhaps the most explicit record of gods descending from the sky. Their myths do not whisper, they shout. They declare that our past is not what we believe, that beings from the heavens once ruled, and that they may yet return. The question is, when they do, will we recognize them as gods, as rulers, or as something else entirely? Myths. They are the lifeblood of ancient civilizations, whispered in fireside tales, carved into temple walls, and passed from one generation to the next. To modern minds, myths are stories, legends spun by the imagination of our ancestors to explain what they could not understand. Yet if we strip away our assumptions and look closer, a pattern begins to emerge. Myths across the world, separated by oceans, languages, and centuries, share common threads. They speak of gods descending from the sky, of battles waged among the heavens, of floods, warnings, and cataclysms. Could be that mythology is not mere fiction, but a coded history, a hidden language through which ancient people preserve their encounters with beings from beyond. In Greece, the Olympians rule from Mount Olympus, descending in radiant forms to intervene in human affairs. Zeus hurled bolts of lightning from the sky. Apollo rode a fiery chariot across the heavens. Athena delivered wisdom and law. To the Greeks, these were gods, immortal and powerful. But step back, and the descriptions echo the same motifs we find in Egypt, Mesopotamia, and India. Radiant beings, sky chariots, weapons of thunder, and gifts of knowledge. Was Mount Olympus not just a mountain, but a symbol for something far greater? An abode in the sky, a celestial base of operations for beings mistaken as gods? Cross the seas to the north, and we find Asgard, a realm of shining halls connected to Earth by the rainbow bridge Bifrost. The gods of Asgard, the Aesir, traveled down this bridge to interact with mortals, waging wars and shaping human destiny. Thor wielded a hammer that summoned thunder and lightning, a weapon described with energy that resonates with the imagery of advanced technology. Odin sacrifices Eye to gain cosmic knowledge. Once again, the parallels are undeniable. A celestial realm, sky-born beings with incredible power, advanced weapons, and constant promises of return. Could Asgard, like Olympus, be a cultural interpretation of an extraterrestrial stronghold, glimpsed through myth and memory? Even the far reaches of Polynesia carry echoes of this hidden language. In Hawaiian mythology, Cain and the other gods descended from the sky, teaching humanity agriculture and navigation. In Maori tradition, the Sky Father Ranginui and the Earth Mother Pachinuku were once locked together until their children separated them, creating the world as we know it. Sky, earth, descent, teaching. The same motifs appear again, woven into a vastly different cultural context. Were these isolated inventions or fragments of a shared truth? One of the most striking cross-cultural parallels is the flood myth. From Mesopotamia's Atrahasis and the biblical Noah to the Mayan Popol Vuh and Native American oral traditions, the story repeats. Humanity grows corrupt or noisy. The gods or sky beings grow angry. A cataclysmic flood wipes out civilization, and a chosen survivor is warned to build a vessel to preserve life. Why does this story appear in virtually every culture on Earth? Was it simply a shared memory of ancient floods, or was a real global event triggered or foreseen by beings who descended from the heavens? And why the warnings? Why did so many texts insist that divine beings intervened to preserve a remnant of humanity? The concept of heavenly battles is another recurring motif. The Hindu epics describe Devas and Asuras waging wars in the skies with flying craft and devastating weapons. The Greeks spoke of the Titanomachy, a war between gods and titans that reshaped the cosmos. The Norse foresaw Ragnarok, a fiery end-of-days battle fought with godly weapons that would destroy the world before it was renewed. The Maya spoke of conflicts between celestial lords, fought across the cycles of time. Again and again, the imagery is the same: battles among radiant beings, fought with weapons of unimaginable power, witnessed by humanity. Were these allegories of natural disasters, or cultural memories of wars between advanced extraterrestrial factions? Then there is the motif of the Shining Ones. In nearly every ancient tradition, the gods are described as radiant, luminous beings. The Sumerians called them the Anunnaki. The Egyptians depicted their gods with solar discs and radiant crowns. The Vedic texts describe devas glowing with brilliance. The Bible speaks of angels as beings of light. The Andean peoples remembered Viracocha as a tall, shining teacher. Why would cultures across the globe describe their gods in the same way? Could it be that what they witnessed were beings in radiant suits, perhaps technologies that glow with energy, interpreted by ancient eyes as divine light? Skeptics insist that these parallels exist because humans everywhere sought to explain the same natural phenomena: storms, floods, the stars. But this explanation falls short. If myths were merely primitive science, why do they describe specific technologies: chariots of fire, weapons of thunder, tablets of destiny, machines that fly? Why do they include consistent story arcs of descent, teaching, departure, and promised return? Why are the gods always tied to the stars, to celestial realms, to precise astronomical alignments? Coincidence cannot fully explain the uniformity. Something deeper is at work. One possibility is cultural diffusion. The idea that ancient peoples were more connected than we think, that myths spread from one region to another along trade routes. And while this may explain some overlaps, it cannot explain the universality. Cultures separated by entire oceans, with no known contact, preserve the same motifs: floods, sky beings, celestial teachers, battles of the gods. Either humanity has an uncanny tendency to invent the same stories, or these are fragments of a shared, global memory. Could it be that myths are not fiction, but encrypted history? That ancient peoples, unable to fully grasp the nature of their encounters with sky beings, preserve the memories in symbolic form, stories that were vivid enough to last millennia, yet hidden enough to escape the senses of time? If so, then decoding mythology is not about uncovering imagination, but about recovering a lost history of contact. The hidden language of myth is like a code, one that repeats the same words across cultures: descent, light, flood, war, teaching, return. And when decoded, the message is startling. It tells us that humanity was never alone. It tells us that across the world, our ancestors remembered encounters with beings who came from the stars. They encoded their experiences in myths, not to deceive, but to preserve. To leave us a trail, a series of echoes pointing to a reality too profound to fade. Perhaps the myths were never meant to be taken literally. Perhaps they were never meant to be dismissed as fantasy. Perhaps they were designed as both a way for civilizations to remember, across centuries of collapse and conquest, that the gods once descended from the sky, and that their messages still wait, hidden in the language of story, for us to rediscover. Throughout the myths and sacred texts of the ancient world, one theme emerges with chilling consistency: warnings of disaster. Again and again, the gods, those radiant beings said to have descended from the sky, foretold destruction, cataclysm, and the end of cycles. Were these merely metaphors for moral decline, allegories meant to instill fear and obedience? Or were they genuine warnings, passed down by beings who possessed knowledge of cosmic forces, natural cycles, and impending catastrophe? The most famous of these warnings, of course, is the flood. In Mesopotamia, the god Enki whispered to Atrahasis that the gods intended to wipe out humanity with a deluge, urging him to build a vessel to preserve life. In the Bible, Yahweh instructed Noah to do the same. In Mesoamerica, the Popol Vuh tells of floods that ended previous creations of mankind. Across the Pacific, Polynesian myths describe waves that consumed islands. In India, Manu was warned by a divine fish of an impending flood and built a boat to survive. The pattern is global. Catastrophe was foretold, a chosen survivor was warned, and humanity was given a second chance. If this was just a symbolic tale, why does it appear in every corner of the earth? And why do the gods always seem to know when disaster is coming? Beyond floods, ancient myths also speak of fire from the sky. In Egypt, The destruction of mankind myth tells of the goddess Sekhmet unleashing a fiery wrath upon humanity, scorching the land. In the Bible, Sodom and Gomorrah are destroyed by fire raining from the heavens. The Hopi tell of previous worlds ending in fire, each destruction followed by renewal. The Norse foresaw Ragnarok, when fire giants would engulf the world. Could these myths be memories of real celestial events, asteroid impacts, solar flares, or cosmic debris striking the Earth? Events that advanced beings, watching the skies, could predict long before they occurred? The Maya were obsessed with cycles of time, encoding vast calendars that track celestial alignments with uncanny precision. To them, the end of cycles was always marked by catastrophe, often tied to the heavens. Their 2012 calendar famously sparked modern speculation, but the truth is more complex. The Maya didn't predict the literal end of the world, but the end of an age, the close of a cycle marked by upheaval, chaos, and transformation. Where did they get this knowledge of cosmic timekeeping? Was it observation alone, or did their lords of the sky share with them warnings of celestial rhythms, patterns of destruction that repeat across ages? In the Vedic tradition, the concept of yugas, vast ages of time, also emphasized the cycles of rise and fall, golden eras followed by decline and destruction. At the end of a yuga, chaos erupts, the world collapses, and only after catastrophe does a new cycle begin. These patterns were not vague. They were mathematical, cosmic, tied to astronomical calculations. Were the rishis of ancient India simply philosophers, or were they preserving advanced knowledge about celestial cycles passed down from beings who understood the dangers written in the stars? The Hopi prophecies echo this theme with uncanny detail. They speak of multiple worlds, 3 destroyed before, 1 currently in progress, and 1 yet to come. Each world ended by catastrophe: fire, ice, flood. Their prophecies describe a return of the star people at the close of cycles, coming once again to warn humanity or reset the course of history. To the Hopi, these are not just stories. They are warnings carved into stone tablets and preserved in ritual. If these were inventions, why encode them with such urgency, as if humanity's very survival depended on remembering them? Modern science lends an eerie resonance to these ancient warnings. We now know that Earth has experienced multiple cataclysms in the past: asteroid impacts that wiped out species, volcanic eruptions that blanketed the skies, solar events that disrupted the planet's balance. Could the gods of myth have been beings with knowledge of these dangers, astronomers, perhaps extraterrestrial, who track celestial bodies and cycles far better than early humans could? If so, their warnings were not metaphors. They were survival instructions. Consider the Younger Dryas impact theory, a controversial but increasingly supported hypothesis that about 12,800 years ago, fragments of a massive comet struck the Earth, triggering floods, fires, and a rapid cooling that devastated early human civilizations. Ancient myths of floods and fire from the sky suddenly sound less like allegories and more like eyewitness accounts of this very event. Could it be that the gods, the sky beings, knew of this cosmic threat and warned survivors, ensuring humanity's memory of the disaster would endure in myth? The use of prophecy is another striking pattern. Civilizations didn't just describe past catastrophes. They foretold future ones. The return of Quetzalcoatl, the Hopi's return of the Star People, the Norse vision of Ragnarok, even biblical prophecies of apocalypse. These all suggest a cycle, a knowledge that destruction would come again. If these were just human inventions, why predict? Why insist that the gods would return at the close of cycles? Could it be that the beings who once descended from the sky knew the patterns of cosmic danger and encoded them in prophecy so that when the signs returned, humanity would remember? Skeptics argue that myths of catastrophe are simply universal human fears. Fear of storms, floods, fire, death. And while that may explain the existence of some myths, it does not explain precision with which many of these stories align with real scientific events. It does not explain the astronomical knowledge embedded in calendars, alignments, and cycles. It does not explain why the gods are always portrayed as knowing in advance. Humanity feared the unknown, but the myths describe beings who already knew the outcome. If the gods of ancient myths were indeed extraterrestrial visitors, their role as warners becomes clear. They were not simply teachers of agriculture and law. They were guardians of survival, passing down cosmic knowledge about the dangers Earth would face. Perhaps they intervened not out of kindness but out of necessity, ensuring the survival of their creation, their project, or their allies. Whatever their motive, their warnings shaped the myths, the prophecies, and the rituals of countless civilizations. The question for us today is stark. Were those warnings meant only for the past, or are they still relevant now? Have we entered another cycle, another age where catastrophe looms on the horizon? And if so, are the sky beings watching once more, preparing to return, just as the prophecies foretell? The ancient messages are clear. Disaster will come, the sky will bring fire and flood, and only those who heed the warnings will survive. Whether metaphor or history, allegory or encoded memory, the myths of cataclysm are not to be dismissed lightly. They are the echoes of voices from the sky, urging humanity to prepare, to remember, and perhaps to listen once more. Across the world, colossal monuments rise from the earth, silent, immovable, yet whispering stories that reach beyond the limits of time. For centuries, scholars viewed them as religious shrines, burial sites, or symbols of power. But a deeper look reveals something extraordinary. Many of these ancient structures are aligned, not with random directions, but with the stars. They seem less like temples of stone and more like messages written on the canvas of Earth itself, messages pointing us toward the heavens. Take Egypt's great pyramids of Giza. To most, they are simply tombs of pharaohs. But countless researchers have shown that their alignment is almost impossibly precise. The Great Pyramid is oriented to true north with an accuracy within fractions of a degree, an achievement modern surveyors still marvel at. Even more compelling, the three pyramids mirror the stars of Orion's belt. This cannot be coincidence. Why would a culture obsessed with death choose to mirror the stars in its greatest monuments? Unless the pyramids were not just tombs, but messages about a connection between Earth and Orion, a constellation long associated with the gods. Were these pyramids constructed as beacons, a kind of as above, so below signal to preserve the knowledge of humanity's link to the sky? Stonehenge in England tells a similar story. To the untrained eye, it is a ring of giant stones scattered across the Salisbury Plain. But to those who study its alignments, Stonehenge is an astronomical observatory. The stones frame solstices, equinoxes, and lunar cycles with breathtaking precision. On the summer solstice, the sun rises exactly over the heel stone, as if the builders intended to lock the heavens into their design. Why? Were they simply marking seasons for agriculture, or were they tracking cosmic cycles, aware that celestial rhythms held the key to survival? Some researchers suggest Stonehenge was used to predict eclipses, solar events, and perhaps even cosmic dangers. If so, its message is clear. Look to the skies. The answers are written there. Travel to South America, and the Nazca lines stretch across Peru's desert floor, massive geoglyphs only visible from above. Monkeys, hummingbirds, and spiders carve at a scale that defies reason. Why would a culture with no flying machines create such colossal images viewable only from the sky? Some believe the lines were ritual pathways, others that they were offerings to gods. But what are the astronomical alignments? Several Nazca lines point directly to solstice sunrises and star positions. Could the figures themselves be coded constellations, a way of communicating with the sky beings who, according to legend, descended from above? Were the Nazca sending messages upward, carving signals to those who watch from the heavens? At Teotihuacan in Mexico, the Avenue of the Dead stretches toward the Pyramid of the Sun and Pyramid of the Moon. Their placement is not random. Studies show the complex aligns with significant celestial events, particularly the Pleiades star cluster, another constellation tied to gods and creation myths around the world. Ancient Mexican traditions claim that the gods came from the stars, and that Teotihuacan was a place where gods gathered to bring forth the current age of the sun. Why align the city with Pleiades unless it was central to their origin story? Was Teotihuacan built as a monumental reminder of humanity's cosmic ancestry? Even in Cambodia, Angkor, what the world's largest religious monument, reveals cosmic alignment. Its towers mirror the constellation Draco at the time of its construction. The temple complex is not just a place of worship. It is a model of the heavens laid out on earth. The builders encoded astronomical cycles into the architecture, suggesting knowledge far beyond their era. Why would they invest such immense effort into celestial mapping, unless they sought to preserve a connection with the stars, perhaps one imparted by beings who descended from them? In the Americas, the ancestral Puebloans of Chaco Canyon built massive stone great houses aligned to lunar cycles. The sun dagger, petroglyph marks solstices and equinoxes with shafts of light. Here, in the desert of New Mexico, the sky was inscribed in stone. But why would prehistoric peoples dedicate such precision to tracking celestial rhythms? Some traditions say their ancestors were guided by star people. Could the alignments be less about farming and more about remembering those who taught them to look upward? What connects all of these sites is not just their grandeur, but their consistent message. Humanity must watch the skies. Whether pyramids, circles of stone, geoglyphs, or temples, the monuments are all oriented toward celestial events, aligned to constellations, and built to endure for millennia. They are timeless, as if the builders intended their message to outlast civilization's conquests and erosion of memory. These are not mere coincidences of architecture. They are deliberate markers, signposts pointing to the heavens. Skeptics insist that these alignments can be explained as agricultural aids. Farmers needed to know when to plant and harvest, so they built calendars into their monuments. While this is partially true, it cannot explain the scale, precision, and effort poured into these projects. If food was the only concern, why carve giant geoglyphs across miles of desert? Why orient an entire city to a star cluster? Why mirror constellations in stone? Agriculture does not require Orion's belt. Agriculture does not demand the Pleiades. Something greater was being encoded. If we consider the possibility that advanced beings descended from the skies, the monuments take on new meaning. They are not simply for humans. They are communications, a way of linking Earth to the home of the gods. The pyramids of Giza whisper, "We came from Orion," Teotihuacan declares. The gods gather here under the Pleiades. Stonehenge marks the cycles of time, as if saying, "Remember the rhythms of the sky." The Nazca lines shout upward, "We know you are watching." Each monument is a fragment of a global conversation between Earth and the stars. Perhaps these messages were not meant for us alone. Perhaps they were meant for the gods themselves, a way of marking Earth as a place of memory, a place to return to. When the gods left, the monuments became beacons, messages frozen in stone, awaiting their return. And perhaps, just perhaps, those who know how to read the alignments, the star maps, and the cycles will be the ones prepared for that return. The monuments endure because their message is timeless. Look to the stars. Watch the cycles. Remember where you came from. The gods descended from the sky, and they left markers in stone to ensure we never forget. The question is, will we finally decode their message before the next cycle of cataclysm arrives? There's a chapter of history that most textbooks refuse to touch, a shadow realm of discoveries hidden away, dismissed, or outright suppressed. This is a realm of forbidden archaeology, where artifacts, skeletons, and sites challenge everything we think we know about the human past. Mainstream scholars call them anomalies, curiosities, or hoaxes. But to those who look deeper, these discoveries point to something far more unsettling: evidence of contact with beings not of this world. Consider the mystery of the elongated skulls of Paracas, Peru. Unlike normal cranial deformation practices, where cultures intentionally shape skulls through binding, these skulls exhibit structural differences that cannot be explained by cultural modification. They possess larger cranial volumes, different suture patterns, and in some cases, only one parietal plate instead of two. Skeptics dismiss them as deformities or natural variation. Yet the locals spoke of their ancestors as the children of the sky. Were these skulls the remnants of hybrid beings, the offspring of unions between humans and gods who descended from above? Another suppressed puzzle lies in the discovery of giant skeletons across North America. From the late 1800s to the early 1900s, newspapers reported excavation after excavation of massive human-like remains, some reaching over 9 feet in height. These accounts, often linked to burial mounds of the ancient mound builders, describe skeletons with oversized jaws, double rows of teeth, and immense stature. Yet, these skeletons mysteriously disappeared, often into the custody of institutions like the Smithsonian. Officially, there is no evidence of such giants. But what if the suppression is intentional? What if acknowledging the existence of giants would force a rewriting of history, one that validates the legends in the Nephilim, the offspring of gods and mortals described in the book of Genesis? Artifacts also speak of forbidden truths. In Colombia, the so-called Quimbaya artifacts depict objects that resemble modern airplanes, complete with wings, stabilizers, and tail fins. Some argue they're stylized insects. Yet, when models of these artifacts were tested in wind tunnels, they demonstrated aerodynamic stability, something insects do not require. Were these objects merely symbolic, or were they replicas of flying craft witnessed by ancient people? If so, who were the pilots of these machines? The gods who descended from the sky? In Mexico, the caves of Acambaro yielded thousands of mysterious figurines, some depicting dinosaurs alongside humans, others showing beings with elongated heads, large eyes, and features uncannily similar to modern depictions of extraterrestrials. Mainstream archaeology dismisses them as forgeries, yet the sheer volume, over 30,000 pieces, defies easy dismissal. Why would a small community fabricate such a massive collection over decades with no profit or fame to gain? Could it be that these artifacts preserve memories of beings who walked among humans long before history books claim? Then there is the controversial case of the Baghdad Battery, an object dating back to around 200 BCE, consisting of a clay jar with a copper cylinder and iron rod. Many researchers believe it could function as a primitive battery, capable of producing electricity. Why would ancient Mesopotamians need electricity? Some propose it was used for electroplating jewelry. Others, more daring, suggested hints at a lost technology, perhaps knowledge passed down from the gods themselves. If beings from the sky brought advanced technology, would we not expect echoes of it in the archaeological record? Even in India, forbidden discoveries emerge. The texts themselves speak of Vimanas, flying machines described in stunning detail in the Vedic scriptures. But in 2015, Indian researchers claimed to have found ancient Sanskrit texts describing the science of aeronautics, propulsion systems, and metals unknown to modern science. While dismissed as pseudoscience, the question remains, why would ancient texts describe flying machines with such technical specificity? Could these be memories of technology once real, now suppressed under the label of myth? The suppression is not limited to artifacts. Entire sites raise questions. Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, built around 11,600 years ago, shatters the conventional timeline of civilization. Its massive carved pillars, arranged in astronomical alignments, appear thousands of years before the advent of agriculture or cities. Mainstream archaeology admits it rewrites history, but stops short of entertaining the possibility of outside influence. Yet the local myths speak of sky beings and gods of knowledge. Could Göbekli Tepe have been built under their guidance, a beacon to preserve cosmic wisdom after a global cataclysm? Why, then, are these discoveries so aggressively dismissed? Some argue it is academic inertia, scientists unwilling to rewrite their carefully constructed timelines. Others believe it is a matter of control. If humanity knew it was visited, taught, or altered by beings from the stars, the foundations of religion, science, and authority would crumble. To admit the existence of sky beings in our past would force a rethinking of human origins, rendering obsolete the narrative that we rose alone from the cradle of ignorance to civilization. The whispers of whistleblowers add fuel to the fire. Archaeologists who report anomalies often face ridicule, career destruction, or silence. Museum curators admit to locked storerooms filled with artifacts too controversial for display. Indigenous traditions claim their histories are ignored because they speak of star ancestors and sky teachers. The pattern is clear. Evidence that supports the mainstream narrative is celebrated, while evidence that suggests extraterrestrial contact is buried. But despite suppression, the artifacts continue to surface. Skulls that don't fit the mold. Cities older than civilization should allow. Symbols that mirror constellations with eerie precision. Tools and machines out of place in time. Each discovery adds another piece of puzzle, a puzzle pointing toward the undeniable possibility that our ancestors did not walk alone. Forbidden archaeology is not just about objects, it is about a struggle for truth, a struggle between those who cling to control and those who dare to see the bigger picture. The question remains, how many artifacts must be buried? How many sites must be censored before humanity realizes that the gods of sky left behind more than myths. They left evidence. And that evidence still lies in the ground, waiting for those willing to look. Perhaps the greatest irony is that the truth cannot be hidden forever. For every artifact suppressed, another is unearthed. For every site dismissed, another emerges from the sands. The weight of forbidden archaeology grows heavier with each discovery, and one day the vault will break open, and the truth that the gods descended from the sky and that traces of their presence remain all around us will be undeniable. When we think of ancient Egypt, images of golden tombs, colossal pyramids, and mysterious hieroglyphs fill our minds. Egypt is often called the land of the gods, and for good reason. Its monuments seem timeless. Its rituals echo with cosmic significance, and its mythology is saturated with references to beings who descended from the heavens. But hidden within the Valley of the Kings, in the temples of Luxor, and in the enigmatic inscriptions left on stone walls, lie clues that suggest something more. The presence of advanced technology, knowledge far beyond what a Bronze Age society should have possessed. The pharaohs were not merely rulers. They were seen as intermediaries between gods and men. But where did these gods come from? The texts speak of the Netjeru, the divine beings who brought order to chaos. Osiris descended to teach agriculture and law. Thoth imparted writing and mathematics. Isis taught medicine and magic. These were not vague, mystical figures. The Egyptians described them with startling clarity, often as radiant beings, sometimes part human, part animal, and always linked to the heavens. Could it be that the Netjeru were not mere myths, but beings with advanced knowledge, gods of technology who gifted humanity with the tools of civilization? The evidence is etched in stone. Inside the Temple of Hathor at Dendra, a curious relief depicts what appears to be a massive bulb connected to a tube and powered by a base resembling a generator. Mainstream scholars insist it is a symbolic lotus flower, representing creation and rebirth. But to many researchers, it looks uncannily like an electrical device. Could the Egyptians have harnessed electricity, guided by their gods? Did they preserve in stone the memory of a technology far ahead of its time? The so-called Baghdad Battery may hint that electricity was known in the ancient Near East, but in Egypt, the precision of the monuments themselves suggests more than simple tools. The Great Pyramid, for example, was not just aligned with Orion's belt. It was built with a precision of engineering still unmatched today. The joints of its stone blocks are so fine that not even a sheet of paper fits between them. Some researchers argue the pyramid was not a tomb at all, but machined, an energy generator that harnessed Earth's natural forces. If so, then Egypt's gods may not have been deities of myth, but beings of science and technology. Further south, in the Valley of the Kings, the tombs of the pharaohs reveal another layer of mystery. The walls are painted with astronomical maps, star charts, and depictions of celestial boats sailing across the heavens. The Book of the Dead and the Amduet describe the soul's journey to the stars after death, guided by Ra's solar bark. Were these purely symbolic visions of the afterlife, or records of celestial travel, preserved in language the ancients could understand? Some passages describe stargates, portals, and fiery serpents that carry the soul across the cosmos. The parallels to modern descriptions of space travel and wormholes are haunting. And then there are the tools, or the absence of them. How were the massive obelisks carved and transported? How were granite blocks weighing hundreds of tons cut with such precision as if sliced by machines? In the unfinished obelisk at Aswan, the tool marks suggest drilling and cutting methods that should have been impossible for the time. Did the Egyptians inherit or witness advanced technologies, preserved as myths of divine gifts? Were their gods not wielders of magic, but of machines? Even the symbolism of Egyptian art reveals hidden technological motifs. The Ankh, often described as a symbol of life, resembles a key, or perhaps a device, held by gods as if it were a tool. The scepter, carried by divine beings, looks less like a staff and more like an antenna, its forked tip hinting at energy manipulation. The Djed pillar, symbol of stability, bears an uncanny resemblance to a coil or insulator. Were these truly just symbols or depictions of devices used by the gods of Egypt? Skeptics argue these are fanciful interpretations, but the consistency of Egypt's cosmic imagery raises questions. The gods are always tied to the stars. The temples are always aligned to solstices, equinoxes, and stellar events. The pyramids are constructed with mathematical constants that modern engineers recognize instantly: pi, phi, and the speed of light encoded in measurements. How could a Bronze Age civilization achieve such precision unless they were taught or shown by beings with far greater knowledge? One of the most provocative texts in Egyptian mythology is the Palermo Stone, which lists dynasties of rulers extending far before the pharaohs. It speaks of the Shemsahor, the followers of Horus, who reigned for thousands of years before the first human kings. Who were these mysterious rulers? Were they the gods themselves, beings who descended from the sky and established rule over the Nile Valley before humanity took the throne? If true, then Egypt's entire history is not just about humans worshiping gods. It is about humans inheriting a kingdom once ruled by them. The suppression of these possibilities is striking. Egyptology clings to the narrative that the pyramids were tombs, that the gods were metaphors, that the symbols were abstractions. Yet no mummy has ever been found in the Great Pyramid. The engineering surpasses what simple tombs would require. The myths are too consistent, too precise in their cosmic connections. The question is not whether Egypt had gods, but whether those gods were, in fact, visitors from the stars. Imagine standing in the Valley of the Kings at night, the stars burning overhead, the tomb walls whispering of celestial voyages, and the monuments aligned with Orion, Sirius, and the Milky Way. The ancients did not see a separation between earth and sky. For them, the gods had descended from the heavens, and their presence was encoded into every stone, every symbol, every ritual. Egypt was more than a civilization. It was a message, a living museum of the gods' technology, preserved for thousands of years. Perhaps this is why Egypt continues to fascinate us. Its monuments are not just ruins. They are puzzles waiting to be decoded. And the key may lie not in treating the myths as fantasy, but in reading them as history. The gods of Egypt may not have been imaginary at all. They may have been beings of flesh, light, and technology, beings who descended from the sky, shaped a civilization, and left behind messages in stone for us to uncover. The Valley of the Kings is more than a burial ground. It is a library of hidden truths, written not in books, but in symbols, myths, and alignments. And the deeper we dig, the clearer the message becomes. Egypt was touched by the gods, not metaphorical gods, but beings whose technology still baffles us today. If there is one ancient civilization that stands out as the birthplace of forbidden history, it is Sumer, the land between the Tigris and Euphrates, the cradle of what mainstream archaeology calls a first civilization. Around 5,000 years ago, the Sumerians suddenly emerged with writing, mathematics, astronomy, agriculture, law, and complex city-states. Their advancements seem to appear overnight, without the long, gradual development historians expect. But the Sumerians themselves did not claim these achievements as their own invention. They said they were taught by the gods, beings called the Anunnaki, who descended from the heavens. The word Anunnaki means those who came from heaven to earth. According to Sumerian texts, they were not abstract deities, but flesh and blood beings who lived, ruled, and interacted with humanity. They were said to descend in flying craft, glowing with brilliance, landing on ziggurats, stepped temples that acted as both religious and cosmic platforms. The Sumerians recorded their names, their family feuds, their laws, and their roles in shaping humanity itself. If this was mere mythology, it was written with startling precision in cuneiform tablets that still survive today. The most shocking claim of the Sumerian texts is that the Anunnaki created humanity. In the Epic of Atrahasis, the gods complain of hard labor and decide to fashion a worker to bear their burdens. They mix clay with the blood of a god and bring forth mankind. To modern ears, this sounds like genetic engineering, an advanced process of creating a hybrid species designed to serve. The biblical echo is clear. In Genesis, man is formed from the dust of the ground. Could both accounts point to the same event, described from different cultural lenses? Did humanity emerge not from natural evolution alone, but from intervention by beings who descended from the sky? The Anunnaki were not united in purpose. The texts describe rivalries among them, conflict between Enlil, the stern commander, and Enki, the god of wisdom and creation. Enlil sought to control and limit humanity, while Enki often acted as humanity's protector, teaching skills and warning of disasters. This conflict culminates in the story of the flood, where Enlil decides to wipe out mankind, but Enki secretly warns Atrahasis to build a vessel. Once again, the parallels to the story of Noah are undeniable. Were these rivalries simply myths reflecting human struggles, or were they records of real extraterrestrial factions? Debating humanity's fate, the Anunnaki were also obsessed with the stars. Their cities and temples aligned with constellations, particularly Orion and the Pleiades. Their texts speak of Nibiru, a planet of the crossing, associated with the Anunnaki's origin. Scholars dismiss Nibiru as symbolic or mistranslated, but the Sumerians describe its orbit in ways that suggest advanced astronomical knowledge. How did a culture 5,000 years ago know details about planetary motion or the existence of bodies unseen by the naked eye? Were they taught by beings who had traveled among those very stars? Artifacts strengthen the mystery. Cylinder seals from Sumer depict figures in winged suits, standing beside what appear to be rockets or craft with flames beneath them. One seal even shows a solar system with the sun at the center and planets arranged around it, including one beyond Pluto that modern astronomy only recently confirmed. How could the Sumerians, without telescopes, know this? Was it simply coincidence, or knowledge imparted by their sky gods? The Sumerian king list adds another layer of intrigue. This ancient document records rulers stretching back tens of thousands of years, some reigning for impossibly long spans, thousands of years each. Mainstream scholars insist these are symbolic numbers. But what if they're literal? Were these rulers not human at all, but Anunnaki overlords whose lifespans dwarfed ours? If true, then the kingships of Sumer were not merely human inventions, but legacies of celestial rule. The legacy of the Anunnaki did not end with Sumer. Their influence spread to Akkad, Babylon, and Assyria. The god Marduk, identified with Jupiter, rose to prominence, and stories of celestial battles were reinterpreted through new empires. Even the Hebrew Bible echoes these tales. The Nephilim, the sons of God, who took daughters of men, mirror the Sumerian story of divine beings creating hybrid offspring. The Tower of Babel reflects ziggurats reaching to the heavens. The flood narrative repeats almost word for word. Could it be that the biblical tradition is not separate, but a continuation of the Anunnaki legacy? Skeptics argue that the Anunnaki are metaphors for natural forces or personifications of kings. But this explanation fails to address the technological imagery, the detailed astronomical knowledge, and the startling parallels with other global myths. How do we explain the sudden leap in Sumerian civilization? How do we explain their claims that they were taught, not inventors? How do we explain their precision in describing planets, or their obsession with beings descending from the sky? The possibility remains that the Sumerians were not lying. They may have been recording history as they understood it. History of real beings who came down, ruled, fought, and shaped mankind. If so, the Anunnaki were not simply gods of myth, but extraterrestrial visitors whose influence still echoes through our religions, our symbols, and our very DNA. And if the Anunnaki left, as the text suggests, promising to return after long cycles, then the question for us is unavoidable. Are we waiting for their return now? Have the prophecies of celestial gods descending once again been preserved across cultures for this very reason? If humanity was shaped once by their presence, what will happen when they come back? The Sumerian connection is not just about the past. It is about the foundations of our very existence. The first civilization on Earth did not claim credit for its brilliance. It gave credit to the Anunnaki. And if their story is true, then the gods who descended from the sky did more than shape a culture. They shaped humanity itself. Throughout history, whispers of lost civilizations have haunted humanity's imagination. Legends tell of mighty kingdoms swallowed by the sea, lands of unparalleled wisdom and technology that vanished in a single cataclysm. To most scholars, these are nothing more than myths, symbolic stories invented to explain natural disasters or to inspire cautionary tales. Yet, when viewed through the lens of ancient alien theory, these myths transform into tantalizing clues. Could the stories of Atlantis, Lemuria, and other lost worlds be memories of civilizations touched or even ruled by sky gods? The most famous of these is, of course, Atlantis. The Greek philosopher Plato described it in vivid detail, a sprawling island empire beyond the Pillars of Hercules, flourishing with advanced knowledge and magnificent architecture. Atlantis, he said, was blessed with incredible power but fell to corruption, and in a single night of fire and flood, it was destroyed. To mainstream archaeology, Atlantis is simply a philosophical allegory. But to alternative researchers, it is a memory of a real place, perhaps even a global civilization that predated Sumer and Egypt. The question remains, how could Plato, writing in 360 BCE, describe a lost world with such precision unless he was drawing on older, preserved accounts? Evidence for Atlantis is scattered but persistent. Ancient maps, like the Pyre Reis map, show coastlines of Antarctica long before they were known. Structures beneath the waters near Bimini, Yonaguni, and the Azores suggest sunken cities. Megaliths from South America to the Mediterranean hint at a shared architectural style, as if remnants of a global culture. Could Atlantis have been the central hub of a civilization that spanned oceans, guided by beings who descended from the sky? If so, its destruction may not have been natural at all, but the result of cosmic conflict, wars among gods that human myths preserve as battles of thunder and fire. Beyond Atlantis lies another mystery, Lemuria, a vast continent said to have existed in the Pacific or Indian Ocean. Unlike Atlantis, which comes from Greek tradition, Lemuria emerged from 19th century theories and the myths of Southeast Asia and Polynesia. Yet, ancient Indian texts like the Tamil Sangam literature speak of Kumari Kandam, a sunken land where great sages once lived. The traditions of Madagascar and the Pacific Islands also speak of ancestral homelands swallowed by the sea. Were these stories all coincidence, or fragments of memory from a civilization erased by tectonic shifts and rising waters at the end of the last ice age? What unites the legends of Atlantis and Lemuria is their association with higher beings. In Atlantis, the rulers were said to be descendants of Poseidon, a god who took mortal women and fathered divine bloodlines. In Lemuria, myths speak of celestial teachers, beings of light who instructed humans in agriculture, astronomy, and spirituality. Across the Pacific, in Polynesia and Hawaii, stories abound of sky gods descending in canoes of light, teaching navigation and laws. Again and again, the same pattern emerges. Lost lands ruled by divine visitors, destroyed in cataclysm, leaving only scattered survivors to carry fragments of their knowledge forward. Could these myths preserve the memory of extraterrestrial intervention in prehistory? If the Anunnaki shaped Sumer and the Netjeru guided Egypt, perhaps Atlantis and Lemuria were other branches of the same intervention. Colonies of sky gods spread across the globe. When global cataclysm struck, their civilizations fell, but their legacy lived on in the stories of survivors who spread across continents. This might explain why ancient cultures, separated by oceans, share uncanny similarities in myth, architecture, and symbolism. Consider the megalithic architecture. The precision of the pyramids in Egypt echoes in the step pyramids of Mesoamerica and the stone platforms of Polynesia. The massive blocks of Baalbek in Lebanon mirror the gigantic stones of Sacsayhuaman in Peru. The same astronomical alignments appear again and again. Orion, the Pleiades, Sirius. How did civilizations, supposedly isolated from one another, construct in the same style, worship the same stars, and honor gods who descended from the sky? Perhaps the answer is not cultural coincidence, but a shared origin, a mother civilization, guided by sky gods, whose survivors spread across the earth after its destruction. The cataclysm itself is another clue. Myths of floods, fires, and falling skies are found everywhere. The Bible's flood story, the Epic of Gilgamesh, and the Sumerian Atrahasis all echo the destruction of Atlantis. Indigenous tribes in the Americas recall fiery serpents streaking across the heavens and waters rising to drown the world. Scientists now speak of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, a comet or asteroid strike around 12,000 years ago that caused sudden flooding, massive fires, and the extinction of countless species. If this event coincides with the destruction of Atlantis and Lemuria, then these myths are not allegories but eyewitness accounts of a global disaster. And if the sky god were present, perhaps the catastrophe was part of their story too. Some researchers suggest these lost civilizations were centers of advanced technology. Atlantis is often described as having power drawn from crystals energy beams, or machines that harnessed Earth's natural forces. Lemurian myths speak of temples of light and cities that shimmered like stars. Could these be poetic descriptions of technologies now lost to us? Energy systems far more advanced than our own? If these civilizations were guided by extraterrestrial beings, their downfall might not only have been natural, but the result of human misuse of God-given technologies. In other words, the destruction of Atlantis may have been a warning, echoed in countless myths about the dangers of abusing knowledge given from the sky. The survivors of these cataclysms are just as important as the civilizations themselves. Plato said that Egyptian priests preserved the memory of Atlantis. Legends say survivors spread across the globe, seeding new cultures. In Mesoamerica, the god Quetzalcoatl arrived after a great flood, teaching laws and agriculture. In Polynesia, sky visitors guided navigators after their homeland was lost. In India, sages carried forward the wisdom of drowned lands. Everywhere we look, the same story repeats: destruction, survival, and the arrival of gods who brought knowledge. If Atlantis and Lemuria were real, their legacy may be hidden in plain sight, in myths, monuments, and symbols that connect the dots across time and space. And if their gods were not mythical beings but extraterrestrial visitors, then these lost civilizations were more than just human achievements. They were colonies of the gods, erased by cataclysm, yet leaving echoes that still shape our world today. The question that remains is this: were these lost lands merely victims of natural disasters, or was their destruction part of a larger cosmic cycle, a cycle in which gods descend, civilizations rise, knowledge spreads, and then catastrophe wipes the slate clean? If so, humanity today may be living on borrowed time, in the next chapter a cycle far older than we realize. Among the most controversial and haunting accounts in all ancient texts is the story of the Watchers and the Nephilim, preserved most vividly in the Book of Enoch, a text banned from the biblical canon, locked away for centuries and labeled too dangerous for common eyes. Yet its contents are staggering, offering forbidden history that bridges heaven and earth. It speaks not of abstract spirits, but of beings who descended from the sky, mingled with humanity, and changed the fate of our species forever. The Book of Enoch describes a group of 200 angels, called the Watchers, who descended onto Mount Hermon. These beings were supposed to guide humanity to watch over us. But instead, they broke a divine law. They took human wives. They saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took on themselves wives of all they chose. From this union came the Nephilim, giants, monstrous hybrids, part human, part divine. They were mighty, feared, and destructive, consuming all the earth could provide. This story is echoed in Genesis 6. The sons of God saw the daughters of men, and they bore them children, the mighty men of old, the men of renown. But the Book of Enoch expands the tale, giving names to the leaders of the Watchers, Samayaza, Azazel, and others, beings who not only created the Nephilim but also taught forbidden knowledge. Azazel, in particular, is said to have introduced humanity to the secrets of weaponry, cosmetics, metallurgy, and enchantments, gifts that accelerated human development but also corrupted it. Was this truly sin, or was it technology? Were these Watchers actually extraterrestrial beings who interbred with humanity and altered our genetic destiny? The idea of bloodlines born of gods and humans is not unique to Hebrew tradition. In Greek mythology, demigods like Hercules were born of divine fathers and mortal mothers. In Mesopotamia, the Anunnaki mingle with humanity, producing rulers of great renown. Across the world, we find legends of giants, whether the Titans of Greece, the Devas and Asuras of India, or the Quinametsan giant of Aztec lore. Could all these stories be fragments of one truth, the global memory of hybrid beings, offspring of sky gods and humans, who once walked the earth? Archaeological hints seem to support this forbidden tale. Legends of giant skeletons abound, from Native American accounts of massive bones found in mounds, to reports from the 19th century of giant remains unearthed across the United States. Mainstream science dismisses these as hoaxes or exaggerations. But why do so many cultures preserve myths of giants, often with consistent details? Immense stature, great strength, insatiable hunger, and catastrophic downfall. Is it possible that the Nephilim were real, and that traces of them remain buried beneath the earth, suppressed or hidden from public knowledge. The fate of the Nephilim is central to the narrative. The Book of Enoch tells us that their violence and corruption grew so great that the earth cried out for relief. The Creator decreed a flood to cleanse the world, erasing the hybrids and punishing the watchers. The archangels Michael, Raphael, and Gabriel descended to bind the rebellious ones, casting them into pits of darkness until the day of judgment. But the text also hints that the spirits of the Nephilim, once their bodies perished, remained as wandering entities, evil spirits that still influence the world today. Could this be the origin of the concept of demons? Not fallen angels themselves, but the restless souls of hybrid giants, doomed to roam without bodies? The parallels with other traditions are striking. In Mesopotamia, the flood was sent to wipe out the corrupted humanity created by the Anunnaki. In Greek myth, Zeus unleashed a flood to destroy the Silver Age of men, who had become violent and impious. In Hindu lore, Vishnu warned Manu of an impending deluge that would erase a corrupt humanity. Again and again, the same motif appears: gods, corruption, hybrids, and floods. If these are not coincidences, then perhaps they preserve a shared memory of a real event, when beings from the sky interbred with humans, creating a forbidden bloodline, and were punished by a global catastrophe. What makes the Watchers and the Nephilim so compelling is not just the ancient myth, but its implications for humanity today. If beings once altered our genetics, does that mean traces of their influence remain in us? Some researchers suggest that certain royal families, bloodlines of kings and rulers, may trace their heritage back to these ancient unions. The divine right of kings, the claim that rulers descend from gods, may not be symbolic but literal. Could it be that the elites of history, and perhaps even of today, are guardians of a hidden lineage stretching back to the Watchers? Modern genetics adds fuel to this fire. Strange anomalies in human DNA, such as junk DNA or mysterious insertions not found in other primates, could be remnants of ancient tampering. If the Watchers were flesh and blood beings capable of reproduction with humans, then our species is not purely earthborn. We may be a hybrid creation, carrying in ourselves a legacy of forbidden unions. And if so, the question arises, are we destined to repeat the past? Are the sky gods destined to return, seeking once again to mingle with humanity? The suppression of the Book of Enoch is itself suspicious. Why was this text, revered in early Christianity and preserved by Ethiopian tradition, banned from the canon? Why were its revelations hidden, labeled heresy? Perhaps because it tells too much. It pulls back the veil, suggesting that the gods were not allegories but real beings, and that humanity's history is far stranger than we are allowed to believe. If the Watchers and the Nephilim are real, then our religions, our myths, and even our bloodlines must be reinterpreted, not as symbols, but as a record of extraterrestrial contact. Imagine the world before the flood. Hybrid giants walking among men, their appetites and powers overwhelming human societies, their knowledge accelerating technology and warfare, their very existence a threat to Earth itself. Imagine the terror of the ancients, crying out to the heavens as they saw their world consumed. And then imagine a flood, not just a punishment, but a desperate reset, wiping clean a world corrupted by sky gods and their offspring. Humanity was spared, but changed forever. We became survivors of forbidden history, carriers of hybrid blood, haunted by the memory of beings who should never have descended. The story of the Watchers and the Nephilim is not merely about the past. It is a warning. It tells us that the descent of gods in the sky is not always salvation. It can be temptation, corruption, and destruction. And if the cycle of history repeats, as so many ancient myths suggest, then perhaps the next descent is already at hand. Will humanity be ready? Or will we once again be seduced by forbidden knowledge and the promise of becoming more than human? When we turn our gaze to the ancient texts of India, we find one of the richest repositories of cosmic stories, epic battles, and technological wonders in all of human history. The Vedas, the Mahabharata, and the Ramayana are not only spiritual scriptures, but also historical chronicles filled with startling details that defy conventional explanation. Buried in their verses are descriptions of weapons of unimaginable power, machines that traverse the skies, and wars that sound less like myth and more like science fiction. Among the most mysterious of these accounts are the Vimanas, the flying chariots of the gods. The word Vimana translates loosely to measuring out or palace, but in the ancient texts, it takes on a much more striking meaning: flying vehicles that carry gods and heroes across the heavens and the earth. The Mahabharata describes them as chariots that shine like the sun, capable of moving in any direction, ascending and descending at will. The Ramayana speaks of Ravana, the demon king of Lanka, who commanded a magnificent Vimana called the Pushpika, a flying palace that could transport armies through the sky. These were not vague poetic images. They were described in mechanical detail, as if the authors were attempting to capture in words what they saw: machines of incredible sophistication, far beyond the capacity of the ancient world. The texts go further, describing how these Vimanas operated. Some were said to be powered by a mysterious force, often interpreted as mercury engines. In the Samarangana Sutradhara, a Sanskrit treatise on architecture and technology, there are passages that explain the construction of flying machines with mercury and iron. Strong and durable must the body of the Vimana be made. It reads, "Inside, one must put the mercury engine with its iron heating apparatus underneath." These are not vague allegories. They are instructions. How could a text dating back 1,000 years or more describe propulsion systems, long before modern engineering? Even more astonishing are the weapons associated with these machines. The Mahabharata describes a weapon called the Brahmastra, a single projectile that could destroy entire cities, unleashing heat and fire comparable to the sun itself. When it was discharged, the universe seemed to blaze, the sky roared, the earth trembled. The descriptions eerily resemble nuclear explosions. The flash of light, the firestorm, the radiation sickness suffered by survivors. Could be that the wars of the Mahabharata and Ramayana were not allegorical, but real conflicts fought with advanced technology, possibly given or left by beings who descended from the sky. Some researchers suggest these stories may reflect ancient memories of alien intervention. If Vimanas were indeed flying craft, then the gods of India may have been extraterrestrial visitors, using technology mistaken for divinity. Their palaces in the sky, their weapons of mass destruction, and their cosmic wars may not have been myths at all, but eyewitness accounts of interstellar conflict playing out on Earth. Could the gods of Hindu epics be the same as the sky beings of Sumer, Egypt, and Mesoamerica, remembered in different cultural languages? The locations described in these texts also raise questions. Lanka, the island kingdom of Ravana, has been linked by some to Sri Lanka, where ancient ruins and unexplained megaliths still stand. Dwarka, the city of Krishna, is said to have been swallowed by the sea after a great war. Off the coast of modern Gujarat, underwater ruins have been discovered, suggesting vast urban centers existed thousands of years before conventional history allows. Could these be remnants of the civilizations destroyed in the Vimana Wars? Even today, strange sites in India remain shrouded in mystery. In Rajasthan, at a place called Jodhpur, there are reports of ancient radioactive ash spread across a 3-square-mile area. Scientists investigating the site in the 20th century found levels of radiation so high that people living nearby suffered birth defects and illnesses similar to those of Hiroshima survivors. The dating of the site places it thousands of years ago, far earlier than modern nuclear technology. Could this be physical evidence of the Brahmastra weapon described in the Mahabharata? If so, then the Indian epics are not merely stories, but accounts of advanced warfare on Earth in prehistory. The spiritual dimension of these texts should not be overlooked. While the Vimanas and weapons are described in mechanical terms, they are also woven into a cosmic struggle between dharma, order, and adharma, chaos. The gods and heroes are not just wielders of technology, but embodiments of higher principles. This blending of the technological and the spiritual may reflect how ancient people perceive beings of superior intelligence and capability. What we would call aliens today, they call devas or asuras, divine or demonic forces who shaped human destiny. But the tantalizing question remains: where did this knowledge come from? Could a civilization thousands of years ago truly invent and use such machines? Or were they the legacy of a far older, forgotten age, perhaps even survivors of Atlantis or Lemuria? Alternatively, were the Vimanas gifts or remnants from extraterrestrial visitors who came to Earth, fought their wars, and left traces in the midst of India? The recurring theme of sky gods, descending in luminous craft, aligns perfectly with global traditions, suggesting a shared truth beneath cultural differences. Mainstream scholars dismiss these interpretations as fantasy, arguing that the texts are symbolic metaphors for spiritual truths. Yet the level of detail is difficult to ignore. When an ancient manuscript speaks of engines, metals, and propulsion, when it describes weapons leaving survivors' hair and nails falling out, when it locates ruins beneath the sea that match ancient descriptions, how long can we continue to call it myth? Imagine the awe of those who witnessed such machines in the skies, gleaming palaces descending on pillars of fire, gods emerging in radiant form, battles raging with weapons that lit up the heavens. To those ancient eyes, these were not aircraft or nuclear bombs. They were divine miracles, encoded into Scripture with reverence and fear. But to us, reading with modern understanding, they may reveal a lost chapter of history, a time when gods walked among men and their technology shook the earth. The Vimana mysteries of India remind us that mythology is often more than imagination. It may be memory, a record of encounters with beings who came from beyond, leaving their machines, their wars, and their wisdom etched into the epics. And if the sky gods once ruled here, flying their Vimanas across the heavens of ancient India, then their story is not over. For the texts also speak of cycles, of the return of ages, of the reappearance of the gods. The question we must ask is simple yet profound. Are the Vimanas gone forever, or will they descend again when the cycle completes? Across the arid plains of southern Peru, a mystery stretches across the desert floor, one so vast it can only be seen from the sky. Etched into the landscape are hundreds of geoglyphs known as the Nazca lines, massive designs of animals, plants, and geometric shapes carved into the earth more than 1,500 years ago. Some figures stretch hundreds of feet, depicting spiders, hummingbirds, monkeys, and even what looks like a humanoid with a large head and staring eyes. Yet the most perplexing shapes are not the animals, but the immense straight lines, kilometers long, running perfectly parallel, crossing each other like the markings of a colossal runway. The Nazca people created these lines between 500 BCE and 500 CE, scraping away the red pebbles of the desert surface to reveal the lighter earth beneath. Incredibly, the arid climate has preserved them for centuries. But why? What purpose do they serve? Mainstream archaeologists argue that they were ritualistic pathways, used in ceremonies to honor sky deities, or perhaps markers aligned with astronomical events. Yet the sheer scale of the lines and the fact that they can only be fully appreciated from above forces us to consider another possibility. Were these lines messages or even landing strips for beings who descended from the heavens? Eric von Daniken, one of the pioneers of ancient astronaut theory, popularized the idea that the Nazca lines were created as runways for extraterrestrial craft. To skeptics, this seems absurd. They argue the desert soil is too soft to support heavy vehicles, and no signs of advanced technology have been found nearby. But what if the craft were not conventional airplanes, but anti-gravity or energy-based vehicles? If the Nazca people were interacting with sky beings, would they not have built giant markers, visible from the heavens, to guide their descent? Some of the geometric figures reinforce this theory. There are trapezoids, vast rectangles, and perfectly straight lines stretching over uneven terrain, as if carved with surveying tools far beyond the Nazca's capacity. One line runs straight for nearly 20 kilometers without deviation, something even modern engineers would struggle to achieve without advanced instruments. Were these simply ceremonial paths, or precision guides meant to be seen from high altitudes? The animal figures add another layer of intrigue. Why these specific creatures? The hummingbird, the condor, the spider, the monkey, all hold symbolic meaning, yes, but they also mirror constellations. The Nazca may have been mapping the heavens onto the earth, creating a cosmic runway for the gods. If the gods descended from the sky, aligning their craft with constellations, then perhaps the lines were not just symbols. They were landing markers, guiding celestial visitors to Earth. Local legends strengthen the mystery. The Nazca people, like many ancient cultures, worship sky beings. Their rituals involved offerings to the heavens, pleading for rain and fertility. Some depictions show figures wearing strange headdresses, resembling helmets. The myth of Viracocha, the great civilizing god who came from across the sea, tall, bearded, and radiant, lingers in Andean culture. Could the lines have been drawn to honor him and his celestial companions? to summon their return, or to mark a location where they once descended. Satellite imagery has revealed even more geoglyphs, hidden beneath layers of desert dust. Many are abstract, resembling circuits or schematics more than animals. Some appear as spirals, grids, or pathways that suddenly stop at mountainsides. One theory suggests that entire mountaintops were deliberately flattened, creating massive artificial plateaus. But for what purpose? Could these have served as staging areas for landings? From the air, they look eerily like runways, silent witnesses to encounters long forgotten. Critics argue the lines were made for religious purposes, visible to gods in the sky, not for spacecraft. But this only deepens the enigma. If the gods needed to look down from above to see these designs, then who were these gods? Were they simply divine abstractions, or were they actual beings flying overhead, looking down upon the Nazca Plain? The people would not need to make ground drawings if their gods never descended from the heavens. Even stranger is a humanoid geoglyph, nicknamed the astronaut. Perched on a hillside, it depicts a figure with a large round head, bulging eyes, and an upraised hand, as if waving to those above. Mainstream archaeologists say it's a shaman, but to many, it looks like a being in a helmet, carved by people who saw something or someone not of this world. Why else create such an image, so prominently visible from above, unless they were recording a real encounter? The Nazca mystery does not stand alone. Across the world, other ancient cultures created massive earthworks and geoglyphs visible only from the sky. The Uffington White Horse in England, the Sahama Lines in Bolivia, the Serpent Mound in Ohio, all suggest a global pattern of creating messages to the heavens. Were these independent developments or remnants of shared global knowledge, inspired by visitors from the stars? What makes the Nazca Lines particularly compelling is their context. This was a desert culture with no written language, no wheels, and simple tools. Yet they devoted extraordinary effort to etching messages into the earth, messages that can only be fully appreciated from hundreds of feet above. Why invest so much into something their own people could never see? Unless, of course, the intended audience was not human. Today, the Nazca Lines continue to baffle scientists. Researchers have tried to reconstruct their purpose using drones, GPS, and astronomy. Some align with solstices and equinoxes, others with water sources, but none of these explanations account for the sheer scale and diversity of the figures. The mystery remains. Were these sacred pathways for rituals, or did they serve a far greater purpose? Signposts for God descending from the sky? Imagine standing on the Nazca Plain centuries ago, watching the sun blaze over the horizon, the lines beneath your feet stretching endlessly across the desert. Now imagine looking up to see shining craft descending, guided by the very markings you or your ancestors carved. To the Nazca, these beings were gods. To us, they may be visitors from another world. And if they came once, what message would a Nazca trying to leave for them, or for us, etched into the earth, preserved for millennia? The Nazca Lines are more than art. They are an unsolved puzzle, a whisper from the past that speaks of sky gods, of encounters with the unknown, of civilizations reaching upward to connect with beings beyond Earth. And as long as the desert preserved them, they remain a map, perhaps even an invitation, awaiting the return of those who first looked down upon them from the heavens. High in the misty Andes of Peru, perched between jagged mountain peaks, lies one of the most enigmatic sites on Earth, Machu Picchu. Often called the lost city of the Incas, this breathtaking citadel has captivated explorers, archaeologists, and seekers of mysteries for more than a century. Officially, it is described as a royal estate built in the 15th century by the Inca Emperor Pachacuti, a place of retreat, ceremony, and power. Yet, when one examines the stones, the alignments, and the legends that surround this mountaintop sanctuary, another story emerges, one that suggests Machu Picchu was more than just a royal hideaway. To some, it was a portal, a stargate, a point of contact between the heavens and the earth. The construction of Machu Picchu alone defies explanation. Many of its walls are made of massive granite blocks, cut and fitted with astonishing precision. The stones are irregularly shaped, yet they lock together like pieces of a three-dimensional puzzle, so tightly that not even a razor blade can pass between them. This technique, known as polygonal masonry, is found at other Inca and pre-Inca sites throughout the Andes. Ollantaytambo, Sacsayhuaman, and Cusco itself. How were these stones carved with such accuracy using only bronze or stone tools, as the official story claims? The granite is incredibly hard, far beyond the capacity of primitive instruments. Were the Inca inheritors of an older, more advanced knowledge? Legends among the Andean people tell of the Viracochas, tall, bearded gods who came from the sky, bringing civilization, agriculture, and architecture. Could these sky beings have been responsible for the knowledge of stone cutting and megalithic engineering? At Machu Picchu, the precision and scale suggest not only advanced technology, but also a purpose beyond mere habitation. Why build such a monumental city in such an inaccessible place, perched nearly 8,000 feet above sea level on a mountain ridge shrouded in clouds? One of the most mysterious features of Machu Picchu is the Intihuatana stone, often called a hitching post of the sun. This carved granite pillar sits at the highest point of the site and is aligned with astronomical events. On the equinoxes, the sun casts no shadow on the stone, as if it were tied to it. Archaeologists believe it was used as a solar calendar. Yet mystics and researchers of forbidden archaeology suggest something more profound, that the Intihuatana was a device, an energy node, capable of connecting the physical world with the spiritual, or even with the extraterrestrial. To the Inca, it was a sacred point of contact with Inti, the sun god. But could it also have been a stargate, a place where the veil between worlds was thin, allowing communication with the sky gods? The geography of Machu Picchu strengthens this theory. The site is located at a powerful intersection of ley lines, geometric alignments of ancient sacred sites across the globe. From Stonehenge to the Great Pyramids, these lines appear to connect point of energy, as if Earth itself is a living grid. Machu Picchu sits directly on this grid, amplifying its mystical significance. Visitors often report a palpable energy, a sensation of vibration, as if the stones themselves hum with an unseen force. Could this be a natural energetic hotspot, harnessed by the ancients as a portal to the stars? Even more intriguing are the nearby sites that suggest Stargate technology. South of Machu Picchu lies Huaymarca, often called the Gate of the Gods. It is a flat stone face with a carved doorway, standing alone in the desert landscape. Local legends claim it is a portal, a doorway used by the gods to enter and exit our world. Shamans say that those who know the right rituals can pass through it, vanishing into another dimension. Was this truly just myth, or evidence of an ancient technology that allowed interdimensional travel? Could Machu Picchu have been part of a network of such portals, linking humanity to beings beyond Earth? Archaeologists explain Machu Picchu's placement as strategic, hidden from invaders, close to water sources, defensible in the mountains. Yet this does not explain the deeper mysteries. The Inca had no written language, no wheels, and no iron tools. Yet they built one of the most enduring wonders of the ancient world. Could they have been guided by those who descended from the sky? The legends of the Viracochas suggest yes. The alignments of Machu Picchu to the surrounding peaks add another layer of mystery. The citadel is aligned with sacred mountains or apis, considered living beings by the Andean people. Some peaks, such as Huayna Picchu, tower over the site, casting shadows that align with important structures during solstices and equinoxes. It is as if Machu Picchu was designed as a cosmic observatory, mapping not only the heavens but also the flow of energy through the earth. Were the builders attempting to open a connection between the terrestrial and the celestial? Modern visitors often describe Machu Picchu as otherworldly. Some speak of feeling as if they are in a place between worlds. Others describe strange lights in the sky, or an inexplicable sense of time distortion while wandering its terraces and temples. While these reports are anecdotal, they echo the ancient myths that Machu Picchu was not merely a city, but a threshold. If the gods once descended to Earth, could this have been one of their chosen landing sites? The connection between Machu Picchu and the sky gods deepens when we look at Andean cosmology. The Inca believed in three realms: the Hanan Pasha, the upper world of the god and stars, the Ke Pasha, the middle world humans, and the Uku Pasha, the underworld. Machu Picchu seems to embody this cosmology physically. Its structures terrace into three levels, its temples aligned to the heavens, and its caves leading into the mountain depths. It is as if the city itself was designed as a model of the cosmos, a place where all three worlds intersected. And at this intersection, contact with the sky gods could be achieved. Skeptics insist that such interpretations are romantic exaggerations, that Machu Picchu was simply an advanced architectural achievement of a brilliant culture. Yet questions remain. How were the stones cut? Why the astronomical alignments? Why build in such a remote, treacherous location? And why do so many Andean myths speak of gods descending from the sky, imparting knowledge, and then disappear with a promise to return? When we walk the terraces of Machu Picchu today, surrounded by swirling clouds and towering peaks, it is easy to feel that we are standing in a place touched by something greater than ourselves. The precision of the stones, the mystery of the Intihuatana. The echoes of legends whisper that this was not just a royal retreat. It was a gateway, a temple between worlds, where mortals reached upward and the gods descended downward, a meeting point of earth and sky. Machu Picchu remains silent, its secrets locked within its granite walls. But for those who believe, its silence is not emptiness. It is an invitation to rediscover the forgotten knowledge of the ancients, to remember that the gods once walked among us, and perhaps to prepare for the moment when they will walk among us again. On the wind-swept plains of Bolivia, near the southern shores of Lake Titicaca, stand the ruins of one of the most mysterious ancient sites on Earth, Tiwanaku, also known as Tiwanaku. At first glance, it may look like another archaeological ruin. Broken walls, scattered monoliths, fragments of a lost civilization. But upon closer inspection, it reveals something far stranger. Its precision stonework, astronomical alignments, and enigmatic carvings point not only to a culture of staggering sophistication, but also to something beyond the human story we have been taught. Mainstream archaeology dates Tiwanaku to about 500 CE, crediting it as the capital of a pre-Inca empire. Yet local traditions tell a different tale. That Tiwanaku is thousands of years older, built in a time when gods walked the earth. According to Andean mythology, it was here that Viracocha, the great civilizing god, emerged after a cataclysmic flood to create humanity anew. He raised the sun, moon, and stars into the heavens, and from this sacred site, he gave laws and knowledge to humankind. Could this myth preserve a memory of extraterrestrial beings, sky gods, descending to re-establish civilization after a global catastrophe? One of the most enigmatic features of Tiwanaku is the Gateway of the Sun, a single monolithic archway carved from a block of andesite stone, weighing more than 10 tons. Its surface is covered with intricate reliefs, dominated by a central figure often identified as Viracocha, surrounded by winged beings. Some researchers interpret the carvings as an advanced calendar, capable of tracking astronomical cycles with astonishing precision. But others see more: depictions of beings with helmets, rays of light, and symbols that resemble spacecraft. Was the Gateway of the Sun more than a ceremonial portal? Was it a literal stargate, a place where the gods pass between their world and ours? The engineering of Tiwanaku deepens the mystery. Blocks weighing 100 tons or more were quarried miles away and transported across rough terrain, without wheels or beasts of burden. Many stones are cut with sharp edges, perfect right angles, and interlocking shapes that fit together like advanced machine parts. Some of the cuts are so precise, they resemble modern stone cutting with diamond tools. How could a Bronze Age culture achieve this? Were they inheritors of a lost technology, or was their knowledge given by sky beings? Even more baffling is the nearby site of Pumapunku, considered part of the Tiwanaku complex. Here lie the famous H-blocks, massive andesite stones carved with machine-like precision, featuring grooves, drilled holes, and complex interlocking shapes that suggest mass production. Engineers who have examined them admit that recreating these blocks today will require advanced saws and equipment. Yet we are told that Pumapunku was built by people with simple tools and no written language. The contradiction is staggering. Local Aymara legends speak of God descending from the heavens at Pumapunku, bringing with them light and knowledge. They describe how the site was built in a single night by the gods themselves as a dwelling place before they returned to the stars. Could Pumapunku have been a base for extraterrestrial visitors, its monumental stones once forming structures now long destroyed? Some even suggest that the scattered blocks are remnants of a massive explosion, perhaps evidence of an ancient technological disaster, or even a deliberate attempt to dismantle something powerful. The astronomical alignments of Tiwanaku cannot be ignored. The Kalasasaya Temple, another key structure, is aligned to the solstices and equinoxes with incredible accuracy. Some researchers argue that these alignments suggest an age far older than mainstream archaeology allows, perhaps 10,000 to 15,000 years old. If true, this places Tiwanaku at the end of the last ice age, aligning with myths of great floods and lost civilizations. Could this have been a center of an advanced culture that survived cataclysm, aided by sky gods, and rebuilt here in the high Andes? Lake Titicaca itself adds to the enigma. The lake is the highest navigable body of water in the world, and local myth claims that Viracocha emerged from its depths to begin creation. Archaeologists have discovered submerged ruins beneath its waters, remains of temples, terraces, and roads, now lost beneath the lake. Were these drowned structures once part of the original Tiwanaku civilization, destroyed in a global cataclysm? If so, could the myths of Viracocha emerging from the lake be a symbolic memory of survivors rising from the flood to rebuild civilization, perhaps with the help of sky gods? For decades, researchers have speculated about the possibility of Tiwanaku being a landing site for extraterrestrial craft. The flat plains surrounding the site stretch endlessly, while the monumental stone platforms look as if they could have supported heavy structures or vehicles. Some even propose that the gateway of the sun was not just symbolic, but functional, a resonance device, perhaps, capable of opening dimensional pathways. If the gods descended from the sky, could this have been their gateway to Earth? Skeptics dismiss such theories as fantasy, insisting that Tiwanaku was simply a ceremonial and administrative center. But the contradictions remain unsolved. The impossibly advanced stonework, the disputed dating, the myths of gods and floods, and the sheer grandeur of a site placed high in the Andes without clear practical purpose. Why here, at nearly 13,000 feet above sea level, on a wind-swept plateau inhospitable to large populations? Unless, perhaps, the location itself was chosen for its proximity to the heavens, for its energetic qualities, as a place of contact with otherworldly beings. When one walks among the ruins of Tiwanaku and Pumapunku today, the silence is overwhelming. Massive stones lie scattered like the remnants of a lost age. The gateway of the sun still stands, weathered yet defiant, staring into the future as it has for millennia. The carved faces on its surface seem to look not at us, but beyond us, toward the skies. It is as if the site itself is whispering a secret, a memory of a time when God stood among men, when portals opened between worlds, and when the knowledge of the stars was shared with humanity. Tiwanaku remains an unsolved riddle. Was it a ceremonial center, a hub of a lost civilization, or a true gateway of the gods? Perhaps it was all three. For those who seek the deeper truths of history, Tiwanaku is not merely ruins. It is a message in stone, reminding us that human history is far older, far stranger, and far more connected to the stars than we dare to admit. In the remote South Pacific, more than 2,000 miles from the nearest continent, lies one of the most isolated and enigmatic places on Earth, Easter Island, known to its inhabitants as Rapa Nui. This tiny speck of land is famous for its colossal stone statues, the moai, silent sentinels that stand watch over the island, carved between 1100 and 1600 CE. According to mainstream history, these towering figures range from 13 to over 30 feet in height, some weighing more than 80 tons. Their stern faces gaze out toward the horizon, as if keeping vigil for something or someone beyond the sea. But the question remains, who or what were they meant to guard? The moai are not just impressive works of art. They are feats of engineering. Each statue was carved from volcanic tuff in the quarry of Reno Raraku and then transported miles across the island to its final location. How did the Rapa Nui people move such massive stones without wheels, draft animals, or modern machinery? Mainstream archaeologists suggest they were walked upright using ropes and manpower, a feat demonstrated in modern experiments. But even if possible, the sheer scale and number of statues, nearly 900 in total, begs the question, why dedicate such monumental effort to these figures? Local legends hold the key. According to the oral traditions of Rapa Nui, the moai were not just statues. They were vessels of mana, a spiritual force connected to the ancestors and the gods. Some legends claim that the statues were animated, that they walked, to their positions under the guidance of priests who invoke divine power. But other accounts hint at something even more mysterious, that the Moai were built to honor beings who descended from the sky. Could these towering guardians have been representations of extraterrestrial visitors, sky gods, who once came to this remote island? The features of the Moai fuel speculation. Their elongated heads, prominent brows, and deep-set eyes give them a distinctly otherworldly appearance. Some researchers suggest that their stylized forms may be attempts to replicate the look of beings who did not look entirely human. Were the islanders immortalizing their gods, or were they recording encounters with visitors whose presence was unforgettable? The placement of the Moai adds to the enigma. Most of the statues face inland, their backs to the ocean, as if watching over the island's inhabitants. But a select few stand facing outward, gazing over the vast Pacific. Were these outward-facing statues guardians, waiting for the return of the gods from the sea or from the sky? The alignment raises a tantalizing possibility that the Moai were both protectors and messengers, linking the people of Rapa Nui to forces beyond Earth. Archaeological studies reveal that the Moai were originally adorned with coral eyes and redstone headdresses, known as pakeo. With these additions, they would have appeared even more imposing, almost alive. The eyes, in particular, were believed to channel divine power. When the eyes were activated, the statue became a living conduit of spiritual energy. Could this tradition reflect an attempt to connect with beings of advanced intelligence, beings who were remembered as gods? Even more mysterious are the massive stone platforms, or ahu, upon which the Moai stand. These platforms are built with large stone blocks, fitted together with surprising precision. Some ahu are over 200 feet long, supporting multiple statues. The largest, Ahu Tangariki, holds 15 Moai, each weighing dozens of tons. The engineering required to construct these platforms rivals that of ancient Andean megaliths, suggesting a connection or a shared knowledge between distant cultures. How could an isolated island culture achieve such architectural sophistication unless they were inheritors of a forgotten legacy or guided by outside forces? The connection between Easter Island and the stars is equally compelling. Some researchers argue that the placement of Moai and Ahu corresponds to celestial alignments, particularly the rising and setting of important stars. If true, this suggests that the statues were not merely ancestral icons, but part of a grander astronomical map, linking the island to the heavens. Could the Moai have served as markers for the sky gods, guiding their return? The mystery deepens when we consider the Rapa Nui script known as Rongorongo, an undeciphered system of glyphs carved onto wooden tablets. Mainstream scholars argue it developed independently, but others suggest it may encode advanced knowledge, perhaps even records of contact with beings from the sky. If deciphered, could Rongorongo reveal the true purpose of the Moai? Was it a written memory of encounters with extraterrestrial visitors who once walked among the people of Easter Island? The legends of Rapa Nui speak of Hotamatue, the island's first king, who arrived with his people by following the guidance of the gods. Some versions say they came across the sea in great canoes, while others hint at more mystical origins, arrival from the sky. The people of the island believed their ancestors had a divine connection, and the Moai were built to embody this lineage. If we interpret these stories literally, then the gods who guided the islanders may have been sky beings who left behind their image in stone. In recent years, archaeologists discovered that the Moai are not just heads and torsos. The statues actually have buried bodies, extending deep into the ground. This revelation adds yet another layer of mystery. Why were they partially buried? Was it intentional, symbolizing a connection between earth and sky, or was it the result of centuries of erosion and soil movement? If intentional, could the buried bodies represent beings who emerged from the earth or descended into it, linking humanity to other realms? Easter Island's collapse also plays into the mystery. By the time Europeans arrived in the 18th century, the society of Rapa Nui had already fallen into decline. The Moai had been toppled, their cult forgotten, and their meanings obscured. Some blame deforestation and overpopulation, but local legends speak of a more supernatural explanation, that the gods abandoned the island, taking their power with them. If the Moai were built to maintain contact with sky beings, could their fall represent the severing of that connection? Today, the Moai stand as solemn guardians, weathered by time but still radiating power. To mainstream science, they are monuments to human ingenuity and cultural devotion. To seekers of forbidden archaeology, they are something more, silent witnesses to encounters with beings who came from beyond the stars. Their unblinking gaze, fixed upon horizons both earthly and cosmic, seems to ask us a question. Will the gods return, and if they do, will we recognize them? Easter Island is a place of isolation, but also a convergence. A tiny island where human determination, myth, and mystery collide. The Moai are more than statues. They are guardians, messengers, perhaps even warnings left in stone. And as they continue to stand watch, their mystery whispers across the Pacific, reminding us that somewhere in our past, the line between gods and men, earth and sky, myth and history, was not as clear as we believe. Long before Egypt raised its pyramids, long before Greece sang of Olympian gods, there was Sumer, a land that many historians call the cradle of civilization. Around 6,000 years ago, in the fertile plains of Mesopotamia, the Sumerians developed the first known writing system, established cities, and built temples that reached toward the heavens. But alongside their groundbreaking innovations, they left behind stories, inscribed in clay tablets, that suggest humanity's history is far stranger and far older than we are taught in school. These stories speak of gods who did not merely rule from above, but who descended from the sky, walked among men, and even shaped humanity itself. The Sumerians called these gods the Anunnaki. Their name translates to those who came down from the heavens. According to the tablets, the Anunnaki were not distant deities existing in another realm, but powerful beings who arrived on Earth and established dominion. They were depicted as taller, wiser, and far more advanced than humans. But the most shocking part of their legacy is the claim that they may have played a direct role in our creation. One of the most provocative interpretations of Sumerian texts comes from the works of Zacharias Sitchin, who argued that the Anunnaki were extraterrestrial visitors from a planet called Nibiru, a world with a long elliptical orbit around our sun. According to this theory, the Anunnaki came to Earth in search of gold, not for wealth, but to use in repairing their planet's atmosphere. Ancient records indeed emphasize gold as a divine and essential substance. If the story holds even a kernel of truth, then these beings may have come with advanced technology, viewing Earth not as a home, but as a mining colony. The tablets describe the Anunnaki as possessing the power to create and manipulate life. One story recounts how humans were fashioned from clay and infused with the breath or essence of the gods. While mainstream scholars dismiss this as myth, others suggest it could be a symbolic memory of genetic engineering. In this interpretation, the Anunnaki took early hominids and altered their DNA, creating a new species, humankind, to serve as workers. Could this explain the sudden leap in human intelligence, culture, and society that appeared in Mesopotamia thousands of years ago? The Epic of Atrahasis, one of the oldest surviving Mesopotamian myths, describes how the gods grew weary of laboring to maintain the earth. They rebelled, demanding relief. The higher gods then proposed a solution: create a new being to take on the burden of work. Thus, humanity was born, not through natural evolution, but through deliberate intervention. This echoes eerily with the genetic manipulation theory, suggesting our very origins may be entangled with beings from beyond the stars. But the Sumerian tablets do not stop there. They describe how the Anunnaki divided the earth among themselves, ruling over different regions. Each god had their own city, their own temple, and their own domain. Inanna, Enki, and Lil Ninhursag. These names ring to the myths not as vague archetypes, but as personalities with rivalries, alliances, and agendas. The tablet portrayed them as leaders, engineers, and warriors, not abstract divine forces. Were these accounts mythologized memories of extraterrestrial visitors governing ancient humans? Even the legendary Epic of Gilgamesh, one of the world's oldest recorded stories, intertwines human heroes with godly intervention. Gilgamesh himself is described as 2/3 divine and 1/3 mortal. This peculiar ratio suggests more than symbolism. It points toward the possibility of genetic mixing, a hybridization between human and Anunnaki. Could this be why so many myths worldwide speak of demigods, beings who are half human, half divine? Critics argue that the Anunnaki stories are simply religious metaphors, poetic inventions of an early civilization seeking to explain its world. But then comes a troubling question: How did the Sumerians, the very first recorded culture, possess such advanced knowledge? They charted the movements of planets, recorded complex mathematical systems, and encoded astronomical cycles that modern science has only confirmed thousands of years later. Could they have learned this from the very beings they described, the Anunnaki, who descended from the heavens? One of the most shocking claims in Sumerian texts is the knowledge of planets beyond what could be seen with the naked eye. They accurately describe the outer planets, their orbits, and even peculiar features. How could they have known this without telescopes, unless the knowledge was given to them? Was this ancient astronomy, or was it evidence of direct instruction from sky gods? If the Anunnaki were genetic engineers, their motives remain debated. Some interpretations see them as benevolent teachers, gifting humanity with knowledge, laws, and civilization. Others portray them as manipulative overlords, using humans as expendable laborers in their quest for resources. The duality of these interpretations mirrors the duality of gods worldwide, creators and destroyers, saviors and tyrants. Perhaps both versions contain truth, filtered through the lens of myth. Even today, the Anunnaki legacy echoes in culture and conspiracy alike. Ancient temples in Mesopotamia, called ziggurats, were constructed as stairways to the gods, towering structures meant to bridge heaven and earth. Were these merely symbolic mountains, or were they designed as landing platforms for the gods who came from the skies? The resemblance between ziggurats and later pyramids in Egypt and Mesoamerica raises another possibility, that the same influence, the same sky beings, guided multiple civilizations across the globe. And what of Nibiru, the alleged homeworld of the Anunnaki? Astronomers today debate the existence of a hypothetical Planet 9, a massive object orbiting in the far reaches of our solar system. While no direct evidence has been confirmed, the idea eerily parallels Sumerian claims from millennia ago. Is it possible the Sumerians preserved knowledge of a celestial body we are only now beginning to rediscover? The implications are staggering. If the Anunnaki did indeed alter humanity, then our species is not solely the product of earthly evolution. We are, in part, the result of extraterrestrial design. This reframes everything we know about our past, our identity, and even our destiny. It raises questions. Are we still being watched by those who created us? Do they plan to return? And if they do, will we recognize them as gods, or will we see them for what they truly are, visitors from the stars who shaped us long ago? The Sumerians believed that history was cyclical, that the gods would one day come back. Their myths speak of floods, destructions, and new beginnings, eras guided by the hands of beings who control fate itself. Could their warnings have been left as messages for us, encoded in clay tablets, waiting for a future generation to finally understand? Today, as archaeologists continue to unearth tablets from the sands of Mesopotamia, the story of the Anunnaki grows more complex. Some see it as nothing more than the mythology of an ancient culture. Others see it as a smoking gun, a hidden truth about humanity's origin that mainstream history is reluctant to confront. But one thing is certain, the Sumerians themselves believed it wholeheartedly. They recorded their gods not as distant myths, but as real beings with names, families, and histories. And if even a fraction of what they wrote is true, then the Anunnaki were not gods in the religious sense, but something far more extraordinary. They may have been the original ancient aliens, genetic engineers, and architects of civilization, leaving behind a legacy that still whispers through our blood, waiting to be acknowledged. Rising from the sands of Giza, just outside modern-day Cairo, stands one of the most iconic and baffling structures ever built, the Great Pyramid of Khufu. For millennia, it has captured the imagination of travelers, scholars, and seekers of truth. Its sheer size and precision defy comprehension. 3 million stone blocks, each weighing several tons, stacked with such accuracy that even today, engineers struggle to replicate it. Conventional archaeology insists the Great Pyramid was a tomb for Pharaoh Khufu, constructed around 4,500 years ago. Yet inside its massive chambers, no body, no sarcophagus, no royal treasures have ever been found. Instead, the structure echoes with silence, as though guarding a secret purpose beyond mere burial. Could it be that the Great Pyramid was never intended as a tomb at all, but something far more advanced? Perhaps even a power plant of the ancient world? The tomb theory has long dominated Egyptology. Hieroglyphic inscriptions elsewhere glorify the pharaohs, and the grandeur of pyramids seems to fit a funerary narrative. But the Great Pyramid stands apart. Unlike other pyramids, it contains no elaborate wall carvings, no religious texts, no lavish decorations fit for a king's eternal resting place. Instead, it is stark and utilitarian, with empty passageways leading to chambers whose purpose remains unclear. This absence has fueled centuries of speculation. If not a tomb, then what was it? One of the most provocative ideas is the power plant theory, popularized by Christopher Dunn. According to this hypothesis, the Great Pyramid was designed as a massive energy machine, harnessing natural forces of the earth. Dunn argues that the pyramid's internal design, its alignment with cardinal directions, and its materials all suggest functionality rather than symbolism. The structure, he claims, may have been built to generate and transmit energy, an ancient technology that rivals our own. Let us examine the evidence. First, the precision of construction. The Great Pyramid is aligned almost perfectly with true north, with an error of only 3/60 of the degree, something that would challenge modern surveyors. The base is nearly level, with less than an inch of variation. Such accuracy would have been unnecessary for a simple tomb, but essential for machine design to interact with natural forces. Next, the materials themselves. The pyramid was originally encased in smooth white limestone, highly reflective, which would have shone like a beacon under the desert sun. Inside, however, key passageways and chambers are lined with granite, a material rich in quartz crystal. Quartz is known to exhibit piezoelectric properties, meaning it can convert mechanical stress into electrical energy. Could the builders have been exploiting these properties to generate or amplify energy within the pyramid? Then there are the mysterious shafts. Narrow channels extend from the so-called King's Chamber and Queen's Chamber, angled toward specific stars, such as Orion's Belt and Sirius. Mainstream scholars interpret these as symbolic passages for the pharaoh's soul to ascend to the heavens. But others argue they function like waveguides, designed to channel energy, sound, or even microwave radiation. Were these shafts not spiritual stairways, but components of an ancient machine? Dunn and others propose a fascinating mechanism. The subterranean chamber acted as a water pump, drawing from the Nile's groundwater. Vibrations from the flowing water could have resonated through the granite-lined chambers, generating ultrasonic frequencies. The King's Chamber, with its massive granite blocks and relieving chamber above it, may have been tuned to resonate like a gigantic oscillator. In this view, the pyramid operated much like a giant acoustic energy device, converting the Earth's natural vibrations into usable power. This theory gains intrigue when compared to other ancient sites. Many megalithic structures worldwide, from Stonehenge to Teotihuacan, exhibit acoustic properties, as though designed to manipulate sound and energy. Could the Great Pyramid have been the pinnacle of such technology, functioning as a global energy node, a transmitter, or even a beacon to the stars? Skeptics argue that these ideas stray too far into speculation, but they struggle to answer some fundamental questions. Why would the ancient Egyptians invest such monumental effort in a tomb devoid of decoration, treasures, or pharaoh's body? Why build it with such astronomical precision and advanced engineering, only for it to serve as an empty monument? The mainstream explanation seems incomplete, leaving room for alternative theories to thrive. Even ancient accounts add to the mystery. The Greek historian Herodotus, writing in the 5th century BCE, described the pyramid but admitted he relied on Egyptian priests for information. He recorded legends of machines used to lift stones and spoke of hidden passages and chambers. Could Herodotus have been echoing older knowledge that even the Egyptians of his time have forgotten? That the pyramid's true purpose was not funerary but technological? There is also the matter of electromagnetic anomalies detected inside the pyramid. Modern experiments have shown that the chambers can focus electromagnetic energy, particularly in the microwave range. Scientists published findings in 2018 showing that the pyramid's shape itself can resonate with electromagnetic waves. Though mainstream researchers stopped short of calling it a power plant, the results lend surprising support to the idea that the structure was designed with an energetic function in mind. The pyramid's global influence cannot be ignored. Its proportions encode mathematical constants, such as pi and the golden ratio. Its dimensions correspond to planetary and cosmic measurements, including the Earth's circumference and the distance to the Sun. Were these coincidences, or was the pyramid deliberately built as a model of cosmic harmony, embedding advanced knowledge within its stones? If the latter, then perhaps its function was not just to generate energy, but to act as a cosmic library, a transmitter of universal truths encoded in architecture. For those who entertain the extraterrestrial hypothesis, the Great Pyramid takes on an even more dramatic role. Could have been built or co-built with the guidance of sky beings, designed as both an energy device and a beacon. Its alignment with Orion, often associated with the gods Osiris and Isis, may hint at a celestial connection, a signal sent into the cosmos. If so, then the pyramid was not merely a machine of Earth, but part of a larger interstellar network. Mainstream Egyptologists remain adamant. The Great Pyramid was a tomb, yet the absence of the body, the precision engineering, and the lingering anomalies defy this explanation. The truth may lie somewhere between. Perhaps it was both a tomb and a machine, a monument to a pharaoh, but also a device meant to interact with forces we barely understand. After all, ancient cultures often combine spiritual, symbolic, and practical functions in their monuments. Why should the pyramid be any different? Ultimately, the Great Pyramid refuses to yield its secrets. It stands as a riddle in stone, challenging our assumptions about the past. Whether tomb, temple, or power plant, it embodies a level of sophistication that hints at knowledge either lost time or given by otherworldly teachers. Its silent chambers hum with mystery, as if waiting for us to rediscover the frequency that will awaken its ancient purpose. And so, the question lingers. Did the Great Pyramid once pulse with power, lighting the sands of Egypt with energy long forgotten? Or does it still wait, a dormant machine, for the return of those who knew how to activate it? Until we dare to unlock its secrets, the Great Pyramid will continue to guard its truth, half monument, half machine, and wholly mysterious. Across the barren desert plains of southern Peru lies one of the world's greatest enigmas, the Nazca Lines. Stretching across nearly 200 square miles, these immense geoglyphs form straight lines, spirals, trapezoids, and figures of animals so large that they can only be fully appreciated from the air. From the ground, they appear as shallow scratches in the earth. But from above, they transform into hummingbirds, monkeys, spiders, and even humanoid figures gazing toward the heavens. How, thousands of years ago, could people with no aircraft, no satellites, and no aerial vantage point create designs of such staggering precision and scale? And more importantly, who were these colossal drawings meant for? The Nazca culture flourished between 200 BCE and 600 CE. They were skilled farmers, artisans, and builders who thrived in one of the harshest desert environments on Earth. Yet instead of devoting their energies solely to survival, they expended tremendous effort in etching these vast images into the desert floor by removing the reddish-brown top layer of stones to reveal the lighter soil beneath. But why? Mainstream archaeology suggests the lines had ritual purposes, perhaps related to water, fertility, or astronomical calendars. But the sheer visibility, or rather invisibility, of the lines from ground level has led many to question whether they were intended for human eyes at all. From an aerial view, the images are breathtaking. A monkey with a spiraling tail stretching more than 300 feet. A spider with thin, impossibly long legs. A hummingbird longer than a football field. These figures are accompanied by long, ruler-straight lines running for miles, perfectly aligned with distant horizons. Some cross the desert like ancient runways, cutting through mountains and valleys with geometric precision. Were the Nazca creating an offering for their gods in the sky? Or were they building messages, signals, and even landing strips for visitors who descended from above? Eric von Daniken, in his groundbreaking book Chariots of the Gods, was among the first to popularize the idea that the Nazca Lines were designed as communication with extraterrestrial beings. He pointed out that the trapezoidal and rectangular shapes resemble airstrips, and that the line scale makes little sense unless viewed from above. Could it be that the Nazca people were attempting to attract the attention of sky gods, or perhaps assist them in navigating and landing on Earth? Skeptics dismiss the runway idea, arguing the desert surface is too fragile to support heavy craft. Yet this critique overlooks the symbolic or ritual function such landing strips could serve. If the Nazca were imitating the gods, recreating paths for them to descend, then the lines may not have needed to function as literal runways. They may have been ritual maps, energetic conduits, or beacons visible to the sky. Astronomical theories also abound. Some researchers suggest the lines align with solstices, equinoxes, and important celestial events. The spider geoglyph, for instance, has been linked to the constellation Orion, while the monkey has been associated with Pleiades. Were the lines a massive star map, connecting Earth to the heavens? If so, the Nazca may have been encoding their relationship with the sky gods, embedding sacred astronomy into the very desert itself. Adding to the mystery is the sheer difficulty of creation. The Nazca people had no known system of aerial perspective, yet they produced enormous figures with proportions nearly flawless. The only way to verify the accuracy of the designs would have been from above, something they could not do, unless, of course, they were aided by knowledge beyond their own. Could advanced beings, possessing flight, have instructed them? Or did the Nazca themselves witness such beings and try to replicate their vision on the ground, carving messages meant to be seen from the sky? The desert itself seems almost chosen for this purpose. The arid climate and lack of rainfall have preserved the lines for over 1,500 years. They remain etched into the land as if designed for permanence, as though the creators intended them to last for the eyes of future generations, or for the return of the beings they honored. Was this a message carved into Earth itself, saying, "We were here, we saw you, we remember"? Equally compelling is a figure known as the astronaut, a humanoid geoglyph with large eyes and an upraised hand, etched onto a hillside. Unlike the animal figures, this design seems distinctly otherworldly. Some interpret it as a representation of a sky traveler, a visitor from the stars immortalized in stone. If the Nazca were indeed depicting their gods, then this image may be the clearest sign that those gods were not mere myth, but beings whose presence left a profound mark on the people. Even the Nazca's relationship with water adds another layer of intrigue. Beneath the desert lie underground aquifers, and some of the lines may have marked paths to hidden water sources. But this utilitarian explanation does not diminish their mystery. It enhances it, for water was life, and those who controlled it were seen as divine. If the Nazca associated their sky gods with rain and fertility, then the lines may have been both practical maps and spiritual offerings, functional guides on Earth and symbolic beacons to the heavens. Modern technology continues to uncover more lines, hidden beneath the shifting sands. Drones and satellites reveal geoglyphs never before seen by human eyes, suggesting that what we know is only a fraction of what exists. The desert may be covered in a vast, ancient message, only partially decoded. Each new discovery deepens the question. Why would an ancient culture create such a staggering canvas, unless they were trying to speak to something far greater than themselves? To this day, the Nazca lines remain a paradox. Archaeologists frame them as ceremonial pathways and fertility rituals, while alternative theorists see them as evidence of contact with extraterrestrial visitors. Perhaps both are true. Perhaps the Nazca, desperate to honor their gods and ensure survival in a brutal environment, sought to combine the practical, the spiritual, and the cosmic. By etching their devotion into the desert floor, they may have been reaching out not just to the heavens, but to the beings who once descended from it. As planes continue to fly over the Peruvian desert, modern eyes see what ancient eyes could not. A message sprawling across the land, a gallery of giants visible only from above. Whether they were star maps, sacred symbols, or alien runways, the Nazca lines remind us of a time when humanity's gaze was fixed firmly on the sky, and their silent figures seemed to whisper across the centuries. We were not alone, and we left our mark for those who came from beyond the stars. High in the misty Andes of Peru, perched nearly 8,000 feet above sea level, lies one of the most breathtaking and mysterious archaeological sites in the world, Machu Picchu. Hidden for centuries and only revealed to the modern world in 1911 by explorer Hiram Bingham, this lost city of the Incas has captivated historians, adventurers, and mystics alike. To tourists, it is a marvel of stonework and natural beauty. To archaeologists, it is a royal estate of the Inca Emperor Pachacuti. But to those who seek deeper truths, Machu Picchu may have been far more than a royal retreat. It may have been an ancient observatory, an initiation center, or even a contact point with the gods of the sky. Machu Picchu's location alone raises questions. Built on a narrow ridge between two mountains, Machu Picchu, Old Peak, and Huayna Picchu, Young Peak, the city appears almost impossibly placed. Its terraces cascade down steep slopes, its stone structures blend seamlessly into the landscape, and its alignment with the natural geography is so precise that it seems designed with a higher plan in mind. Why here of all places? The remote location ensured isolation and difficulty of access, almost as if the site was meant to be hidden, accessible only to those chosen or initiated into its secrets. The stonework itself is astonishing. Like other Inca sites, Machu Picchu features cyclopean walls built from massive granite blocks, cut and fitted together without mortar. The stones interlock so perfectly that even a razor blade cannot fit between them. This technique not only provides stability against earthquakes, but also suggests a level of engineering sophistication that defies explanation. How did the Incas, without iron tools or the wheel, carve and transport these massive stones with such precision? Some theorists suggest they may have inherited or rediscovered lost technology from a much earlier advanced civilization, possibly one influenced by sky beings remembered as gods. Within Machu Picchu, several key structures reveal its possible role as more than just a royal estate. The Intihuatana stone, often called a hitching post of the sun, is perhaps the most famous. This carved granite outcrop appears to function as a solar clock or calendar, perfectly aligned with the sun during solstices and equinoxes. When the sun stands directly overhead, the stone casts no shadow. To the Incas, the Intihuatana was not just an astronomical tool. It was a sacred device, a way to tether the sun's energy to the earth. Was it a ritual stone, or was it, as some suggest, a device to harness or transmit energy, possibly connected to a greater network of sacred sites across the globe? Other structures reinforce this cosmic connection. The Temple of the Sun, with its curved walls and precise window placements, aligns with the rising sun at the summer solstice and the constellation of the Pleiades, which held immense importance for Andean cultures. The Pleiades were often associated with fertility, agriculture, and the gods themselves. Why such emphasis on aligning architecture with the stars, unless Machu Picchu was designed as a celestial observatory, a place where humans could commune directly with the heavens? Equally enigmatic is the Temple of the Three Windows, three trapezoidal openings carved into a massive wall overlooking the valley. Some interpret them as representing the three realms of Inca cosmology: Hanan Pasha, the upper world of the gods; Ke Pasha, the world of the living; and Uku Pasha, the underworld. Others suggest they may have been portals, literal or symbolic, between dimensions. The placement of the windows, framing the rising sun, suggests an intentional design linking earthly ritual to celestial events. Were the Incas, like the Nazca, communicating with beings who descended from the sky? The placement of Machu Picchu within a broader landscape is just as compelling. Andean shamans speak of sacred geography, where mountains, rivers, and valleys are interconnected with energy lines known as seeks. Machu Picchu appears to be part of this network, linked to other Inca sites like Sacsayhuaman, Ollantaytambo, and Cusco. These sites align along straight lines, forming patterns that may map the heavens onto the earth. If so, Machu Picchu was not an isolated city, but part of a grand design, an Andean cosmic web created to mirror the stars and harness telluric energy. Could this be evidence of an advanced understanding of energy and astronomy, knowledge perhaps taught by those whom the Incas regarded as sky gods? Local legends hint at even deeper mysteries. In Quechua traditions, the gods known as the Apis were said to dwell in the mountains, watching over the people. Some myths speak of Viracocha, the great creator god who came from across the sea and taught the people before vanishing, promising to return. If Machu Picchu was indeed a sacred initiation center, could have been built as a place to honor these gods, or even prepare for their return. Modern researchers have noted unusual energy phenomena at the site. Visitors often describe sensations of heightened awareness, tingling, or a sense of connection to the cosmos. Dowsers claim to detect powerful energy currents running through the Intihuatana stone and other key structures. While skeptics dismiss such reports as psychological, others see them as hints that Machu Picchu is deliberately positioned on an energetic hotspot, a power place where Earth's natural energies converge. Was this knowledge passed down from an advanced culture, or even from beings not of this world? The rediscovery of Machu Picchu adds another layer of intrigue. Though the site was never entirely forgotten by local farmers, its isolation preserved it from Spanish conquest. Hidden for centuries, it emerged into the modern world almost as if waiting for the right moment. Why did the Incas abandon it? Some suggest it was a sanctuary, evacuated during the Spanish invasion. Others believe it was never meant to be a permanent city, but a ceremonial center reserved for the elite priests and initiates. If the latter, then perhaps Machu Picchu was a school of the gods, a place where select individuals were trained in cosmic knowledge. Today, as millions of visitors make the pilgrimage to Machu Picchu, its true purpose remains veiled in mist. Was it a royal estate, a sacred observatory, an energy center, or a contact point with sky beings? Perhaps it was all of these at once. The Incas did not separate the sacred from the practical, the cosmic from the earthly. To them, the gods lived among the mountains and the stars, and Machu Picchu was the bridge between these worlds. Standing at the Intihuatana as the sun casts its shadow, or gazing through the Temple of Three Windows as dawn illuminates the valley, one cannot escape the feeling that Machu Picchu was designed not just for the living, but for something beyond. It is a city in the clouds, a testament to human devotion, and perhaps a reminder of a time when gods walked the earth, and humanity looked to the sky for answers. Far from the lush valleys of Machu Picchu lies another Andean enigma, one that defies logic, history, and even physics. At an altitude of nearly 13,000 feet on the desolate high plains of Bolivia, rests the mysterious site of Pumapunku. Unlike Machu Picchu's graceful terraces and polished walls, Pumapunku is a place of broken megaliths scattered like shattered bones across the landscape. Yet in their ruin, they reveal something far more astonishing. Evidence of an ancient technology so advanced that even today, with our modern tools, it would be nearly impossible to replicate. Pumapunku is part of the larger archaeological complex of Tiwanaku, once the spiritual and political heart of a great Andean civilization. While Tiwanaku itself is impressive, with its Acapana pyramid and gateway of the sun, Pumapunku stands apart as something altogether different, something inexplicable. Its stone blocks are enormous, some weighing over 100 tons, carved from granite and diorite, materials harder than steel. Yet the cuts are impossibly precise, featuring laser-straight edges, perfect right angles, and smooth surfaces that seem machine-polished. How could such feats be achieved thousands of years ago, supposedly without advanced tools? The most famous stones of Pumapunku are the H-blocks, massive stone carvings shaped like the letter H, with intricate notches, grooves, and interlocking features. When aligned, these blocks fit together like parts of a giant 3D puzzle, suggesting they were designed to form a modular system. But what was their purpose? The level of detail, precise to within fractions of a millimeter, suggests an understanding of geometry, engineering, and stone-cutting techniques far beyond what conventional archaeology attributes to ancient Andean cultures. Were these blocks remnants of a lost technology, perhaps one passed down from a civilization that had contact with beings beyond our world? Adding to the mystery is the transportation problem. The quarries for some of Pumapunku's stones are located more than 50 miles away, across rugged terrain and at extreme altitude. Without the wheel, draft animals, or modern machinery, how did ancient builders move stones weighing as much as 130 tons? Mainstream theories propose wooden rollers or sledges pulled by manpower, but such explanations falter under scrutiny. The sheer scale, precision, and weight of these stones suggest techniques unknown to history. Could sound, magnetism, or other lost technologies, perhaps taught by the so-called sky gods, have been employed to move and shape these blocks? Archaeologists debate the age of Pumapunku. Mainstream dating places it around 500 to 600 AD as part of the Tiwanaku culture. But some researchers, pointing to erosion and alignments with celestial events, argue it may be far older, possibly 12,000 years old or more. If true, Pumapunku may have been constructed before the end of the last ice age, when human civilization was supposedly still in its infancy. This would place it among the oldest and most advanced stone sites on Earth. Could Pumapunku be a remnant of a lost civilization, erased by cataclysm, yet remembered in myths as the work of the gods? Legends of the Andean people echo this possibility. Local traditions speak of Viracocha, the great creator god, who emerged from Lake Titicaca after a world-destroying flood. Viracocha is said to have taught humans arts, sciences, and building before disappearing into Pacific Ocean, promising to return. Could Puma Punku be the physical legacy of Viracocha's teachings, a divine workshop where humanity learned the craft of the gods? The scale and precision of the stones suggest more than human ingenuity. They suggest a guiding hand, a blueprint from beyond. The ruins themselves seem to whisper of advanced engineering. Some blocks feature perfectly drilled holes, as though made with high-speed tools. Others have complex interlocking grooves, hinting at modular construction methods not unlike those used in modern factories. The layout of the site, when reconstructed, appears to form a platform or structure that may have once been a temple, a palace, or even a machine-like installation. But why build such a place, and why here? At nearly 13,000 feet, the air is thin, the climate harsh. Unless the location itself was significant, energetically, astronomically, or ritually, why undertake such monumental effort? Some researchers point to Puma Punku's astronomical connections. Certain alignments suggest it may have functioned as a celestial observatory, tracking solstices, equinoxes, and star movements. The precision of its construction may have allowed for measurements of time, seasons, or even cosmic cycles. But was this knowledge homegrown, or inherited from a civilization that understood the stars in ways we still cannot fathom? Then there are the theories that stretch beyond the boundaries of conventional archaeology. Some suggest that Puma Punku may not have been a temple at all, but something closer to an ancient technological facility, a power center, a landing platform, or even a gateway. The modular H-blocks, with their interlocking design, may have been part of a larger, now-lost mechanism. Could have been a structure built not for worship, but for function, perhaps to channel energy or to interact with forces not yet understood. Skeptics dismiss such ideas as pseudoscience, pointing to human ingenuity and trial and error as explanations for the site's construction. But even engineers, stonemasons, and architects who visit Puma Punku admit that the precision challenges our understanding of ancient capabilities. The deeper one looks, the harder it becomes to explain Puma Punku as merely the product of primitive tools and brute force. Walking among the ruins, one feels a sense of awe mixed with unease. The shattered blocks lie scattered, as though some great cataclysm destroyed the site in an instant. Earthquakes, floods, or ancient upheavals may have toppled the structures, leaving behind only fragments of a once greater whole. But what exactly was lost? Was Puma Punku part of a network of advanced sites stretching across the globe, a missing piece of humanity's forgotten history? Today, Puma Punku remains one of the most enigmatic places on Earth. Archaeologists study, tourists marvel, and alternative theorists speculate. But answers remain elusive. Perhaps it was a sacred temple, a workshop of the gods, or even a message left behind for future generations. Whatever its true purpose, Puma Punku challenges everything we think we know about the past. The megaliths speak of skill beyond their time, knowledge beyond their means, and a mystery that refuses to be silenced. Was this the work of humans pushing their limits, or the fingerprints of something greater, something that descended from the skies to shape our destiny? Until we can unlock the secrets carved into those impossible stones, Puma Punku will stand as a riddle carved in granite, a riddle that whispers of forgotten gods and forbidden history. Hidden in the jungles of Central America, the Mayan civilization flourished for over 2,000 years, leaving behind pyramids, temples, and astronomical observatories that continue to puzzle researchers. But among their greatest legacies are their codices, folding books made of bark paper, painted with hieroglyphs and symbols. These codices are some of the only surviving records of the Maya's vast knowledge, and within them lies a story that blurs the line between history and prophecy, science and myth. Some believe the Mayan codices may even hold cryptic warnings of contact with beings from the stars. Most of the codices were destroyed during the Spanish conquest, when missionaries sought to erase indigenous knowledge. Out of what may have once been thousands, only 4 authentic codices remain: the Dresden Codex, the Madrid Codex, the Paris Codex, and the Grolier Codex. Each is a window into the Maya's understanding of astronomy, mathematics, and time. Yet their precision raises a disturbing question. How could a pre-industrial people, without telescopes or advanced tools, calculate cosmic cycles with such accuracy? The most famous of these is the Dresden Codex, which contains detailed astronomical tables. including calculations of eclipses, solstices, and the movements of Venus. The Venus pages, in particular, are astonishing. The Maya tracked the planet's orbit with such precision that their error margin was only a fraction of a day, better than calculations made by European astronomers more than 1,000 years later. To the Maya, Venus was not just a planet. It was associated with the feathered serpent god Kukulkan, also known as Quetzalcoatl to the Aztecs. This god was said to have descended from the sky, bringing knowledge and laws to humanity, before promising to return. Could the Venus cycles in the codices have been a countdown to the return of the sky being? The apocalyptic passages of the codices fuel this speculation further. The Dresden Codex, for instance, depicts great floods and destruction at the end of cycles. Gods pour water from celestial jars, drowning the earth. The imagery eerily mirrors flood myths from cultures across the globe, from the Mesopotamian deluge of Utnapishtim to the biblical story of Noah. Did the Maya record memories of an ancient catastrophe caused by cosmic forces, or did they encode warnings of future disasters triggered by alignments in the heavens? The Paris Codex offers additional intrigue. It outlines ceremonial cycles connected to star movements and suggests periods when the gods would return to Earth. Some scholars interpret these as symbolic metaphors, but others argue they may have been literal predictions of contact with beings from the sky. The Madrid Codex likewise depicts strange beings in elaborate costumes, some with elongated heads and otherworldly features. Were these purely mythological depictions, or stylized memories of visitors who did not originate on Earth? Even the mathematics of the codices seem to hint at advanced knowledge. The Maya developed the concept of zero independently, a concept unknown to most ancient cultures. Their calendar system, based on interlocking cycles, could track spans of time far longer than the lifespans of dynasties or empires. The long count calendar, carved into monuments and explained in the codices, tracks cycles of nearly 5,125 years. The end of one such cycle, famously associated with December 21st, 2012, was interpreted by some as a doomsday prophecy. While the world did not end, many theorists suggest the Maya may have been pointing to something else. Not an apocalypse, but a transformation, a shift in consciousness, or the return of beings they considered gods. The Grolier Codex, once controversial but now accepted as authentic, adds another layer of mystery. It is filled with images of gods wielding weapons that some interpret as technological devices, perhaps even representations of advanced tools or energy weapons. To skeptics, these are stylized depictions of ritual items. To alternative theorists, they look like something far stranger, evidence of lost technology or encounters with beings of superior knowledge. What makes the Mayan codices so compelling is their blend of precision and mythology. On one hand, they are practical guides, used to predict eclipses, regulate agriculture, and schedule rituals. On the other, they are spiritual texts filled with gods, serpents, and celestial battles. This fusion suggests the Maya saw no distinction between science and religion, astronomy and mythology. The sky was the realm of the gods, and by studying its movements, they were studying the messages of divine or extraterrestrial beings. Some researchers propose that the codices were more than records, they were warnings. The cycles they track may correspond not just to agricultural seasons, but to cosmic events that periodically affect Earth, such as solar flares, cometary impacts, or shifts in planetary alignments. Could the floods and destructions depicted in the Dresden Codex represent real cataclysms caused by astronomical events? If so, were the Maya trying to preserve knowledge of these cycles to prepare future generations? The feathered serpent god, Kukulkan, remains the most enigmatic figure tied to these texts. Described as a teacher who descended from the sky, bringing order and wisdom, Kukulkan mirrors legends from other cultures, Viracocha of the Andes, Oans of Mesopotamia, and even Prometheus of Greece. Across the world, myths describe gods who arrived suddenly, imparted knowledge, and then departed with a promise of return. Could these myths all stem from a single truth, that humanity was visited by advanced beings in the distant past, remembered as gods? If so, the Mayan codices may be among the clearest surviving messages of this forgotten contact. Modern technology only deepens the mystery. Computer analysis of the codices confirms the astonishing accuracy of their astronomical data. Researchers at NASA have even used Mayan eclipse tables to cross-check ancient cosmic events. How could the Maya achieve such precision without telescopes or computers? Did they inherit knowledge from an older civilization, or was it given to them by those who came from the stars? As we study the codices today, we find ourselves confronted with the same duality that the Maya embraced, the practical and the mystical, the scientific and the divine. Were these books manuals for managing earthly life, or were they encrypted messages about cosmic cycles and the return of gods? Perhaps they were both, designed to function on multiple levels, ensuring that the knowledge of the sky watchers would survive conquests, cataclysms, and the erosion of time. The survival of just 4 codices out of thousands may itself be symbolic. What was lost in the flames of Spanish conquest? What truths about humanity's origins, destiny, and connection to the stars were erased from history? If even these few surviving texts hint at cosmic warnings and divine visitors, one cannot help but wonder, what secrets were in the ones destroyed? The Mayan codices are not merely ancient books. They are echoes of a civilization that looked to the heavens and believed they were in communication with powers beyond Earth. Whether those powers were gods, ancestors, or extraterrestrials, the message is clear. The sky was never silent. It spoke to the Maya, and through their codices, it may still be speaking to us. In the remote cliffs of Mali in West Africa lives a people whose traditions have long puzzled anthropologists, astronomers, and seekers of forbidden knowledge. The Dogon, a tribe with a rich spiritual and cultural heritage, claim to have received knowledge from celestial beings known as the Namo, amphibious, otherworldly entities who descended from the sky. For centuries, their oral traditions have preserved stories not just of gods and spirits, but precise astronomical details that should have been impossible for a pre-telescope culture to know. Central to this mystery is the Dogon's knowledge of the star Sirius. The star Sirius, located in the constellation Canis Major, is the brightest star in the night sky. To the naked eye, it shines brilliantly. But what cannot be seen without advanced instruments is that Sirius is not a single star, but a binary system consisting of Sirius A and its faint, dense companion, Sirius B, a white dwarf star invisible to the unaided eye. Sirius B was only detected by Western astronomers in the mid-19th century and photographed in the 20th. Yet the Dogon, in their traditions, described Sirius as having companions star long before modern science confirmed it. According to Dogon cosmology, Sirius B, known to them as Ptolo, is the smallest yet heaviest thing in the universe, made of a substance that shines brighter than iron. They also describe an elliptical orbit around Sirius A, a cycle of about 50 years, which matches the astronomical reality with uncanny accuracy. How could a tribal people in remote Africa have known such details without telescopes or modern science? Dogon mythology goes further. They claim that the Namo, amphibious beings who descended in a great ship that churned the water and shook the land, came from the Sirius system. These beings taught the Dogon about agriculture, weaving, metalwork, and the movements of the cosmos. They also imparted spiritual teachings, telling the Dogon of humanity's origins and destiny. The Namo were often depicted as part human, part fish, echoing other global myths of fish gods like Oans in Mesopotamia and the creator deities of Mesoamerica. Could these parallels suggest a shared memory of actual visitors, beings that ancient cultures across the world remembered as gods? French anthropologists Marcel Griaule and Germain Dieterlen first documented the Dogon's knowledge of Sirius in the 1930s and 40s. They were astonished at the tribe's descriptions of Sirius B, decades before science had confirmed it. The Dogon also spoke of a third star, Emia, a hypothetical Sirius C, which astronomers have occasionally speculated about but never confirmed. If true, the Dogon's cosmology may still contain secrets not yet revealed by modern science. Critics argue that the Dogon could have learned about Sirius B through contact with Europeans before Griaule's studies, perhaps through missionaries or travelers. But the depth of their knowledge, woven into their rituals, masks, and dances, suggests something far older and more integral to their culture than a recent borrowing. The descriptions of Ptolo's density and orbit, for instance, are not details a casual visitor would have known in the 19th century, let alone share with a remote African tribe. Beyond astronomy, the Dogon traditions reveal an intricate cosmology that speaks of creation from the stars. According to their myths, the universe began with a cosmic egg that burst open, spilling forth matter and light. From this came the Namo, who brought order to chaos and seeded life on Earth. The Dogon described the Namo as immortal, descending in fiery ships, bringing the gift of knowledge to humanity. Some researchers believe these myths are not mere allegories, but encoded memories of an extraterrestrial encounter. Even their rituals seem to preserve cosmic knowledge. The Dogon perform elaborate ceremonies every 60 years, called the Sigue, timed to the cycle of Sirius and other celestial events. These rituals involve masks, dances, and secret teachings passed down through generations, reinforcing the idea that their traditions are tied directly to the stars. The Sigue celebrations are said to reenact a moment when the Namo descended from the heavens and established the foundations of Dogon society. The parallels between the Dogon's Namo and other cultures' myths are striking. In Mesopotamia, Oannes, the fish god, emerged from the sea to teach humanity agriculture, language, and law. In Mesoamerica, Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, was said to descend from the sky, teach wisdom, and return to the heavens. In Polynesian myths, the god Tangaroa was a sea deity who connected humans to the stars. Across the world, amphibious or aquatic sky gods appear in myths, always linked to knowledge, teaching, and the stars. Could the Dogon be preserving one of the clearest threads of this global tapestry, a memory of alien visitors whose true home lies among the stars of Sirius? Mainstream anthropologists prefer to interpret the Dogon's myths as symbolic. They argue that the Dogon may have received their Sirius knowledge through cultural contamination, perhaps from European astronomy books that filtered into Africa in the 19th century. But the richness of Dogon symbolism, their accurate descriptions of invisible stars, and their consistent rituals make this explanation feel incomplete. Why would a people adopt foreign knowledge into their most sacred traditions? And why would that knowledge prove to be astonishingly accurate? The question grows larger when one considers the Dogon's place in the wider mystery of ancient contact. If the Dogon preserved astronomical data given to them by the Namo, could other tribes and civilizations have received similar teachings? Were the Namo part of the same group of sky beings remembered by the Sumerians as the Anunnaki, by the Egyptians as the Netjru, and by the Mesoamericans as Kukulkan and Quetzalcoatl? If so, then the Dogon may represent one of the purest surviving threads of this ancient global story. Standing on the cliffs of Bandiagara, where the Dogon villages cling to the rock faces like ancient time capsules, one cannot help but feel a sense of timelessness. The dances, masks, and chants of the Dogon echo across centuries, reminding us that their traditions are not relics, but living links to a cosmic story. Whether we see their myths as symbolic allegory or literal memory, they force us to confront an uncomfortable possibility. That knowledge of the stars, and perhaps contact with beings from beyond them, has been with humanity far longer than modern science admits. The Dogon's secret knowledge of Sirius is more than an anthropological curiosity. It is a challenge to our understanding of history, a doorway into the possibility that Earth has been visited, guided, or influenced by intelligences from the stars. If their myths are true, then humanity's story is not one of isolation, but of cosmic connection, of teachers who came from afar and promised to return. The question remains, are we ready to listen when the sky gods descend once again? Across the mesas of the American Southwest, the Hopi people have preserved one of the most intricate and profound systems of prophecy in the world. Their traditions, carried through oral teachings and sacred ceremonies for centuries, speak of past worlds destroyed and future upheavals yet to come. Among these prophecies is the story of the blue star Kachina, a celestial sign to herald the end of the current age and the dawn of another. For those who study ancient mysteries and forbidden archaeology, the Hopi prophecies offer chilling parallels to myths from around the globe and possible warnings of cosmic events still on the horizon. The Hopi worldview is built on the idea of cycles, much like the Maya and other ancient civilizations. They believe humanity has lived through several previous worlds, each destroyed because people lost their way. The first world was destroyed by fire, the second by ice, and the third by a great flood. We now live in the fourth world, but according to Hopi tradition, it too will one day come to an end, ushering in the fifth world. The transition between worlds is marked not by gentle change, but by cataclysm, guided by cosmic signs and the return of powerful beings. At the heart of these teachings are the Kachinas, spiritual beings who act as messengers between the human and divine realms. The Kachinas are honored in elaborate ceremonies, represented by masked dancers who embody their presence. Among them is one of the most mysterious, the blue star Kachina, sometimes described as a spirit who will remove his mask during a sacred dance, signaling the end of the fourth world. But the prophecy also ties this being to the appearance of a blue star in the heavens, a cosmic event visible to all humanity. Hopi elders describe this sign with striking clarity. When the blue star Kachina appears, it will mark the beginning of the great purification. The earth will be cleansed of corruption, disasters will strike, and those who live in harmony with the old teachings will survive to enter the fifth world. Those who have turned away from balance will be swept away. To some, this may sound like myth, but others see it in a coded warning, perhaps of a supernova, a comet, or another astronomical event that could profoundly impact Earth. In the mid-20th century, Hopi elder Whitefeather shared several prophecies that included the blue star Kachina. He described a time when iron horses would run on rails, when the land would be crossed by giant spiderwebs, and when people would talk across the airwaves. Many of these predictions appear to describe modern technology, trains, highways, and telecommunications. If these earlier prophecies came true, could the blue star Kachina also be a literal celestial event waiting to unfold? Some researchers link the prophecy to the star Betelgeuse, a red supergiant nearing the end of its life. If Betelgeuse were to go supernova, it would appear as a bright new star in the sky, potentially bluish in color. Others point to comets or unidentified celestial objects that could blaze across the heavens with a blue glow. The Hopi did not have telescopes, yet their traditions anticipate a dramatic cosmic phenomenon that will be visible to all, aligning with their cycles of destruction and renewal. The parallels between the Hopi and other ancient traditions are striking. The Maya spoke of cosmic cycles ending in cataclysm, marked by celestial signs. The Dogon preserved knowledge of Sirius, tied to beings who descended from the stars. The Sumerians described the return of gods who came from the heavens to reset human civilization. Across the world, prophecies and myths linked the fate of humanity to the movements of the sky. Could the blue star Kachina be part of the same global pattern? A message that humanity's destiny is written in the stars? What makes the Hopi prophecies even more unsettling is their specific imagery of purification. They speak of great upheavals, the earth shaking, rivers changing course, and fire falling from the sky. Survivors, they say, will be those who live humbly, close to the land, and in harmony with one another. In modern terms, this sounds eerily like a description of global cataclysm, earthquakes, climate change, or even cosmic impacts. The idea of a fiery purification recalls the asteroid impact that ended the age of the dinosaurs, or the possibility of future near-Earth objects colliding with our planet. Yet the Hopi teachings are not only warnings, they are also guidance. The elders emphasize that prophecy is not fixed, but conditional. The coming of the blue star Kachina is inevitable, but how humanity responds will shape whether we collapse or transform. For the Hopi, living in balance with the earth, respecting sacred traditions, and honoring cosmic order are the keys to survival. This message resonates deeply with the broader theme of ancient prophecies, that humanity has strayed from its path, and only by reconnecting with universal truths can we endure the trials ahead. Skeptics argue that the blue star Kachina is metaphorical, representing spiritual awakening rather than a literal celestial event. They suggest the blue star could symbolize the Earth itself seen from space, reflecting a shift in human consciousness during the space age. Others dismiss it entirely as myth, but the persistence of the prophecy, its alignment with real astronomical possibilities, and its echoes in other cultures make it difficult to ignore. For those who look beyond mainstream explanations, the blue star Kachina may also be linked to extraterrestrial contact. Some suggest the Kachinas were not only spiritual beings, but literal visitors from the stars. The Hopi described them as coming from the heavens, bringing teachings, and promising to return at the end of the cycle. If the blue star is a sign of their return, then the prophecy may foretell not only cosmic upheaval, but a new encounter between humanity and sky beings. Today, as astronomers scan the skies for supernovae, comets, and anomalies, the Hopi prophecy remains alive. Elders warn that we are approaching the time of purification, that the signs are already visible, environmental collapse, social unrest, and a disconnect from the natural world. Whether the blue star Kachina is a literal star, a cosmic event, or a metaphor for awakening, its message is clear. Humanity stands on the threshold of transformation. Standing on the mesas of Arizona, where the Hopi villages have endured for centuries, one can feel the weight of this prophecy. The desert sky stretches endlessly above, stars shining like eternal witnesses. Somewhere among them, perhaps, is the blue star that will signal the end of one world and the birth of another. The Hopi teach us that prophecy is not meant to frighten, but to prepare, that when the blue star Kachina dances in the heavens, those who are ready will see not only destruction but rebirth. When we gaze upon the sands of Egypt, we see more than monuments of stone. We see encoded messages, mysteries locked into alignments, and a civilization obsessed with the stars. Among all constellations, one stood above the rest: Orion. The three stars of Orion's belt, Alnitak, Alnilam, and Mintaka, were not merely points of light to the ancient Egyptians. They were sacred markers, gateways, and perhaps even the celestial home of the gods themselves. Could it be that the Egyptians preserved in their architecture and mythology a record of contact with beings from Orion? The evidence begins with the pyramids of Giza, arguably the most enigmatic structures ever built. For centuries, their purpose has been debated. Tombs, power plants, cosmic markers, or all of the above. In the 20th century, researcher Robert Bauval proposed the Orion correlation theory, pointing out that the layout of the three main pyramids, Khufu, Khafre, and Menkaure, mirrors the alignment of Orion's belt. This was no accident of geometry. The ancient builders oriented these massive monuments with astonishing precision, aligning them not only with Orion but with the cardinal directions and other key celestial bodies. Why Orion? To the Egyptians, this constellation was associated with Osiris, the god of resurrection and eternal life, the lord of the Duat. Osiris was believed to rule the afterlife and guide the souls of the dead. If the pyramids were not simply tombs but resurrection machines, gateways to the stars, then aligning them with Orion would allow the pharaohs to return to their divine origin, joining the gods in the heavens. In this sense, the pyramids were more than monuments. They were cosmic launch pads. Supporting this idea are the air shafts discovered within the Great Pyramid of Khufu. Originally dismissed as ventilation, they were later found to align with specific stars. One shaft pointed directly to Orion's belt during the pyramid's construction period. Another aligned with Sirius, the brightest star associated with the goddess Isis. Together, Osiris and Isis formed the divine couple at the center of Egyptian cosmology. This was not random architecture. It was a star map carved into stone, suggesting the Egyptians believed their gods came from and returned to Orion and Sirius. But the connection runs deeper. The pyramid texts, the oldest religious writings in the world, inscribed inside the pyramids at Saqqara, describe the pharaoh's journey after death. They speak of the king ascending to the stars, joining the imperishable ones, and specifically traveling to Orion to dwell with Osiris. This is not metaphorical poetry. It is a roadmap. The Egyptians were describing the soul's literal ascent to a star system they believed was home to their gods. If this sounds like mythology, consider the uncanny parallels with other cultures. The Dogon people of West Africa, thousands of miles away, preserved advanced astronomical knowledge of Sirius, tied to beings called Anamo who descended from the sky. The Maya aligned their temples with celestial bodies tied to cycles of destruction and renewal, and the Hopi of North America saw Orion as the center of their creation myths. Why did so many civilizations fixate on Orion? Were they independently inventing stories, or preserving memories of a real connection with that part of the sky? Let us imagine the perspective of an ancient Egyptian priest, gazing up at Orion's belt. To him, these stars were not distant balls of gas, but luminous homes, the abodes of powerful beings who once walked the earth. The myths tell us that Osiris descended to rule Egypt, taught agriculture and law, and was later slain by his brother Set. After his death, Isis resurrected him long enough to conceive Horus, the divine child who would avenge him. Yet behind this myth may lie the shadow of history, visitors from Orion, flesh and blood beings whose lives were later transformed into sacred stories. Some researchers suggest that Osiris was not merely a mythological figure, but a memory of a real sky being. The Egyptians, using the language available to them, described these visitors as gods. But in modern terms, they may have been advanced travelers from Orion, arriving in ships of light, imparting knowledge, and eventually departing. The pyramid shafts and star alignments would then serve not only as religious symbols, but as markers, a reminder where humanity's mentors had come from, and perhaps where they would return. The question grows more provocative when we consider the technological mastery of the pyramids themselves. With blocks weighing up to 80 tons, cut with surgical precision, and aligned with an accuracy that modern engineers still struggle to explain, the pyramids defy the notion of primitive construction. Could this level of engineering have been achieved with the assistance of beings from Orion? Were the pyramids designed, in part, to honor or communicate with these star beings? Egyptian mythology offers more clues. The texts speak of the followers of Horus, semi-divine beings who ruled Egypt before the dynastic pharaohs. Their reigns are recorded as lasting thousands of years, far longer than human lifespans. These beings were described as descendants of the gods, bridging the gap between heaven and earth. If they were not mythological exaggerations, could they represent a hybrid lineage, perhaps between humans and star visitors? And if so, might Orion hold the key to our forgotten origins? Skeptics argue that the Orion alignments are coincidences, or that ancient people projected their myths onto the stars. But the precision of the architecture, combined with the text's explicit references, makes coincidence a weak explanation. The Egyptians themselves were clear. Their gods came from the stars, and Orion was their celestial destination. The question is not whether they believed it, but whether we are willing to take their words at face value. Modern astronomy has revealed that the Orion constellation is home to one of the most active star-forming regions in the galaxy, the Orion Nebula. Stars, planets, and perhaps habitable worlds are born there in abundance. If any constellation might harbor life, Orion is a prime candidate. Could it be that the Egyptians, through contact or inherited knowledge, knew this and encoded it into their most enduring monuments? Standing at Giza today, as the stars of Orion rise over the desert, the connection feels undeniable. The pyramids are not only aligned with Orion, they seem to call out to it, stone fingers pointing to heavens. Whether as tombs, temples, or transmitters, they remind us that the Egyptians saw themselves as part of a cosmic drama that extended far beyond Earth. The question that remains is whether their gods, the star beings of Orion, were symbols of the divine, or actual visitors whose presence shaped the course of human history. Perhaps the answer lies in the future. Just as the pharaohs sought to return to Orion after death, perhaps humanity, armed with modern technology, will one day follow that path. And when we arrive, will we find only empty stars, or the descendants of those who first descended upon the Nile thousands of years ago in ships of light? In the heart of Mesoamerica, beneath the towering jungle canopies of Mexico and Central America, lie the ruins of one of the most advanced civilizations the ancient world ever produced, the Maya. Known for their astonishing mathematics, their precise astronomy, and their complex calendar systems, the Maya were more than just skilled builders and priests. They were keepers of time, watchers of the heavens, and guardians of prophecy. And at the center of their most enduring myths is the figure of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, a radiant being said to have descended from the sky, brought knowledge to humanity, and promised a return in a future age. To understand the mystery, we must first grasp the extraordinary vision the Maya had of time and the cosmos. Unlike the linear calendars we use today, the Maya perceived time as cyclical. Ages rise and fall like the turning of a wheel, each marked by destruction and renewal. Their sacred calendar, the Tzolk'in, and their long count system recorded vast spans of time, stretching back thousands of years and projecting forward into ages yet to come. This cyclical worldview echoes the traditions of other ancient peoples, from the Hopi to the Hindus, suggesting a global memory of recurring cosmic catastrophes. But within this cycle lies a promise that when the world nears its end, the gods, or star beings, will return to guide humanity into the next era. It is here that Quetzalcoatl enters the story. Known to the Maya as Kukulkan, to the Aztecs as Quetzalcoatl, and to other Mesoamerican cultures by various names, this deity was depicted as a feathered serpent, a symbol combining the earthbound snake with the celestial bird. He was both of the earth and of the sky, a bridge between realms. According to tradition, Quetzalcoatl was a teacher god who descended from the heavens to gift humanity with knowledge, writing, agriculture, astronomy, and spiritual teachings. He opposed blood sacrifice, promoted harmony, and ruled as a wise leader before mysteriously departing. But before he left, he made a promise that one day he would return. The Maya built entire cities aligned with the movements of the heavens to honor this being. At Chichen Itza, the Pyramid of El Castillo is a monument not only of stone, but of cosmic timing. Twice a year, on the equinoxes, the setting sun casts shadows that create the illusion of a serpent slithering down the staircase, joining the carved serpent heads at the pyramid's base. This was no accident. It was a cosmic spectacle designed to embody the descent of the feathered serpent. For the Maya, this was not just ritual theater. It was a reenactment of celestial truth, the return of the sky god to the earth. But who or what was Quetzalcoatl really? To mainstream historians, he was a myth, a symbolic fusion of natural elements and spiritual ideals. Yet the details of the myth suggest something more. He is described as tall, pale-skinned, and bearded, features unusual for indigenous Mesoamerican peoples. He arrived from the east, taught advanced knowledge, and left across the sea with the promise of return. To those exploring forbidden archaeology, Quetzalcoatl begins to look less like a myth and more like a memory of an extraterrestrial visitor, a star being who descended with knowledge and left behind a legacy encoded in architecture and prophecy. Even the timing of his supposed return has stirred controversy. Many link the end of the Maya long count calendar in 2012 to the return of Quetzalcoatl. When December 21st, 2012 arrived, millions around the world awaited some great cataclysm or revelation. The date came and went without the apocalypse. But to the Maya, the end of a calendar cycle was never meant to mark sudden destruction. It was a turning of an age, a shift in consciousness, and the opening of a new cycle in which the return of sky beings was possible. If so, then 2012 was not an ending, but a beginning, a countdown to events still unfolding. Ancient accounts speak of Quetzalcoatl departing with the promise to return during a time of great upheaval. The Aztecs feared that his return would coincide with the collapse of their empire, and when Spanish conquistador Hernán Cortés arrived in the 16th century, some mistook him for the returning feathered serpent. This tragic misinterpretation sealed their fate. But if Quetzalcoatl was not a man, but a being of the stars, then his promised return may yet be ahead of us, tied to celestial cycles rather than human calendars. Modern researchers connect Quetzalcoatl to astronomical phenomena. His symbolism as the feathered serpent may encode the path of the Milky Way across the sky, or even the precession of the equinoxes, a cycle of 26,000 years that was closely observed by ancient civilizations worldwide. Others see him as linked to Venus, the morning star, which played a central role in Maya and Aztec astronomy. Venus was not merely a planet to them. It was a herald, a messenger, and perhaps the celestial body most directly tied to Quetzalcoatl's movements. If the ancients were tracking Venus with such precision, were they awaiting not a myth, but a real celestial alignment that would mark the return of their skyborn teacher? The deeper we explore, the more unsettling the question becomes. What if Quetzalcoatl was not a god, not a metaphor, but a visitor from beyond? His teachings of peace, his gift of knowledge, his rejection of blood sacrifice, all suggest an advanced being seeking to elevate humanity. His promise to return in a future age suggests an awareness of cycles, of cosmic timing. Could it be that the Maya, through their calendars and architecture, were preparing future generations for this return? Today, as we face global crises of environment, conflict, and identity, the prophecy of Quetzalcoatl feels more relevant than ever. The Maya believed that at the turning of an age, humanity would be tested and guided. Whether one interprets Quetzalcoatl as a metaphor for spiritual awakening, as an ancient astronaut, or as a real returning deity, his prophecy resonates with the same core warning echoed by the Sumerians, the Hopi, and the Egyptians. The gods descended once, and they will descend again. The Pyramid of El Castillo still stands as a silent witness. Each equinox, the serpent of light slithers down its stone steps, reenacting a cosmic drama that is repeated for centuries. Tourists cheer, cameras flash, but few grasp the deeper message. This spectacle is not just an illusion. It is a reminder, encoded in stone, that the feathered serpent promised to return. Whether as a celestial event, an extraterrestrial visitation, or spiritual rebirth, the question remains, are we approaching a time when the prophecy will be fulfilled? In the sprawling mythology of ancient India lies a body of literature so vast and detailed that scholars are still attempting to comprehend it today. The Vedas, the Mahabharata, and the Ramayana contain not only spiritual teachings, but also astonishing accounts of advanced technology, cosmic warfare, and beings who descended from the heavens. At the heart of these mysteries are the Vimanas, flying chariots that defy explanation, described with such clarity that they read less like myth and more like eyewitness testimony. Could it be that within the sacred texts of Hindu tradition lies evidence of contact with star beings and their extraordinary machines? The Vedas, among the oldest surviving texts in human history, describe the gods, the Devas, engaging in battles that took place both on earth and in the skies. They speak of celestial chariots that emitted sound, fire, and lightning, vehicles capable of traversing not only the air, but the vastness of space itself. These were not mere metaphors. The texts go into astonishing detail about the construction and operation of Vimanas. They describe dimensions, materials, propulsion systems, and even weaponry that could destroy entire cities. To the modern reader, it sounds eerily like a blueprint for technology far beyond the reach of the ancient world. The Ramayana, one of India's great epics, offers one of the clearest depictions. It tells the story of Ravana, the demon king of Lanka, who possessed a magnificent Vimana called the Pushpaka Vimana. This craft was said to be able to expand to carry countless passengers, to shrink when needed, and to travel great distances in the blink of an eye. After Ravana's defeat, the hero Rama is said to have flown back to his kingdom aboard this very machine. The description is so vivid, so mechanical, that it leaves us to wonder, was this mere mythological imagery or a record of an actual craft used in the distant past? The Mahabharata, another colossal epic, goes even further. It describes battles in which Vimanas rained down projectiles that shone like the sun and exploded with devastating power. One passage speaks of a single weapon capable of reducing entire armies to ash, contaminating the land so thoroughly that survivors had to wash themselves and discard their belongings. The parallels with modern nuclear weapons are chilling. How could ancient poets, thousands of years before the atomic age, have described such destruction in such precise detail? Were they imagining it, or recalling a distant time when advanced beings waged war with technology that humanity could not comprehend? The Vimanas were not confined to battle. Texts such as the Samarangana Sutradhara, a medieval Sanskrit treatise attributed to King Bhoja, provide step-by-step instructions on how to build these flying machines. The text describes mercury engines, iron structures, and the ability to travel great distances without refueling. It even suggests different models for different purposes, some for carrying passengers, others for warfare. To skeptics, this is simply creative imagination. But to those who study ancient mysteries, it is evidence of technological memory, knowledge inherited from beings who once walked the earth. But who were these beings? The Vedic texts speak of the Devas and the Asuras, often translated as gods and demons. Yet they're described not as incorporeal spirits, but as beings with physical forms, advanced weapons, and flying crafts. They descended from the heavens, interacted with humans, and even intermarried with them. Could it be that these were not divine archetypes, but star beings, extraterrestrials who visited Earth in the distant past, and whose presence was later enshrined in sacred myth? Consider also the astronomical knowledge embedded in these texts. The Vedic people tracked the movements of the stars with a precision rivaling modern astronomy. They calculated the precession of the equinoxes, the distances of planets, and cosmic cycles spanning thousands of years. How did a supposedly primitive culture acquire such knowledge without telescopes? Were they taught by the very beings who piloted the Vimanas? The implications are staggering. If the Vimanas were real, then humanity once coexisted with beings possessing interstellar technology. The wars of the Mahabharata may have been not only terrestrial conflicts, but cosmic battles, fought with weapons beyond our comprehension. The heroes of the Ramayana may have been more than legendary kings. They may have been hybrids of human and star-born beings, gifted with knowledge and power that allowed them to shape civilization. Modern scientists often dismiss these accounts as allegory, arguing that Vimanas symbolize spiritual ascent or divine imagination. But the technical specificity of the descriptions challenges this dismissal. The text described propulsion systems using mercury vortices and intense heat, eerily similar to modern theories of plasma engines or ion drives. How could ancient storytellers invent such mechanisms out of nothing? And why do these accounts align with other cultures' descriptions of flying chariots, fiery skyboats, and machines of the gods? There is another layer to the mystery, the interdimensional aspect of vimanas. Some texts suggest that these craft could traverse not only space, but multiple realms of existence. They could vanish from sight, reappear in other locations, and cross between the physical and spiritual worlds. This echoes modern reports of UFOs, craft that appear, disappear, and defy the known laws of physics. Were the vimanas advanced interstellar ships, or something even stranger, vehicles capable of manipulating dimensions beyond human perception? In India today, the memory of vimanas remains alive. Temples are carved with depictions of flying chariots. Myths of sky battles and celestial teachers are still told in villages. Scholars pore over Sanskrit texts, debating whether these are spiritual allegories or fragments of lost history. And UFO researchers draw connections between modern sightings and ancient descriptions, suggesting that the star beings who once gifted humanity with knowledge may still be watching us from above. Standing at the ghats of the Ganges or in the shadow of South India's ancient temples, one cannot escape the sense of continuity. The river flows as it did thousands of years ago. The stars shine as they did when the Vedas were composed. And somewhere within those stars, perhaps, are the very beings who once descended in fiery chariots, leaving behind not only stories, but blueprints of their machines. The vimanas challenge us to rethink everything we know about history. Were they symbolic visions or advanced technology? Were the Devas gods or extraterrestrials? And most importantly, if they came once, will they come again? The texts speak not only of battles long past, but of cycles yet to repeat. Just as the Hopi await the blue star Kachina and the Maya await the return of Quetzalcoatl, perhaps the people of India were recording the same truth in their own way, that the gods descended from the sky, and one day they will return. For thousands of years, the vast civilization of China has carried stories that blur the line between myth and history. Beneath the dynastic chronicles and philosophical teachings lies a deeper layer, legends of beings who descended from the heavens, bringing order, knowledge, and power. Among these tales, none is more iconic than that of the celestial dragons and the sky emperors, beings who ruled not only the earth but the very heavens above. Could it be that within these ancient Chinese traditions lies another chapter in humanity's forgotten contact with star beings? In Chinese mythology, the ultimate figure of authority is a Jade Emperor, ruler of the heavens, the earth, and the underworld. He is described as residing in a celestial palace high above, surrounded by attendants, immortals, and cosmic beings. Unlike abstract deities, the Jade Emperor is presented with striking detail. His court mirrors the structure of earthly dynasties, complete with bureaucracy, councils, and armies. This raises a provocative question. Were the ancient Chinese describing gods of imagination, or were they encoding memories of a heavenly empire, one that functioned much like their own dynasties, but with origins far beyond the earth? Supporting this interpretation are the accounts of dragons, which in Chinese tradition are not the destructive monsters of Western myth, but celestial beings of power and wisdom. Dragons were said to descend from the sky in shimmering lights, controlling the elements and guiding humanity. They could fly through clouds, dive into the oceans, and transform their size at will. The emperors of China claimed descent from these dragons, establishing their rule as a divine mandate, the mandate of heaven. But what if the dragons were not mythical beasts at all? What if they were advanced sky beings, remembered in symbolic form, whose crafts glowed like serpentine bodies of fire as they moved through the skies? The earliest dynastic records, particularly the accounts of the Xia and Shang dynasties, are filled with stories of celestial intervention. The legendary Emperor Yao, for example, was guided by astronomical phenomena. He tasked his people with carefully recording the movements of the stars to maintain harmony on Earth. Later, Emperor Shun was said to ascend into the heavens, leaving behind no body, a story that suggests not mere death, but perhaps departure aboard a celestial craft. These were not isolated tales. The early chronicles consistently intertwined governance with the heavens, as if earthly rule itself was a reflection of guidance from sky beings. Then there is the story of the Yellow Emperor Huangdi, one of the most celebrated figures in Chinese mythology and often regarded as the father of Chinese civilization. Huangdi was said to have descended from the heavens in a chariot of thunder and ruled for over a century, bestowing knowledge of medicine, astronomy, and agriculture. He waged battles with strange weapons, commanding flying machines and miraculous projectiles. When his reign came to an end, Huangdi did not die as ordinary mortals do. Instead, he ascended back into the heavens aboard a dragon-shaped craft, disappearing into the sky while his people watched in awe. If this is not the description of a star being, then what is it? Even the architecture and cosmology of ancient China point to celestial connections. The layout of the Forbidden City in Beijing, constructed much later but based on ancient principles, mirrors the constellations. The entire city was designed as a terrestrial reflection of the heavens, reinforcing the idea that rulers govern not by human authority alone, but by cosmic alignment. The Temple of Heaven, where emperors performed rituals, was explicitly built to connect the earth with the stars, with altars oriented toward celestial bodies. This suggests that Chinese rulers not only believed in heavenly guidance, they saw themselves as active participants in a relationship with star beings. Chinese mythology also describes the 10 suns, celestial orbs that once burned in the sky. The archer Ho-I was tasked with shooting down 9 of them to save the earth from destruction. To modern interpreters, this tale might represent a cosmic event, perhaps multiple celestial bodies or spacecraft appearing in the heavens, overwhelming the early people of China. Were these suns fiery crafts or anomalies witnessed in the sky? Could Ho-Yi's arrows represent advanced weaponry used to neutralize them? The tales of immortals add yet another layer. Chinese texts speak of beings who could live for millennia, dwelling in remote mountains or islands, possessing elixirs of longevity, and traveling on clouds of light. These immortals often interacted with humanity, gifting wisdom and occasionally punishing arrogance. While later folklore turned them into semi-spiritual figures, one cannot ignore the parallels to other traditions of semi-divine hybrids or even extraterrestrial visitors with lifespans far beyond human limits. Skeptics insist that these myths are allegorical, reflections of humanity's awe at natural forces. Dragons, they argue, symbolize rivers and storms, while celestial emperors represent order imposed on chaos. But this explanation does not account for specific technological imagery. The flying chariots, the thunderous vehicles, the glowing ascensions into the heavens. Nor does it explain why such stories recur across the globe, from the Anunnaki of Mesopotamia to the Vimanas of India, from the Hopi Kachinas to the Egyptian Osiris. Cultures everywhere speak of beings descending from the sky, imparting knowledge, and departing with promises of return. The Chinese sky emperors and celestial dragons fit seamlessly into this global pattern. Modern UFO researchers have drawn bold parallels between ancient Chinese descriptions and modern sightings. The luminous dragons resemble serpentine craft, glowing and twisting in the air. The thunderous chariots recall reports of unidentified flying objects emitting sound and light. Even the ascensions of emperors into the sky mirror modern account of abductions or departures aboard spacecraft. Is it possible that China, like so many other ancient cultures, was recording encounters with beings from beyond our world? Today, as China gazes skyward with space programs reaching for the moon and Mars, the ancient stories resonate anew. The descendants of Huangdi are once again striving for the heavens, perhaps unknowingly retracing the path of their celestial ancestors. The Great Wall and the Forbidden City may capture the grandeur of earthly empires, but it is the myths of the sky emperors and dragons that whisper a far greater empire, one that spans the stars. Standing before the Temple of Heaven, one feels the alignment of earth and sky. Looking to the constellations that guided emperors, one cannot help but wonder, were the Jade Emperor, the Yellow Emperor, and the Celestial Dragons not myths but memories? Were they beings who descended from the sky to shape one of humanity's greatest civilizations? And if so, might they still watch us, waiting for the moment to descend again? Across the vast blue expanse of the Pacific Ocean lie thousands of islands, scattered like jewels upon the water. Long before the age of modern navigation, the Polynesians accomplished what seemed impossible. They sailed across thousands of miles of open ocean without compasses, maps, or modern instruments. They became the greatest navigators the world had ever known. But according to their legends, they did not learn these skills alone. Their oral traditions speak of canoes of the gods, celestial teachers who descended from the skies, and voyages that carried not just humans, but beings from beyond. Could the incredible achievements of Polynesian voyagers have been inspired, or even assisted, by extraterrestrial contact? The Polynesian expansion remains one of the most extraordinary feats of human history. From around 1000 BC onward, these navigators spread across the Pacific, settling islands from Hawaii in the north to New Zealand in the south, and as far east as Easter Island. They traveled across distances of up to 3,000 miles, guided by stars, waves, and the flight of birds. To modern minds, this is nearly incomprehensible. How did a seafaring people with no metal tools or advanced technology manage such feats? The answer, according to their own myths, lies with the gods. Many Polynesian cultures tell of great canoes that descended from the heavens. In Hawaii, stories speak of the Akua, divine beings who arrived in fiery canoes that glowed in the night sky. In Tahiti, legends describe how the gods gave sacred canoes to the people, enabling them to cross oceans. In Maori traditions of New Zealand, the ancestors are said to have arrived in great canoes under the guidance of supernatural beings. The parallels are striking. Across different islands separated by thousands of miles, the core theme is the same. Knowledge of navigation, exploration, and even survival came not from man alone, but from star-descending teachers. The island of Easter Island, or Rapa Nui, adds yet another dimension to this mystery. The people there carved the colossal moai statues, towering stone figures whose origins remain debated. Local legends speak of the Hotuatue, the first king, who arrived on a canoe guided by the gods. Some traditions even describe how the statues themselves were walked into place with the assistance of mana, mystical energy said to come from the heavens. Could this mana have been a memory of advanced technology, misunderstood by ancient witnesses as divine power? The Polynesian navigators relied on what modern scholars call the star compass. By memorizing the rising and setting positions of hundreds of stars, they could orient themselves across the ocean. They also read subtle changes in wave patterns, cloud formations, and bird migrations. But to acquire and preserve such precise knowledge required generations of training and mastery. The question is, how did they begin? Some traditions claim that their ancestors were taught directly by the gods. In Hawaiian lore, the god Lono descended from the sky to teach agriculture, weather, and navigation. In Maori tales, the demigod Maui fished islands out of the sea with his magical hook and taught men the secrets of voyaging. Stripped of symbolic language, could these stories be describing extraterrestrial visitors who equipped early Polynesians with the knowledge to cross oceans? One of the most intriguing legends comes from the Marquesas Islands, where people speak of canoes that flew without touching the water, carrying the gods from island to island. These were no ordinary vessels. They emitted light, moved with great speed, and sometimes ascended into the sky itself. Described in a pre-technological vocabulary, they sound astonishingly similar to flying crafts or UFOs. Were the canoes of the gods not wooden boats, but advanced vehicles seen by ancient islanders? The parallels with otherworld myths are uncanny. The Polynesian canoes echo the vimanas of India, the fiery chariots of Mesopotamia, and the sky boats of Egypt. Everywhere, cultures describe flying crafts, often interpreted as divine vehicles, descending to gift knowledge to humanity. The Polynesians, with their unparalleled seafaring expertise, may preserve this memory in the form of celestial canoes. Another fascinating aspect of Polynesian tradition is their cosmology. They believed the universe was layered, with the heavens stacked above the earth, like a series of realms. The gods lived in these upper levels but could descend to interact with humans. This mirrors cosmologies from Mesoamerica, India, and even Norse mythology, where the cosmos was seen as a structured system of realms connected by bridges or pathways. If these myths are indeed echoes of ancient encounters, then perhaps the Polynesians, too, were describing interdimensional beings, those who could traverse realms and arrive in canoes of light. Easter Island again provides a tantalizing clue. Some researchers believe that the placement of the moai statues correlates with constellations, suggesting an advanced astronomical knowledge. Oral histories claim that the first settlers were guided by a glowing star being who showed them where to land. Could it be that the Moai were not only monuments to ancestors, but also markers of celestial connection? Giant stone beacons aligned to the stars to honor the beings who came from above? Modern skeptics argue that Polynesian voyaging needs no extraterrestrial explanation. They point to experiments such as the voyages of the Klee, a modern reconstruction of a traditional canoe, which successfully sailed thousands of miles using only ancient navigation techniques. This, they argue, proves the Polynesians were simply masterful human navigators. Yet, while no one denies their skill, the myths themselves insist that this knowledge was taught by higher beings. The existence of advanced voyaging ability does not disprove the legends. It may, in fact, confirm them. When one listens carefully to the chants and songs of the Pacific, a recurring theme emerges. The gods descended from the skies, gave the people the gift of navigation, and promised to return. Some island traditions even warn that one day, the gods' canoes will again appear in the sky, heralding a new age. To those who hear these tales today, they sound eerily similar to global prophecies of returning star beings. Standing on the shores of Hawaii, watching the vast Pacific stretch endlessly into the horizon, one can almost feel the enormity of what the ancient navigators accomplished. But perhaps they were not alone. Perhaps when they looked up at the night sky, they were not merely charting stars, but remembering teachers who once descended from them. The canoes of the gods may have carried them across oceans, but they may also have carried humanity across the boundaries of heaven and earth. If so, then the Polynesian navigators were not just explorers of the seas. They were custodians of a legacy far older, a legacy that whispered of beings from beyond the stars who touched humanity, taught them, and set them on a journey that continues to this very day. Across the plains, deserts, and mountains of North America, ancient traditions continue to whisper stories of origins that stretch far beyond the earth. For countless Native American tribes, the ancestors were not simply born from the soil. They came from the sky. The Lakota, the Hopi, the Zuni, and the Iroquois, among many others, preserved tales of star beings who descended to guide humanity, to teach, and sometimes to intermarry with mortals. These stories are not isolated. They form a coherent pattern, describing sky lodges, star nations, and otherworldly teachers who lived among the people. Could these legends be preserved memories of extraterrestrial contact, encoded in the spiritual fabric of Native American culture? The Lakota Sioux speak of the star people, beings who came down from the heavens and interacted with their ancestors. According to oral history, these star people arrived in luminous crafts that landed gently on the earth. Some tribes even describe the places where they descended: flat-topped hills, sacred buttes, and isolated mesas that glow with light during the encounters. The Lakota also tell the star lodges, homes of these beings, which were vast and luminous, stretching across the sky. Unlike the tents of humans, these lodges seem to shimmer and pulsate with energy. To a modern ear, the description is indistinguishable from glowing spacecraft. The Hopi people of the American Southwest preserve one of the richest cosmologies of all. Their traditions describe multiple worlds, cycles of creation and destruction, guided by powerful beings known as the Kachinas. These Kachinas are often depicted wearing elaborate masks and costumes, descending from the sky to dance among the people, bringing rain, fertility, and knowledge. But behind the ceremonial imagery lies a startling truth. The Kachinas are consistently associated with stars. The Hopi say their ancestors were guided by the star people of Sirius, Orion, and the Pleiades, who promised a return at the end of the current age. The rituals of the Hopi are not merely symbolic. They are contracts of remembrance, reenacting encounters with beings who once walked among them. In the traditions of the Zuni, the ancestors are said to have emerged from beneath the earth, guided by star beings who live in the upper realms. These beings are described as luminous, tall, and possessing powers beyond human comprehension. Similarly, the Iroquois Confederacy tells of sky women, celestial entities who descended from the heavens, bringing with them seeds of life. One such being fell to the earth and gave birth to humanity's ancestors, forever binding the people to the stars. In every account, the stars are not distant points of light. They are homes, places of origin for the ancestors themselves. Even the Navajo traditions speak of star journeys. Their myths describe the holy people, beings who taught them the structure of the universe, the movements of constellations, and the cycles of time. The Navajo say these beings came from the sky and left behind sacred instructions embedded in their ceremonies. Their sand paintings, filled with cosmic symbols, mirror astronomical patterns. When one stands before a Navajo sand painting, it feels less like artwork and more like a map of the cosmos, a reminder of where the ancestors came from and where humanity is destined to return. But perhaps the most compelling thread is the role of the Pleiades star cluster. Across multiple Native American cultures, the Pleiades are consistently described as the home of the ancestors. The Lakota say their people came from these stars before descending to Earth. The Hopi identify them as the home of the Kachinas. Even tribes as far apart as the Cherokee and the Blackfoot tell stories linking their origin to this cluster of 7 stars. This cannot be coincidence. Why would tribes separated by geography and language all insist that their roots trace back to the same celestial cluster? Could the Pleiades have been the point of origin for visitors who once came to Earth in the distant past? Another striking element is the descriptions of sky lodges. In Hopi, Lakota, and Navajo traditions alike, these lodges are described as glowing, circular structures that hover above the Earth or move across the heavens. The term sky lodge evokes the image of a home among the stars, but also matches modern descriptions of circular craft, UFOs. These lodges were said to hum, to glow, and to carry the star people wherever they wished to go. To those who lived thousands of years ago, they could only be described in the familiar terms of lodges and houses. To us, they sound like spaceships. The teachings of the star people also carry profound influence. Native traditions often emphasize balance with nature, respect for the cosmos, and cycles of renewal. Some elders insist these values were not invented by humans, but taught by the star ancestors themselves. The Hopi prophecy warns of a time when the world will be cleansed by fire if humanity strays too far from these teachings. The Lakota prophecy of the white buffalo calf woman echoes the same warning. Could it be that the prophecies themselves are messages left by extraterrestrial visitors, urging humanity to correct its path before catastrophic cycles repeat? Skeptics argue that these myths are symbolic, metaphors for spiritual journeys in human imagination. Yet the sheer consistency of the accounts, across dozens of tribes separated by vast distances, challenges that explanation. How did so many different peoples, living across the breadth of North America, independently invent stories of beings descending from the sky in glowing lodges, teaching knowledge and promising to return? The more logical conclusion may be that they were describing real encounters, remembered and preserved through oral tradition for thousands of years. Modern UFO researchers have noted striking similarities between Native American star being accounts and contemporary UFO reports. The glowing circular lodges match descriptions of saucer-like crafts. The luminous beings resemble reports of extraterrestrials seen in abduction cases. The warnings about environmental collapse mirror messages often reported by modern experiencers who claim contact with non-human intelligences. Could it be that the star people of ancient times and the extraterrestrials of today are one and the same? When visiting places like Chaco Canyon, New Mexico, an ancient ancestral Puebloan site aligned with solstices and equinoxes, one cannot help but sense a deliberate cosmic design. Petroglyphs carved into the rocks depict what look like stars, comets, and even circular shapes that resemble modern spacecraft. Were these carvings the records of sky visitors, left for future generations to decipher? Standing under the vast canopy of stars in the American Southwest, it is easy to understand why the ancestors turned their gaze upward. The stars are overwhelming, eternal, alive with mystery. But for the Hopi, Lakota, Navajo, and countless other tribes, the stars are not just distant lights. They are family. They are memory. They are the homes of the star people who came long ago and who may one day return. The stories of the Native American star ancestors and their sky lodges form a bridge between myth and contact, between the spiritual and the extraterrestrial. They remind us that the line between gods and visitors from the stars may not be as clear as we once believed. And they leave us with a haunting question. Are the star people still watching, waiting for the moment when humanity will once again open the door to the sky lodges? In the heart of Australia, among its deserts, forests, and sacred mountains, the world's oldest continuous culture preserves stories that reach back tens of thousands of years. The Aboriginal peoples of Australia speak of the Dreamtime, a vast and timeless era when powerful beings shaped the land, created life, and established the laws that govern existence. To outsiders, these tales are often dismissed as mythology, yet within the Dreamtime narratives are threads that sound astonishingly like accounts of extraterrestrial contact, beings descending from the skies, traveling in fiery crafts, and imparting sacred knowledge to humanity. Could the Dreamtime be less a metaphorical myth and more a preserved memory of encounters with star beings? The Dreamtime, or Chukurpa, is not merely a story of origins. It is a living fabric of Aboriginal spirituality. It describes a timeless dimension, one that exists alongside the physical world. The ancestors of the Dreamtime were powerful entities who took on many forms, animal, human, and celestial. They traveled across the barren continent, carving rivers, raising mountains, and shaping deserts with their actions. When their work was done, they ascended back into the sky, into the stars, leaving behind sacred sites as markers of their presence. To the Aboriginal people, these places are not just natural wonders. They are doorways to the time when the sky beings walked among men. One of the most striking themes in Aboriginal tradition is the emphasis on star origins. Many tribes openly state that their ancestors came from the stars. The Yolngu people of Arnhem Land, for example, say that the first humans were brought to Earth by sky beings who descended in glowing crafts. The Wandjina, among the Kimberley peoples of Western Australia, are depicted in cave paintings with large round heads, enormous eyes, and halos of light, images that bear an uncanny resemblance to modern descriptions of extraterrestrials. These Wandjina are said to have descended from the clouds, bringing rain, law, and fertility. They live in the sky still, watching over humanity. The petroglyphs of the Wandjina stand as some of the most mysterious rock art in the world, painted with white pigment. Their humanoid forms lack mouths, but their eyes are wide and unblinking, set within bulbous heads. They are always depicted with radiant halos or helmet-like arcs. To believers in ancient astronaut theory, these are not symbolic gods, but literal depictions of beings in suits or helmets. Aboriginal tradition reinforces this interpretation. The Wandjina were not born of the earth, but came from the skies, and they could punish those who disobeyed with lightning and storms, technologies that could be misinterpreted as supernatural by ancient peoples. The Aranda people tell of Alcharinga, the Dreamtime, when beings called the Muramura descended from the sky and shaped the land. These entities were said to be tall, luminous, and capable of flying across great distances. Similarly, the Noongar people of southwestern Australia speak of the Jenga, sky visitors, who traveled to Earth and taught human survival skills. Across the continent, separated by thousands of miles, the pattern is clear. Aboriginal tribes consistently identify the stars and the heavens as the source of life, law, and knowledge. One of the most fascinating elements of Aboriginal cosmology is their focus on specific star systems. The Orion constellation and the Pleiades feature prominently in their traditions. The Pleiades, often described as the Seven Sisters, are said to be pursued across the sky by Orion, represented as a hunter. This myth is not unique to Australia. It appears in cultures across the globe, from Greece to North America. How is it that Aboriginal Australians, isolated for tens of thousands of years, preserve the exact same celestial narrative as distant civilizations? Could this shared story be a remnant of a common star-being contact event, remembered globally and encoded in myth? Aboriginal astronomy is astonishing in its precision. Long before modern science, they track the movement of stars, planets, and eclipses with accuracy. The Emu in the sky, a constellation formed not by stars but by the dark rifts of the Milky Way, was used to guide seasonal activities and hunting practices. Sacred sites such as Wurdi Yuang in Victoria, a stone arrangement dating back thousands of years, align perfectly with the solstices and equinoxes. This suggests not only deep astronomical knowledge, but also a profound connection between the earth and the heavens, knowledge they consistently attribute to their sky ancestors. For the Aboriginal peoples, the Dreamtime is not a past era, but a continuing presence. The beings of the Dreamtime did not vanish. They retreated to the stars, promising to return. The rituals, dances, and ceremonies performed today are not mere cultural traditions. They are reenactment of interactions with the star beings, designed to maintain harmony and prepare for the time of return. Elders warn that when humanity strays too far from the laws of balance, the sky beings will descend again to restore order. Skeptics argue that these are symbolic myths, reflections of natural forces, such as rain, storms, and fertility. The Wandjina, they suggest, are simply depictions of cloud and water spirits. But this fails to explain why their images look so strikingly similar to modern depictions of extraterrestrials. Nor does it account for the overwhelming consistency of Aboriginal oral tradition, which insists that these beings were real, physical presences who walked the land, punished disobedience, and departed into the skies. In recent decades, Aboriginal elders have cautiously shared more of these traditions with researchers, emphasizing their belief that humanity must remember its cosmic origins. Some even suggest that modern UFO sightings are not new phenomena, but the return of the same beings who visited their ancestors in the dream time. The glowing lights reported over the Australian outback, the mysterious objects observed near sacred sites. These may be continuations of the dialogue that has lasted for tens of thousands of years. Standing before the Wandjina caves, staring at those haunting figures with their enormous eyes and radiant heads, one cannot shake the sense that these are not mere symbols. They are portraits. They are testimonies etched in stone, left behind so future generations would not forget. The Dreamtime stories, passed down through song and ceremony, are not just mythological poetry. They are records, encoded memories of encounters with beings who descended from the stars, shaped the earth, and left humanity waiting for their return. As the stars blaze above the Australian desert, the voices of the elders still carry across the firelight. They remind us that the dream time is not gone. It surrounds us, exists alongside us, and waits for us to awaken to its truth. Perhaps, in the shimmering skies of the outback, the very beings who walk the land in the dream time still watch. Perhaps the stories of the Aboriginal people are not only the oldest in the world, but also the clearest window into the age when the gods truly descended from the sky. In the arid plains of Mali, West Africa, lives the Dogon people, a culture that has fascinated anthropologists, historians, and ancient astronaut theorists for nearly a century. At first glance, their villages, perched on the cliffs of Bandiagara, seem timeless. Earthen huts, intricate masks, and rituals that have endured for generations. Yet beneath this traditional life lies a mystery so profound that it threatens to rewrite human history. The Dogon possess knowledge of the Sirius star system, knowledge so precise, so advanced, that it could not have been known without modern telescopes. How did a so-called primitive culture acquire such understanding? Their answer is as extraordinary as it is unsettling. They were taught by beings who descended from the sky. The Dogon believe their ancestors were visited by entities known as the Namo, amphibious beings who came from the Sirius system, a star nearly 6 light-years away. According to Dogon oral tradition, the Namo descended to Earth in a great fiery craft that spun and emitted thunder as it landed, an unmistakable description of a spacecraft from a modern perspective. The Namo, the Dogon say, were teachers. They brought agriculture, language, and astronomy, establishing order in a world of chaos. And when their work was done, they returned to the stars, promising to watch over humanity. The heart of the Dogon mystery lies in their knowledge of Sirius B, a white dwarf star invisible to the naked eye. Western science only confirmed the existence of Sirius B in 1862, when powerful telescopes revealed it orbiting the bright star Sirius A. Yet the Dogon have known of this star for centuries. Their oral traditions describe it as a small, dense, and heavy star that is the heaviest thing in the sky, an astonishingly accurate description of a white dwarf. They even state that Sirius B orbits Sirius A every 50 years, a fact confirmed by modern astronomy. How could an isolated tribe in Mali have known this without advanced instruments? Their knowledge does not end there. The Dogon also describe another companion star, which some claim corresponds to Sirius C, a body suspected by modern astronomers but not yet fully confirmed. They map the elliptical orbit of Sirius B, explain the rotation of planets, and even reference the rings of Saturn and the moons of Jupiter, details that Western science only discovered with telescopes. To the Dogon, this is not surprising. They insist their knowledge came directly from the Namo, who revealed the secrets of the cosmos during their time on Earth. The descriptions of the Namo themselves are equally fascinating. The Dogon portray them as amphibious beings, part human and part fish, often depicted with long bodies and scales. They descended from the sky in what the Dogon call an ark, a craft that spun and emitted fire and thunder. The imagery evokes parallels with other global myths. The fish gods of Mesopotamia, such as Oans, the amphibious deities of Mesoamerica, and even the mermaid-like beings described in Greek tradition. Could all these cultures have been describing the same extraterrestrial visitors, adapted into local mythology? For the Dogon, the Namo were not just visitors, they were saviors. They taught humanity how to cultivate crops, build structures, and honor the cycles of the stars. They introduced sacred rituals, many of which continue today in elaborate ceremonies involving masks, dances, and astronomical alignments. The Dogon spiritual life is inseparable from their cosmic heritage. Their villages are often aligned with the movement of stars, and their mass dances reenact the descent of the Namo, complete with symbols of spinning crafts and star maps. Skeptics have attempted to explain away the Dogon mystery. Some argue that their knowledge of Sirius B may have been influenced by contact with Western astronomers during the colonial era. But anthropological records suggest the Dogon were describing Sirius B long before such contact occurred. Others suggest coincidence or exaggeration. Yet the sheer specificity of their knowledge, the density of Sirius B, its orbital period, and the concept of companion star makes coincidence highly unlikely. If we accept the Dogon at their word, then the implications are staggering. Their tradition suggests that extraterrestrial beings visited Earth in the distant past, imparting not only survival skills but also advanced astronomical knowledge. These beings, the Namo, were remembered not as gods but as physical presences who lived among the people. They were hybrid in appearance, part aquatic, part humanoid, perhaps adapted for life both in water and space. If so, then the Dogon legacy is not merely cultural. It is evidence of ancient contact with an intelligent, star-faring civilization. The Dogon also believe that human destiny is tied to Sirius. They say the Namo promise to return one day, descending again in their fiery ark when the time is right. This echoes global prophecies of returning star beings, the Hopi Kachinas, the Sumerian Anunnaki, the Mayan feathered serpent, and countless others. Could all these cultures be describing the same reality, that beings from specific star systems once visited Earth and will return at a predetermined time? Modern researchers have drawn further connections. The amphibious nature of the Namo suggests that life forms could evolve differently elsewhere in the cosmos. Water-based species, far from being impossible, may thrive in star systems rich in aquatic planets or moons. The spinning descent of the Namo's arc resembles modern spacecraft re-entry, with fiery plasma trailing behind. Even the Dogon sacred drawings of star systems bear uncanny resemblance to astronomical diagrams. Were the Namo attempting to leave behind blueprints of cosmic knowledge, encoded in tribal traditions for millennia? Visiting the cliffs of Bandiagra today, one can still witness Dogon ceremonies that honor the Namo. Elders chant songs that describe the descent of the sky beings. Dancers in elaborate masks spin in circles, mimicking the motion of the cosmic arc. The people gather beneath the stars, passing down the story of Sirius from generation to generation, ensuring that the memory of the Namo is never lost. To them, the truth is simple. Their ancestors came from the stars, and one day, the stars will call them home again. When we step back and view the Dogon within the global context, the pattern becomes undeniable. Just as the Sumerians described the Anunnaki, the Egyptians spoke of Osiris descending in a boat from the heavens, and the Polynesians remember the canoes of the gods, so too do the Dogon recall the Namo arriving from Sirius. Different lands, different languages, but the same story. Beings descended from the sky, imparted knowledge, and promised return. Under the vast African night sky, the bright star Sirius still blazes, the most brilliant point in the heavens. To astronomers, it is a binary star system. To the Dogon, it is home. And to us, it may be the key to unraveling the greatest mystery of all, that humanity's past is entwined with beings from the stars, and our future may depend on remembering their return. Across the ancient world, scattered among cultures separated by oceans, deserts, and centuries of history, there's a recurring theme that refuses to be ignored: the promise of a return. Time and again, myths, legends, and sacred texts describe a moment in the future when the gods, or the star beings, will descend once more. These prophecies are not confined to a single civilization. They echo across continents, carried in the voices of elders, etched in stone, and whispered through rituals that survive into the present day. But what are these traditions really describing? Are they mere metaphors for renewal and rebirth, or are they veiled warnings of an actual return of extraterrestrial visitors? In Mesoamerica, the Maya and Aztec civilizations both spoke of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent god. Unlike many deities of conquest and sacrifice, Quetzalcoatl was remembered as a bringer of wisdom, agriculture, and astronomy. He was said to have descended from the sky in ancient times, taught humanity how to live in harmony, and then departed, promising to return in a future age. The Aztec rulers dreaded this prophecy, believing that the return of Quetzalcoatl would signal the end of their empire. Some historians even argue that when Hernán Cortés arrived in 1519, Montezuma mistook him for the returning god. But the deeper mystery lies in Quetzalcoatl's cosmic associations. He was not simply a man, but a sky traveler, connected to Venus, the morning star. Was this a prophecy of a celestial being who would one day descend again from the heavens? The Hopi of North America carry prophecies that feel startlingly similar. Their elders tell the Kachinas, spirit messengers from the stars who once walked among their ancestors. The Kachinas taught agriculture, ethics, and the rhythms of the natural world. When their work was complete, they returned to the stars, promising to come back during a time of great change. The Hopi prophecies speak of a day of purification, when the sky beings will descend again to cleanse the earth of corruption and restore balance. Strikingly, they even describe flying shields, discs in the sky, that will herald the return. Could this be an ancient description of spacecraft, preserved as prophecy? In the Bible and Christian tradition, the theme of return is central. The second coming of Christ is described as a moment when the heavens will open, and the Son of Man will descend in clouds of glory. Accompanied by trumpets and light, this event has been anticipated for 2 millennia. To believers, it is a divine miracle. But from another lens, it carries the hallmarks of extraterrestrial arrival, a radiant descent from the heavens, great sound, and blinding light. Could the Christian expectation of Christ's return be another variation of the same global pattern? The prophecy of star beings returning at the appointed time? The Islamic tradition carries a parallel prophecy in the awaited figure of the Mahdi, a messianic leader who will appear during a time of chaos and injustice. He will be accompanied by signs in the heavens, and in some interpretations by beings of light. The Quran itself speaks of God as Lord of the worlds, plural, hinting at realities beyond earth. Once again, the theme of cosmic intervention in human affairs emerges. Turning eastward, the Hindu texts describe a cyclical universe where divine beings descend to restore dharma or cosmic order. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna declares that whenever righteousness declines, he will return in new forms. The most famous prophecy is that of Kalki, the final avatar of Vishnu, who will arrive at the end of the current age riding a white horse and wielding a blazing sword. To some, this is poetic imagery. To others, it hints at a being arriving in radiant power, descending from the heavens to reset the cosmic balance. In Buddhist traditions, particularly Tibetan teachings, there are prophecies of the future Buddha Maitreya, who will appear when the world falls into darkness. His arrival is tied to celestial signs and cosmic upheaval, echoing once more the motif of sky beings returning in times of crisis. The Aboriginal Australians, as we explored earlier, believe the Wandjina and other sky beings will one day return. The Dogon of Mali, too, speak of the Namo descending again in their fiery ark. In Polynesia, prophecies recall the gods who sail the heavens and will revisit their children on earth. Even in Celtic lore, the Tuatha Dé Danann, mysterious beings of light who once ruled Ireland, are said not to have vanished, but to wait beyond the veil, ready to return in a future age. What unites these traditions is not just the promise of return, but the context in which it will occur. Almost every culture ties the return of the sky beings to a time of great upheaval, an age of chaos, corruption, and imbalance. The Maya spoke of cyclical ages of destruction. The Hopi warn of a time when the world will be covered in iron and crisscrossed by cobwebs in the sky. Eerily accurate imagery from modern airplanes and satellite networks. Christian and Islamic texts describe a world filled with violence and deception before divine intervention. Could it be that humanity instinctively recognizes patterns of collapse and encoded them as celestial warnings? Or is it possible that actual sky visitors foresaw these cycles and promised to intervene when humanity reached its breaking point? Even modern UFO encounters feed into this narrative. Contactees in the 20th century often reported receiving messages from alleged extraterrestrial beings warning of ecological collapse, nuclear war, and moral decay. These warnings mirror ancient prophecies, a call for humanity to correct its path or face a great cleansing, often followed by the promise of guidance from beyond the stars. For skeptics, these return myths are archetypes, symbolic of hope in the face of despair. Cultures created cyclical narratives, they argue, to make sense of suffering and change. But for those who see the deeper patterns, the evidence points to something greater. When traditions on every continent, across millennia, describe a return of sky beings during times of upheaval, the possibility emerges that they are not metaphors at all. They may be warnings, encoded memories of past visitations, and promises of future encounters. As we move further into the 21st century, with wars, climate crises, and technological leaps reshaping our world, it is worth asking, are we living the time the ancients foresaw? Are the return prophecies not distant legends but imminent realities? And if so, will the beings who descend from the sky come as saviors, as judges, or as something far more complex? The stars above us hold the same secrets they did for the Maya, the Hopi, the Dogon, and countless others. The question is no longer whether cultures around the world expected a return, but whether that return is closer than we dare to imagine. For tens of thousands of years, scattered across deserts, mountains, islands, and cities, humanity has whispered the same story in 1,000 different tongues. The gods descended from the sky. They brought knowledge. They shaped civilizations. And then they left, always with a promise, always with a warning. Whether in the Aboriginal Dreamtime, the Sumerian tablets, the Dogon Sirius mysteries, or the Hopi prophecies, the pattern is unmistakable. The beings in the heavens were real enough to leave lasting marks, in stone, in memory, and in myth. And now, as we stand at the precipice of a new age, their voices echo louder than ever before. We began this journey with a question. Were the gods of the ancients merely symbols, or were they flesh and blood visitors from the stars? Along the way, we uncovered evidence that challenges the conventional timeline of human history. Ancient maps of unknown lands, megalithic structures of impossible precision, global myths of star beings, and oral traditions containing astronomical knowledge no ancient culture should have possessed. Each piece alone is a curiosity. Together, they form a puzzle too intricate to dismiss. The skeptics argue these are coincidences, cultural archetypes, or the fertile imagination of pre-scientific minds. Yet how many coincidences can stack before they form a pattern? Why do the Dogon know of Sirius B's orbit? Why do the Wandjina resemble modern depictions of extraterrestrials? Why do cultures on opposite sides of the planet share myths about the Pleiades, Orion, and beings who descended to teach humanity? Skepticism may dismiss one story or even 10, but can it dismiss thousands repeated across epochs, continents, and civilizations? And then comes the most haunting detail of all, the promise of return. Across the globe, in tradition after tradition, the beings who once descended from the sky declared they would come again. For the Hopi, it is the Kachinas who will return at the time of purification. For the Christians, it is a Messiah who will descend in clouds. For the Hindus, it is Kalki who will ride forth at the end of the Kali Yuga. For the Dogon, it is a Namo who will arrive once more in their fiery ark. The message is consistent, and it is clear. The story is not finished. We must then ask ourselves, are we living in the era foretold? Our world today mirrors the very conditions these prophecies described. The earth is shaken by war, climate collapse, inequality, and chaos. The skies themselves are filled with signs. Reports of unidentified aerial phenomena have multiplied in recent decades, acknowledged even by military and government officials. Lights dance over deserts and oceans. Craft move with speeds and agility that defy known physics, and encounters continue to be reported across the globe. Could these sightings be the first whispers of the return? If so, the question becomes not whether they are coming, but why. Will they arrive as teachers once more, to guide humanity through a time of peril? Or will they descend as judges, cleansing the world of corruption, as so many traditions foretell? The answer may depend on us, on whether we choose to embrace wisdom, balance, and humility, or continue down the path of destruction. Imagine for a moment that the stories are true, that one night, beneath the vast canvas of stars, the heavens split open and the sky fills with radiant craft. Imagine the descent of luminous beings, as described in the Dreamtime, the Vedas, and the Bible. Would humanity recognize them for what they are? Or would fear, denial, and violence turn our chance for reunion into catastrophe? The ancients may have preserved these warnings not only to prepare us for the return, but to test whether we would learn from their mistakes. For the deeper truth is this: these beings, whether we call them gods, angels, Anunnaki, or Namo, have always been part of our story. They shaped us, guided us, perhaps even created us in their image. To them, we may not be subjects or slaves, but children, left to grow on our own until the appointed time. And now, as humanity reaches into space, sending probes beyond the solar system and building colonies in orbit, perhaps the return is closer than ever. The child has matured. The test of adulthood has begun. The implications are staggering. If the gods were truly visitors from the stars, then our history is not merely human. It is cosmic. Our religions are not just metaphors, but fragmented memories of encounters with higher intelligences. Our myths are not fantasies, but encoded records of events so profound they shape the destiny of our species. To embrace this truth would mean rewriting history books, rethinking religion, and reimagining what it means to be human. But perhaps that is exactly what the ancients intended. Perhaps the promise of return was never meant to frighten us, but to awaken us, to remind us that we are not alone, that we never were alone. The knowledge left behind, the warnings, the prophecies, all serve as a bridge between past and future, a bridge leading to the moment when humanity must decide. Do we step forward as beings of the cosmos, ready to meet our ancient teachers, or do we remain bound by fear, denial, and division? Tonight, as the stars blaze overhead, the same stars watched by the Dogon, the Maya, the Hopi, and countless others, we stand at crossroads. Our technology advances faster than our wisdom. Our world teeters between collapse and transformation. The return prophecies whisper through time, urging us to choose wisely, to prepare ourselves not only for survival but for contact. The gods may descend again. The sky may blaze once more with fire and thunder. And when it does, humanity's response will determine not only our fate, but the next chapter of the universe's greatest story. This is not simply archaeology. This is not merely mythology. This is a warning, a promise, and a calling. For if the gods descended once, they can descend again. And when they do, will we be ready to meet them as fearful subjects or as equals among the stars? The choice belongs not to the ancients, nor to the beings of the heavens. It belongs to us. Humanity is at the crossroads. The sky awaits. The prophecy endures. And the return may be closer than we dare to believe.